Hello, everybody, and welcome to what I'd like to say is my sofa, but my sofa is actually over there, and my internet connection doesn't quite want to cooperate all the way 3 feet over there. But hey, this is what we're going to do. So first and foremost, I want to wish you all a very, very, very happy International Tea Day. I raise my cup to you, my brew crew, and all of you fabulous tea drinkers. And most of all, though, I think, and those of you who are going to stay with me on my journey today, let's see who keeps out through my marathon. For most of you, I hope that you will raise your cup and just take one moment and think about all of the people that are involved in making this cup of tea possible, your cup of tea possible. I think we tend to forget that sometimes. So without further ado, I welcome my very first guest, Sebastien Michaelis. Hello, Sebastien. How are you?
Hi. Thank you. Yeah, very well. Thank you. Very well.
Good. Well, thank you, first of all, for taking time today. I know that you're busy, but also thank you for being my first guest to kick off my epic journey around the globe today to celebrate International Tea Day.
No, it's an honor. Thank you.
So let me start by introducing you to anybody who doesn't know you, and you're going to correct me where I make mistakes, right?
Sure.
So
yeah.
You are officially head of tea. That's a big title.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we did debate the title a bit, but it seemed like a simple one enough, so I don't have to be convoluted. Yeah. Well, head of tea at Tata Tata Consumer Products Limited now.
That's right.
The company name for the international region. That's right.
Yeah. So I have to, and yes, I should have added at Tata, sorry. I have to say that when I saw the title, head of tea, I'm like, nah, no, come on, that can't be. There has to be another title somewhere. No, it's really head of tea. And sometimes I think we, as you say, we overcomplicate things, and it just shouldn't be.
Exactly.
So besides being head of tea, I cannot possibly start talking about you without talking about, you know where I'm going, right?
I think I know where you're going. Yeah, Gary.
Stick out your tongue, dear Sebastien. Stick out your tongue. £1 million insurance policy was taken out on your tongue by Tata Global Beverages, which is the equivalent, from what I understand, as Keith Richards's hands.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Wow, that makes it. That's pretty impressive.
And Rihanna's legs.
Oh, yes, I think I remember that. Well, yeah.
There you go. So you're up there. So you have to tell us about this.
Sure. I mean, it was, well, a bit of a surprise to me as well. Like, so my company, obviously, I mean, I should emphasize the insurance, really, it's about a reflection of the amount of investment they put in my training. So, you know, I've been tasting for a long time, and in order to learn my trade, you know, I'd spend years and years tasting teas at Tata. They also, you know, they helped me to learn about the tea trade by traveling to different tea estates. So I spent over a year in different countries learning about production. So my job is very much about the whole supply chain and knowing really everything there is about tea and being a complete product expert. So obviously, years of investment by the company in my training, that's how it kind of came to be that they decided to insure my taste buds, because, you know, if I leave the company or something happens to me, then that's obviously, it can be a bit of a problem.
Okay, so that obviously is going to lead me to some questions. Are there restrictions on what you're allowed to do because of that?
So it's interesting that, I mean, not really. The only things that I mean, I make sure what I don't do is I don't have any strong tasting foods before I taste.
Right.
So anything garlicky, anything chili. But, you know, in the evening times, I can still have a beer. That's fine. You know, there's no issues with that. Do you know what? The thing that affects your taste, though, the most is actually, strangely, not so much in your tongue, but in your nose.
Your nose, yeah.
Because, you know, you have the sensors at the back of the nose, which have such a symbiotic relationship with your taste buds.
Yep.
that if you can't smell, then you can't really taste. So if I've got a cold, feeling bunged up, then that's the only time I can't really taste. And obviously difficult to avoid if you have some colds. But we have other tasters, of course, in the business with lots of experience. So I'm not the only one who can fill in.
So my sister, who may or may not be watching right now, my sister has no sense of taste. Or let me rephrase that. She's got no sense of smell. So she's got issues in her nose cavity, and it's because of her nose. It's not because of her mouth, as you say. And for years and years and years, she would insist, no, I can taste just fine. And then she had a procedure done, which opened up and allowed her to breathe properly or smell properly. And it was at that moment that she realized that her sense of taste was so greatly dulled that she didn't realize it, right? You don't know what you don't know. You can't miss what you didn't have, right? Yeah. So, and I have to admit that I always forget that she can't smell. So when I used to have my tea company, she would come into my shop and I would do instinctively what we always do, right? As tea people, when we're talking or sharing about tea, what's the first thing you do? You shove the tea in somebody's nose and say, here, smell this, right? Mm-hmm. So tell me about that. Tell me about this relationship and what actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's really interesting because the back of the nose, the senses that you have there, it combines with where your taste comes from on your tongue into a very old part of the brain. It's actually linked in with emotions attached to memory as well. So people have always talked about sometimes you smell something and it brings you back to your childhood, something like that. Yeah. So it's a very close relationship to your taste, your smell, and memories, which is why people have got such a close relationship with food. Why food as such an emotive subject, and people have their favorite reasons, because it's more than just a sensation like touching or seeing, but it links in with that memory you had when you were a kid, when you had your first date and whatever else. So. It's a very, there's a lot of science behind it. I don't claim to be expert on that side of things, but I'd say in regards to losing the sense of smell, it's something that, people can test at home. Yeah. And this is something actually my old boss, Katie Tubb, had demonstrated once at dinner, where you can put in a jelly bean or something really strong tasting into your mouth, but hold your nose, give it a chew, and then let go of your nose, and suddenly all this flavor comes rushing through, which is a really good way of kind of demonstrating the importance of the nose. Yeah. So they should have installed this, really.
Well, there you go. It's something, I think it's like so many of our senses, right? We use them every single day and take it for granted, not understanding exactly, as you say, the science behind it. So, when I teach classes on tasting, I usually describe it. I try to change the language a little bit, and I talk about, taste happens on your tongue. It does. And smell obviously happens in your nose. But what we're doing is we're identifying flavor. It's flavor that happens. This magic of flavor happens when the nose and the tongue actually collide, right? And if one of those is missing, then it's really, really difficult to identify the flavor. And that's that jelly bean thing that Katie did. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So now, so I think everybody's question is going to be, how do you become a tea taster? Because for a lot of people, you have the magical job of all. Right? It's you've heard this before.
Especially in Britain, I think it seems to be.
Right? So, and you didn't study this. I know that because I know that you have a philosophy degree.
Yeah. In fact, that seems to be the defining factor for all of our tasters, is that you have no prior background, or you fall into it randomly, it seems, which, for good or bad, but it's actually quite nice because we've got such a mix of different disciplines within the department, because really the job isn't just tasting. It's we're sourcing teas, we're having to learn about logistics, supply chains. So it's a very much jack of all trades kind of role, And, a big part of it is travel. You do have to, it's a people business. So you have to meet producers, you have to meet people throughout the supply chain, build relationships up. So you certainly have to be open to getting on the back of a car, driving for 10 hours down a dirt track, staying in not the best accommodation in the middle of nowhere, and that sort of thing. So all part of it's the fun part of the job for me. And it's but yeah, a background, how you get into it. I mean, I was lucky enough, a friend sent me a job advert for tea taster. It only asked that you have a degree, that you have some competency in maths and in math, and that you're open to travel. So for me, it was like a no-brainer. I just applied for it, and thankfully got through the graduate program.
And you've been with Tata now for 10 years, 10 and a half years?
Almost 15.
Oh,
time is flying by.
See, my math, not so good.
No.
All right. So one of the other things that I discovered when I was, researching Sebastien, is your made-up tea language.
Made up. It was a tea language developed prior to me, actually. It was when I first arrived at the company, it was just being launched, and it's called Uhuru, and it means freedom in Swahili. And the purpose of it is that we can grade any tea from around the world using this language, because you talked about earlier on the flavor experience that you get from tea, and like foods, sometimes it can be hard to pick out the different elements. What is it that you're tasting in that particular food? And the same as it can be said about tea. There's so many things going on, and there are so many varieties. It can be really hard to kind of narrow it down and describe it. And so the Uhuru language is there it's a numerical one, so we can basically describe any tea that you pick up from around the world. As long as we've got a standard to taste against, we can use that language to describe exactly what it is and benchmark it against other teas. So I mean, the four main parameters, and they've got some funny names.
Go for it.
Zing, which is the overall quality impact when you first taste it. When you spit it out, does the flavor just disappear, or does it, has it got a real impact? And that's kind of zing. Color is how red or how yellow the cup is. So, and all the gradients in between. So, some teas can be very, very deep red and brick red, and some obviously much more lighter and brighter. Sparkle, which is my favorite named one, which is like how bright that color is, because some of them can be very dull, usually poorer quality teas, and those really good quality teas just, they sparkle. And the fourth parameter is body. So that's the thickness, much like wine, how heavy it is in the mouth. Thicker teas like Assam teas, for instance, and other thinner ones usually tend to be, slightly lower quality.
Okay. And so a taster you're obviously not just a taster, because tasters aren't just tasters. You're also a master blender, right?
Well, I mean, the role within Tata, this is the lovely thing about the job. So I started as a graduate, and it's a kind of 5-year program. And, Tetley is known for this program in the tea world, because they spend so much time training us and giving us the opportunity to learn about different origins, traveling, etc. So part of that is blending. And so what's necessary in that is, obviously you've got to be able to very finely fingerprint teas, as we call it. So that's tasting down to a really, really precise number, using our tasting language, and being able to obviously combine many different types of teas in order to get a consistent blend. Because obviously the Tetley blend, and obviously other blends that we sell around the world, is all about consistency and making sure that we're getting the same quality every time. And of course, having to deal with issues, because sometimes you can't get a tea because something goes wrong. And right now with the COVID situation is a prime example of that, where supply chains can get, there are issues. And so you've got to be able to deal with that and make sure that you're still delivering a great product to the consumer.
So I'm just going to go back to what you just said about consistency, because I think that that's an element of what you do, companies like Tetley does, that is hugely underappreciated, A, in its complexity, and B, in its precision. And those are probably, you know, intertwined, right? Because of its precision, it's complex, because it's complexity,
Sure.
it has to be precise. So can you just walk us through that? Because, you know, sometimes we talk about things and that just come second nature to us. But for most people out there who go to the supermarket or, you know, their favorite tea shop, and they get a tea that they bring home that they enjoy, my favorite tea. Everybody has my favorite tea, right? I think a lot of people don't actually understand why it is that that tea tastes the same when the apple that I buy at the grocery store, it doesn't always taste exactly the same.
Yeah, and I think I mean, I'm happy that people don't know about this. I mean, it's lovely to shout about it, don't get me wrong, but you know, we're doing our job well.
Yes.
People don't notice. That's
Yep.
that's the job, really, what it comes down to. And I guess the way to think about it, really, for those who aren't familiar, I mean, tea is a plant, and it grows in different soils, in different places. It gets different amount of sunshine, different amounts of rain. It's like wine, except that wine, you know, its USP is that it is unique in different places, and people buy it because of its different characteristics. And so for tea, you know, we're buying millions and millions of kilos of tea every year. I mean, as a company, over 100 million kilos, and each batch of tea that we buy is about anywhere between 1 ton and 5 tons of tea, thereabouts. And, you know, so each batch is going to be different, because even if you buy it from the same garden 1 week, and then you go back to that same garden a week later, what they've produced can be very different because of those different conditions in the weather. So, right. So you can't just say, I'm going to put in 20% Kenyan tea and 50% Assam tea, because it doesn't work. That, you know, every single place will have different quality. So being able to taste and being able to differentiate between those qualities is critical. So what we literally do with our main Tetley blend in the UK, for instance, you know, we will have up to about 30 batches of tea going into that blend, and we'll make 5 blends or thereabouts every week. So, you know, each batch will have to have a precise grading, and we have to compare it with the other 30 batches that are, or 29 batches in that blend, and taste it and adjust it as we go along. So the numbers are huge. You know, we're talking about tens of thousands of batches blended together every year. So it's a real process. I don't want to go into too much detail because it'll probably get a bit boring. But yeah, it's the sheer quantities, the numbers are really impressive. And that's why we've got to have such good training, because we have to have that quality control in place, make sure that consumers are getting what they need.
Lovely. So nobody knows this. I warned all of you that were going to participate today, not warned, sort of give you the heads up of what we were going to talk about. What I didn't tell you was that I'm a big fan of the Proust questionnaire. Marcel Proust, the writer, wrote 38 questions. And you, my friend, are going to be the first one to get a question from the Proust questionnaire. Obviously, everybody that comes after you is going to know that this is happening. And
yeah, I feel a bit victimized now.
You do, except that nobody knows which question they're getting. So I've written down questions on these cards, and I am randomly, honest, truly, going to pick a card out. I promise I didn't pick any embarrassing ones. And your question, dear Sebastien, is when and where were you the happiest?
Oh, oh, that's a good one. I'm going to be. It's going to be a bit boring, I'm afraid, or at least a bit typical.
Nope.
But I think honeymoon.
Yes.
In Hawaii. Being able to see the sunset on the beach. It's a little bit cheesy, but it was yeah, I know, right? But it was an incredible place. You know, turtles in the water, that sort of thing. It was very like you
That's
couldn't make
lovely.
It kind of place. and it was yeah, beautiful setting. So yeah, that'd be good for me.
That my friend is a very good one. I'll tell you that I got married last year on Monday. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm supposed to be in Italy right now. I was supposed to. I know. I was supposed. So you just triggered me, because we delayed our honeymoon by a year, and this was supposed to be our honeymoon. We were supposed to have our honeymoon in Italy right now. So,
I'm so sorry. It will happen, though. It will.
It will. Of course it will. So thank you, dear Sebastien. Thank you so much. How are you planning to spend the rest of International Tea Day?
Well, as you can see, I only have a glass of water. So first of all, a cup of tea, which is terrible. I didn't have one with me. And back to work, I'm afraid. Tea's got to keep moving. So.
Well, as long as it's work with tea, you're doing okay. I raise my cup to you, dear Sebastien, because you are a part of making this cup possible. I thank you for all the things that you do in this fabulous tea industry of ours. And I say cheers.
Very kind of you. Thank you so much. It's been
Thanks.
a pleasure.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye. All right. So that was our first guest. And we are just rapidly going to move right along, because I already have my next guest waiting in the back room here, and I can see her. So I'm just going to add her straight. Hello.
Hello, Sharon.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Oh,
it's a very good experience to see you and your host and also your friend there. I never use this, I never use this stream. Yeah, I use the Zoom and also the machine, but this is the first time for me to use this one. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay. Yes, we're not Zoom users here at the association. I know everybody's on Zoom. We are not. Happy International Tea Day, Yulu. So before I start, I need to introduce you, because I know you and you know me, but I have to tell everybody else who you are. So ladies and gentlemen, big wide world that is watching. I think we have well over 100 people in the room right now. So thank you for joining us. I want to introduce you to the wonderful Mrs. Yulu. Yulu is the vice president. So just so we know here, and where we know where we are in the world, we just left England and we've now moved over to China. I'm on the fastest airplane in the history of the world. So Yulu is the vice president of the China Chamber of Foodstuffs and Native Produce. Am I correct?
Yeah, China Chamber of Commerce. Yeah,
good.
Right.
So not only is Yulu a lovely dear friend and a part of my brew crew, she's also a spirit sister, and we've spent some good time traveling. And I am so honored and happy that you've decided to join me today on my SofaSummit, my attempt to try to gather the world and put my arms around the world with these restrictions that we're living in this crazy world that we're in. Yeah. Thank you for joining me, Yulu.
Thank you, my dear friend. You give me this opportunity to know a lot of friends in your room, and also to celebrate the International Tea Day.
Thank you, Yulu.
It's my honor.
So before I start, though, I want to share with you a video that we've made that has just launched an hour ago. Okay. And I'm going to see if I can do this. Where it is. Share screen. And there's my screen. And I'm going to share it. Okay. And Yulu, I share this with you because you, as one of the, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Perfect. So you, as one of the many, many people responsible for my cup of tea, this here is our thanks to all of you.
Ah. Oh.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of tea more than ever right now. Cheers.
Here's to tea. Best wishes for International Tea Day, 21st of May. And a big thank you to all the producers and all the people who work so hard to produce this wonderful beverage for us. Cheers.
Cheers to our friends up north. Cheers to Twinings Canada, celebrating International Tea Day 2020.
Tea is our life. Happy sipping from Tea Squared. Happy International Tea Day. Everybody here at Tivana wishes everybody a happy International Tea Day. And we'd like to thank especially all of those companies in supply chain that allow us every day to get up every morning and enjoy this wonderful cup of tea. Thanks very much.
On this International Tea Day, I reflect on all the hands that make this cup of tea possible. And I say, thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Are you there, Yulu?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I see a lot of friends there in your video. And also, I'm so happy. I cannot imagine so many people enjoy the tea every day. Yeah, so it's a very good news. Sabna, just like you sent us a video, and please let's just read your cup and say, please keep the planting tea for us till we meet again. So it's a very lovely and kind words, you know. We also have a video for our members and for our old tea family friends to send videos, including you.
Yes.
And many. Yeah, it's our festival. It's our day. Yeah.
Yes.
So we are so proud to be one of the member of the tea family.
Yes, it is your day, and you should all truly, truly, truly savor this day, because it was, I think, a big deal when the United Nations, when the General Assembly in the United Nations passed the resolution. I know that the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the Intergovernmental Group, has worked very hard for a number of years to make this happen. And I think it's, one of the questions that I was asked, I did a few radio interviews here in Canada yesterday. And one of the questions that I was asked is, why would the United Nations make this International Tea Day? Yes, it gives us comfort, but why would they do this? And my explanation and my answer was, I guess, pretty much the thing that I keep repeating over and over again, which is that it's so important for everybody to just take a second and think about all of the people that are responsible to make you and bring you this comfort, right? And you are one of those. Are you still there? I think I'm losing your reception. Yulu, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. There you are. There you are. You're back again.
Yeah.
So, Yulu, I want to ask you about what you do at your department, because your department represents many, many, many different products. Tea is just one of, right? Tea is just one of the many, many products within what your department deals with in the government. So, but I only want to talk about tea. So, tell me, how is tea different than any of the other products that you deal with in your department?
Oh, yeah. So it's a very good question, Sabna. Yeah, give me this chance. So I just want to a little bit speech to talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're cutting out a little bit. Hello? Hello? Yulu? This is what happens when you do live and we're relying on everybody's broadband. Hello, hello.
Our number is over.
Yulu, our connection is really bad. Hello? There she goes. Let's see if she can come on back. You're all going to be patient with me today, right?
I'm sorry. I'm. Yeah, but okay. I'm not so sure if my internet is the problem or not. I hope here, because here is the.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's better.
That's better.
That's better.
Yeah. Thank you. So our chamber is established in 1988 and affiliated directly to the Ministry of Commerce. We have company members more than 6,000 around China, and our members import and export volume value about 70% of the total of, especially in the agriculture and the food area. And also we coordinated more than 2,600 HS code. So it's just, Shabna mentioned, we are the agriculture and the food chamber. So tea is one of our chamber's coordination commodities. So why tea is the special? Yeah, this is a very good question, I think. Now, the first, the tea, I think tea is a unique element because I think it's with the heritage, happiness, and healthy. So the tea, I always think is why tea is different, because tea is a friendly ambassador. Why I said it's the friendly ambassador, because tea, if you drink the tea and if you drink the tea with the friends, suddenly you will be, at once you will be become the friend, because our Chinese tea have already exported to more than 130 countries to the countries and the regions. So just like ambassador, it's the plant ambassador. And the third one, I think, tea is appealing, it's an appealing color. I always said, because every day or every year among our team families, we organize a lot of activities. No, the other commodities or agricultural products, no too many activities around the year. Yeah. So we are tea family friends, always have chance to get together to celebrate the harvest. So I think this three maybe is the unique one. You know, tea is a very small section of our agriculture and agriculture trade, just like our export. It's just accounted for 2.5%, but it's still big. The big because of we are the big family. We have
only 2.5%.
Yeah, 2.5% tea export value, just accounted to 2.5. Yeah. It's not too big. It's not too much, but we still proud of the tea because and there's a lot of elements, a lot of symbols we give the tea. Yeah. So I'm so I think so it's my opinion.
No, and you know what? I would agree with you. A friendly ambassador. I love that so much because I think that I totally agree with you. I think there's something really special about this product. There's something really special. It's a commodity. I mean, let's face it. At the end of the day, you know, we wax poetic about it. We write love songs about it. We sit and we enjoy it and create ceremonies around it. But I think that there's something really special about an agricultural product, a leaf that grows from the ground that inspires so much love and poetry and romance and joy and friendship. And as you say, yes, we love to celebrate tea.
Yes, right.
So tell me, Ilu, what have you learned the most in your time working with tea?
Oh, yeah. It's, let me think. Because I joined the tea family, it's a not long time. Just since from the 2015, I remember it's 2015, I joined the tea family. And then from then now, the first thing is I changed my habit. It's very interesting, you know. Now, before 2015, I'm the coffee drinker.
Really?
So every morning, double espresso. Yeah, right. But from the morning till the afternoon, when I'm in the office, now in the morning I drink the green tea, or in the afternoon I drink the black tea. So it's become the tea drinker. It's strange. It's very interesting. I don't know why, what happened, but it's true. It's true. It's not a joke. It's true. So my husband always drink the coffee. So in my family, one is coffee and one is tea.
Now, I know your daughter is studying in the UK. Does she do tea or does she do coffee?
Oh, no, both no. It's the chocolate.
She does chocolate. Oh. So I would call you a very well-rounded family.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah.
That is funny. So you travel a lot. I know that you do. This is probably the first time that you have been able to take your suitcase and put it in a cupboard.
Yes, right.
Yes,
it's true. It's true.
The first time that you have been in one place for more than a few days at a time, because you travel a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. What is your favorite place? Tell me.
Oh, the favorite place. I have to think. So it's true. Yeah, I have to tell the truth, you know.
Yes.
Italy.
Of course, you're on my sofa. Only the truth.
You know, Italy is the favorite place.
Italy is your favorite place.
Yeah, Mantova. You know, I like the city, Mantova. The city is between the lake and the mountain.
Okay.
It's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful small city. And when I travel in country, So it's the day a little bit raining, and then raining and sunshine. Raining and sunshine change a lot. Just like we just driving in the in our dream. So it's a very special memory in my mind now. Yeah. So Italy.
That is
Italy.
memory.
Never too much. Yeah, never too much.
Lovely. Well, Viva Italia. I think that any Italians in the room, if anybody is on right now live from Italy, will gladly agree with you. I was just saying to Sebastien, I'm supposed to be in Italy right now, so there you go. So you are immensely privileged and lucky to live in a country that produces tea. And what I mean by that is one of my favorite things in traveling is tea producing countries, and the experience of coming in contact with actual leaves, and I always say tea country is beautiful country. Anywhere you go, any place that can grow tea is beautiful, right?
Yeah, right. Of course.
You are very privileged that you have that at your doorstep, but you also go to other places that grow tea. What is your favorite memory of places you've gone to for tea?
For tea, you mean the domestic or outside? Yeah, abroad or domestic?
Well, I'm going to say abroad, because obviously China is going to be your favorite. I get that.
So I know if I say something which is my favorite, the other places maybe somebody is doing me and working with me, so it's terrible.
That's true. All right.
But of course, every place is planting.
Yes.
Planting. Yeah, they have they are how to say, they are the own views. Different one. Do you remember last year we went to the Guangdong, and also the Shenzhou and the Yibin, and also the Enshi, the Hubei Enshi. It's also every place is a very beautiful, and they have the different type of tea. They have the different different people to plant tea.
Yeah.
But what they do is the same. They produce the tea, plant tea with the heart. Yeah. So it's very important. Only the heart to heart, we can feel that. I think the tea, I think the shortened distance of the heart to heart.
I love that.
Because Thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
I'm going to quote you on that.
Thank you. Yeah. So I would like to introduce all my country's tea garden to every people in your room. Please, the friends, welcome to here. You are the seventh friend. Of course, you are the Yuru's friend here. If you come here, please let me know. I will take you to visit all the Chinese tea planting, and also tea garden, and also the tea factories.
Well, for everybody listening, I can tell you that this lady is one of the most hospitable people I have ever met. So when Yulu says she will take care of you, she will take care of you. She really is wonderful. So I would agree with you, Yulu, that no matter where you are, whether it's Guangzhou or Longjing or Japan or Korea or India or Sri Lanka or Malawi, it doesn't matter. And I'm sorry if I left out a country. There are so many. Don't get mad at me, everybody. But I think that I absolutely agree with you. First of all, tea country is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful everywhere you go. But there is one element that is very consistent. It's the same feeling every single place that you go. Yes, they're plucking leaves, but there is such love and passion that goes into it. And how I enjoy tea and how I look at the world of tea changed for me after the very first time 20 years ago when I visited a tea garden. It's you feel it.
Yes, I know. Yeah, when I first time to the tea garden, I just like oh my God, I just like that. Yeah.
It's true. So I need you to tell me about the One Belt, One Road initiative.
Oh, yeah, this is a very big topic, but I would like to share my opinions or my experience with old friend here. Now, the Belt and Road countries included 65 countries and regions. Now, the Belt and Road, I think I just want to say the 3 points. The first one is the Belt and Road is becoming our agriculture trade, the most partner of our China agriculture trade. According to Chinese statistics, this year, the first month of this year, we export the volume to Belt and Road accounted for, nearly 30% of our total agriculture and food export value. So it's very important for us. And import accounted for nearly, 28 or 29% of the total. So you can see it's a very, very important initiative, very, very important countries and regions for Chinese agriculture and food trade. So I think this is the first point. The second point is for the tea, of course, for the tea. It's very, very special, very, very special, the first export destination is Morocco.
Yes.
Now, Morocco is in the Belt and Road, in this initiative, included in the 65 countries and regions. And also, we can see our export value increased within the initiative, the Belt and Road initiative. Just like, for example, 2018, we export to the Belt and Road countries, the volume accounted for Chinese tea, the volume to the Belt and Road country accounted for 24.9%, but to the 2019, it's accounted increased a little, 0.7% increased. It's the 26.9, something like that. And this year's, the first 3 months of the marketing share increased to nearly 30% of our tea export value.
Wow.
So I think within the initiative, our tea, just like the bees, flying to the many the Belt and Road countries. So this is the second point I want to share. The third one, I think the Belt and Road is not only it's the initiative, but it's not only the trade. We can achieve the trade harvest. We also can achieve the harvest from the communication and the friendship. The communication will becoming the much and much communication with the Belt and the Road within the 65 countries and the regions. And just like our organization, like our chamber, every year we hosted more than 20 countries. Friends can come from the Belt and Road countries. And every year we organize the delegation to buy the agriculture and the food products from the Belt and Road countries, about 15 countries and regions. So the activities become very frequently, and also from this communication, we have a lot of friends among these countries. So I think it's a very, very good gate to know each other, to see each other, and to become the friend to each other. We not only do the business, we also to talk about the friendship. Yeah.
I think it's a fabulous initiative. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank
so,
you.
Miss Yulu, you just saw that. She looks scared suddenly.
Yes, I saw to the first guest. You saw
that I've got questions in my hand. So I love
36 or 38 questions.
No, there are 30. So the Marcel Proust wrote 38 questions.
Okay.
I have them here on one on each of these. So I'm just picking one. You only have to answer one, not all 38. But before I do you want to say hello to your friend Louise? Because Louise is in the room. She's watching. Do you want to say hi to Louise?
Hello.
Say hi.
Hello, Lulu. Hello, Lulu. Yeah.
I know she misses you too.
Lulu and Lulu.
Lulu and Lulu. That's right.
Lulu.
So let me choose a question here for you, my friend. The question is, what is your current state of mind? How do you feel right now?
State of mind here, China, Beijing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me how is your state of mind? How do you feel right now?
I feel now is excited.
Yeah.
You know, the excited because why the excited? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Yeah. And this is a very difficult time for us. We know we all faced the challenge here because of the virus, because of the disease. But we still to care about each other. We still have the communication. We still have the wishes to each other, to our team family, to the peoples, to all our friends. So I think excited. Thank you, Shabnan. Just like I said, you always have a lot of ideas in your mind, very attractive ideas in your mind. So thank you. Give me excited time to share with the friends here. And also, I heard from the Louis and the Lulu. I'm so happy to hear the Lulu. And I'm so happy. I know I will keep in touch with Lulu from the womb part later after our live show here. So
she'll be happy.
Yeah.
I want to say to you, thank you for joining. It has been it's been as you know, I'm not saying anything that anybody doesn't know. We're in very, very strange times right now, and I think that lots of people have heard me say this lots of times that I believe very, very strongly that as human beings we are very adaptable, and we need to not be afraid, and we have to find ways that feeds our soul, because I can't hug you. But I miss that. I can't hug you.
Right.
But it's important to find ways to connect. And I'm going to quote what you just said earlier, which is that tea shortens the distance between our hearts. So I thank you very, very much, Miss Yulu. It has been lovely having you here. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your International Tea Day, although it's very late for you. So I think that you're
9:24.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
Is your day slowly coming to an end?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I have to keep this excited for a moment, I cannot express how to say my feeling now, but I have to calm down. I have to calm down. I need time to calm down.
Well,
yeah.
you've been celebrating all day.
Yeah, of course, from the morning. Yeah,
from the morning.
Yeah. I also received a lot of messages from my friends, and just like our Spring Festival, you know.
Yes, I know. We missed the Spring Festival this year, but I am confident. I am confident that we will be there next year.
Of course.
Right?
Of course. Hope so. Of course.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Yulu, and you enjoy the day. Please, all my love to Kaijun as well.
Okay, I got it. Copy that. Okay.
Good. All right. Bye.
Thank you, Sabina.
Bye, Yulu. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
In Chinese. I love you. Bye.
All right, everybody. So we have only gone through 2 of our big lineup. We've got more to come. So I'm going to put you on pause for just a minute so that I can, really freshen up my cup of tea and just wait for our next guest to arrive. We'll see you back in just 5 minutes. All right, everybody. I am back, and I am very, very pleased to add to my live screen Mr. Rajah Banerjee. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hi, Shabnam. What a pleasure it is to see you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Absolutely.
Super. Super. There's a cyclone in the making that's coming up. Hopefully we'll finish a little webinar before it hits us.
Well, I have to start by first asking, you are all safe?
Yes, we're all safe. There's been a few hiccups, in Calcutta, but in Darjeeling, it's raining, it is fading. So we're perfectly all right. and even the internet is on. That's more important.
Well, that is, but your safety is the most important, to be honest with you. For those of you, for those of you
Absolutely, don't worry.
Yeah, for those of you that have not or heard the news yet, India has been hit by a cyclone, and as if everything going on isn't enough, the heavens have opened up and have given more to deal with. So before I start, I have to introduce the Venerable Rajah Banerjee to all of you in the room that don't know who this lovely man is. Before I do that, though, I just want to, Rajah, I'm just going to tell you where all we've got people watching us right now, okay, live. So I'm going to say, good morning, UK. Good morning, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Mauritius, United States, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italia, and of course, Canada. So that is not yet, unless we missed. Oh, Portugal. Sorry, we missed Portugal. Portugal's in the room as well. So these are all the people that are watching live right now, and from all the countries that they are. So I want to introduce Rajah Banerjee, but Rajah, I have to say that I struggled to figure out, how do I introduce you? Because you are currently founder of Tea Classic and your wonderful brand of Rinpoche. And that is what you do right now. But at a time, and you're doing that, let me say that, at a time where, oh, Deutschland, Germany says hello, in Mexico. So at a time you're doing this, that most people would be enjoying the fruits of their labor, you decided to start a whole new world and a whole new life. Because the life and world that you have behind you is far greater and far bigger than most people could possibly dream of. And I think you know that, right? So this...
No, Shabnam, it's very difficult to assess the spots in your back.
There are spots in my back?
One cannot see the spots in one's back.
So you cannot see, yes, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
One releases certain synergies. You don't know, you're just having fun and you're going with it.
Yes.
You don't know where it's taking you.
You are correct. So this big life that you have behind you, which is very much who you are as well, is Makabari. I mean, your name is synonymous with the famous Makabari, the estate in Darjeeling that was established in 1859. One of the oldest tea estates.
It's the first one.
The first,
yeah, it's the first one.
Tea garden.
And the first, and the first. Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
No. It's the first, and I was struck by so something that I often say and have said for many years when I talk about, you know, the tea industry and what we do, what we all do in the industry, is I've always described it as the fact that we are simply stewards. We are caretakers of this industry in the time that we have in it. And we take care of it in the time that we have to pass it forward to the next. And I have said those words for many, many years. So you and I share a little bit of our heart with each other, because you yourself have been quoted as saying that you were never an owner of Makabari, but you were a steward in passing. So.
Well, the only footprints you can leave behind are sustainable ones, or the best manure that you can leave in the fields are your footprints. They are the best manure that you can put on the ground, because it's, in other words, it's supervision, more supervision, and even more supervision. That will take you to perfection. Otherwise, it won't. And you know, when you talk about sustainable synergies, it's all about being there. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie that Peter Sellers died in making, Being There. You must see it, because it's all about gardener.
Yes.
And he was not only one of my favorite actors, but that movie is still a bit of my heart. It's a bit of a soul force speaking that. Yeah. And anyway, just to tell you that, just to set the equation right, I actually had no intent in joining Makai. Although I was born there, I was at boarding school, and I came home for a holiday from university in London. And I'm an equestrian, so I ride horses. But no matter how good an equestrian you are, you have to take a fling or two, a dip or two here and there. Some are life-threatening, some are minor. This was a minor fall I had, but it was a major one for my psyche. I didn't know I had an out-of-body experience, and the tree started talking to me. Sebastien, this music was so melancholic, so beautiful, so incredible, unbelievable. It was a combination of Jimi Hendrix, Beatles, the classics, Hildegard von Bingen, the whole lot, and it was just ululating. And that evening, as I sat down for dinner with my parents, and I told them I was not returning back to London, they were taken aback. I said, no, I'm not going to pursue any further studies, because I didn't tell them about my out-of-body experience, because I didn't know. I didn't want to be certified insane. Okay. I didn't know what happened to me.
Yeah.
But the calling was very, very strong. And with two conditions, I said, you must stop hacking down the forest or extending T, number one. And number two, you must give me complete responsibility for afforestation scheme. So they agreed with alacrity on both counts. So did my mom. And they were both delighted. And it took me 10 years to realize that I had an out-of-body. We didn't have this stuff then, this technology then, where Guru Google's empowered us, and we could talk across continents, and so many people listening on. It's just wonderful. And it's a part of a life. So longhand, etc., to and fro, snail mail, by sea mail possibly, sometimes by air. And I realized 10 years later that I'd had out-of-body experience. But a lot had happened in 10 years, because I just planted trees. So essentially, I'm a tree planter, third tea planter, third or fourth generation tea planter. Okay. So, and we planted heaps and heaps of trees, and then everything just evolved as it went along. For example, I was noticing that my father had created some terrific mulch banks. He was way ahead of his time in farming too. For every 10 acres of tea, he had 1 acre of Guatemala grass. And the loppings used to be put as a mulch on the tea to take, because we are farming on very steep slopes, don't forget. And we have high precipitation, high rainfall, and that takes topsoil away. So we protect it. Okay, and then I turned the mulch down, and I found, wow, there were hosts and hosts of life forces over there. It's ideal conditions for soil microorganisms to proliferate. And bam, up comes a dose of urea, and bam, they all die. So I raised this question to my dad. I said, Dad, you've done such fantastic work, mulching, creating this fantastic, you've got 50, 60 acres, decentralized mulching, fantastic. But why do you add chemicals? Because it creates all the, life forces. Oh, I says, it's impossible, the logistics and things. It takes 1 bag of urea to fertilize 100 kgs of urea to provide the nitrogen for an acre. And you need 3.5 tons for that. Where's the logistics? So I didn't tell him a thing. I found a little spot in the garden, which is secluded. It was 1,700 acres with 1,000 acres of forest and 500 acres of tea. And then there was 5 acres, quietly nobody visited. So I got hold of 2 chappies in the garden, my friends, and we manured this ourselves. Look at well-composted manure. And I tracked the manufacture from it, as well as the tasting the following day. And I armed myself with a dictaphone. In those days, we even had the dictaphone then. And surreptitiously, I turned it on. And that came on. Fantastic. Oh, this fantastic. Rajah, trace it. Where did that tea come from? I didn't tell him a thing. I kept up the charade for about 6 months.
You didn't?
And they said, Dad, yes, I did. And they said, Dad, he's a tyrannical, rich landlord. His word is law. He's God. He's not going to listen to anybody. Come on. So I had to be very tactful about it.
Yeah.
So then I took him for a walk to the spot. He said, where are you taking me? I said, look, Dad, you're a hunter. You're a famous hunter. So don't tell me that even at the age of 62, you're backtracking. Oh, no, he got his ego. So he came along. I sat him down, took out the dictaphone, and said, His eyes became wider and wider. I said, oh, so this is it. And after that, we started funding the cows to the 500 odd villages we had in southern villages. And it took us 5 years to provide 1,000 cows. But we got the necessary logistics of composting for it. If you want to go organic, the trick is the manure, the farmyard manure.
Right.
And switching from, conventional, where you get a bag of urea as opposed to 3.5 tons of the other stuff, that means you need, 30 times more material.
Yeah.
And that material, the right material. So it's a huge nightmare, and it took time, and then it became famous. The quality jumped enormously. Visitors started coming. I must tell you about one or two of the visitors with the hallmark.
Please.
Monsieur Finkoff, Michel Finkoff, famous guy now. So we started a voyage. He came across in the height of the GNLF movement. There's a lot of political turpitude. And he comes in beating through there. And we were the only garden functioning. All the others had shut down because we had a community-based activity by then. I was 12, 13 years in the farm and empowered the ladies because, anywhere I've been in the world, whether it's in Toronto or London or Paris or Stockholm or anywhere, you have one common thread. Women bend the back the hardest and are always relegated to second-class citizenship. And the more marginalized society, the greater the exploitation.
Yeah.
And believe me, in the tea estate scenario, which the colonial hierarchy and setup, the women are the worst exploited. They used to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get a headload of firewood and just cook, because you cannot have uncooked rice. It's simple as that. Then come back and then cook and scrub, and the children off to school, the husbands off to work, themselves off to work, hours break for lunch, come back, cook, scrub, again, use the sexual punch back and off to tired slumber. It wasn't an easy life. So the first thing I did was to build toilets for them and to make other initiatives like homestays, and so that you had extra income from home. And the cow played a very big role there, because the moment we gave a cow, we gave the biogas, we got the dung, the slurry. It was a whole, as a green economy. We talk about green economy now, but by rote, intuitively we've done it. So all sustainable synergies are impulses which you release from the ground up. You can give it a connotation, you can give a certification, it's for value. Our initiatives on the ground. And ladies fundamentally have to be important. And let's call the cow holy. You know why the cow is holy?
Mm.
Do you know why the cow is holy, Shabnam?
Tell me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Tell me.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I can hear you great.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Tell me.
It's in the horns, because after sunset, no other horned creature, not the bull, not the buffalo, not the goat, not the sheep, they don't masticate. They don't go chomp, chomp, chomp. They don't chew. They don't digest. Okay? It's in the horns of the cow. There's a helical groove all the way to the top. It traps the cosmic energy. And post sunset, it raises it down to its 4 stomachs. Mind you, 4 stomachs. So it's a massive digester. The cow is a massive digester.
Yes.
And plop, when the cow dung falls, is the only dung in the world which is exposed to 24 hours of sunlight.
Oh, we lost Rajah for a moment there. Hopefully he will come right back. Give us a minute. He's a fascinating man to listen to, I can tell you that much. I have to admit that as I was preparing for this, I thought, you know what? We're just going to listen to Rajah Banerjee tell his stories, because they are absolutely fascinating. Has anybody drank any of Makabari's amazing teas? I know that some of you are drinking, Tea Rebellion says, drinking smallholder black tea from Malawi. I've seen a lot of lapsangs being drunk here. I saw earlier lots and lots of lapsangs. Oh, hello, Nepal has joined us as well. We love Nepalese teas. It's definitely interesting about, oh, there we go. Rajah, are you back?
Yeah, just back. I think something
There you
went wrong.
go. There you go.
Okay.
So we lost you. You were talking about how the cow manure is the only is exposed to sunlight for 12 hours.
Yeah, to 24 hours. So
24,
if you manage
sorry.
it well, because it's a massive 24-hour digester.
Yes.
So if you manage the dung well, it becomes the best healer of the soil. And believe you me, healthy soil is healthy mankind. That transcends politics, economics, and the environment.
It does
so it's
indeed.
completely holistic. When you give up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, please.
So when you give arm the 500 million or so village women in India who are marginalized, a cow and a biogas and a toilet, you're changing a mega change. You'll make India the organic food bowl of the world. And we can do that with tea because there are 62,000 small growers in North Bengal itself.
Yes.
And they're all selling the thing to states or, to bottle tea factories, which is a new kid in the block. And so they make some sort of and when you're selling leaf, you're bombing the soil, you're forcing the growth. But when it's your own cow, you don't need to be taught how to do it. So we should focus on artisanally grown teas with organic practices, holistic, with food security, arming the, sort of empowering the women. And when women have extra money jangling in their pockets, they want to invest it on the children. Then they'll create a self-respecting grassroots entrepreneur with Ayurvedic practices because the environment blooms. They don't have to get up at 4 in the morning to chop down a tree to cook the rice. They have it on tap. It's a non-polluting renewable energy on tap. So it goes on and on. The chain is, this is what Rinpoche is going to do now. Yeah. But yeah, I must tell you about my Japanese buyer though.
Okay, tell me
really
before you do that. I think that what you're talking about is really important because, and I don't want it to be lost because I sometimes think that we have big problems in the world everywhere, absolutely everywhere. You have them there, we have them here. Everybody has them in different ways, in different formats, and they're sometimes very complicated. But I sometimes think that when we overcomplicate things, we put ourselves in a place of paralysis where we think, too complicated, we can't do anything about it. And sometimes it's little things like giving women a cow to be able to nourish themselves. And all of the things that you've talked about, that little thing can make such a big difference that, I think that what is really unique and special about what you have done, whether you did it at Makabari, I know reluctantly, and I'm going to have to read this quote because this is something that, I read this and I'm like, no, come on. So this is something that you have said. Events designed by the cosmos.
Yes, you see.
No. Everybody has to hear this because you know what you said, but everybody else doesn't know. Hang on. Okay. Events designed by the cosmos brought me to Makabari, and the same forces designed my exit. I didn't want to be at Makabari, and it took me 47 years of experimentation, planting 2 million trees, and creating that primary forest. The fire was an indication that my time was over. You are very much led by something greater than yourself, I think. And I think that obviously, based on what you've already told us, started with, this out-of-body experience that you had and whatever connection you were able to have and understanding that there is something greater around us beyond, this flesh and bone and organs that are within our bodies. And I think that that's really unique. So now you can tell me about your Japanese buyer.
Yeah, but prior to that, I must tell you.
Yes.
Actually, being at Makabari has answered the 3 questions that all human beings are troubled with. Where we come from.
Yeah.
What are we doing in this terrestrial inferno, and where do we go? And if you start living your life for the sake in service of community and to be a rhythm of nature, you find the answers to 3 questions. And I think in the post-COVID-19 time, there is going to be a paradigm shift in thinking. And the work that sustainability and ethics is the most essential component of day-to-day life will play a very important, crucial role in everybody's lifestyles. And if you can couple the 5 synergies I said, permacultural, most crops are grown monoculturally. So if you grow, even the tea. So if you grow the tea permaculturally, then we use cow dung manure, empower the women who are working for the tea fields who are the worst exploited. They in turn develop grassroots entrepreneurs with herbals as part of it. Tisans can be a part of that ecotourism. So you earn earnings at home. And use technology, which is enabling us to pass this message on to millions across the world. It's connectivity. So you have a win-win situation from below the soil, above the soil, arboreally, cyberspace, and down. It's a complete unity, harmony. And that's, you're not winning against the environment now. When we think about having a lifestyle which is focusing on the flavor and the balance sheet, you become a boardroom brawler and you get ahead. But when you start appreciating the paradigm shift in the mindset and having the flavor and the balance sheet of life, then a whole new ball game opens up. The situation we are in at the moment. It's quite exciting. Rinpoche is going to lead the charge.
It's definitely a strange. It's definitely a strange new world that we're living in, and I think you're right. I think that for some people, this is some people will use this as an opportunity to wake up to the things that are greater than us, around us, and that balance sheet of life, as you just so nicely named it. So tell me, what I want to do is, and you have not seen this yet, unless you were watching earlier. I love the Marcel Proust question. No, Rajah, where did you go? No, Rajah's gone. He needs to answer my Proust question. All right, Rajah's gone. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he'll come back. I'm going to wait a minute and see if he comes back. I think for any of you that have had Makabari, it's what Rajah. Oh, there he is. Hang on, let me let you back. You can't leave without saying goodbye. Rajah. So Rajah, I love the Proust questionnaire. Marcel Proust wrote 38 questions, and every single person that joins me today on my SofaSummit is going to answer randomly one of the Proust questions. So I am literally just pulled this randomly out. I think this is a good one for you. Your question, your Marcel Proust question is, which living person do you most admire?
Living person.
Yes.
I guess it'll have to be a creature.
All right, I'm going to give you that one. I think when you're living a life as a rhythm of nature, you contribute something. Nature gives you a little bonus. And we've evolved a little creature in Macaibari, it's called the tea deva, which mimics the tea leaf completely, underside, overside, serrations, everything. And that's the living creature that I admire most because I think it is so miraculous. And that also leads me to believe that all simple solutions are the miracles of life. And that is the living force that I admire most. Simple solutions that create dynamic synergies. That is lovely. Do you want to tell me about your Japanese buyer that I cut you off on?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me.
My first famous Japanese buyer, they subsequently went on to form this company called Macaibari Japan Limited, was a venerable gentleman called Mr. Ishii. So he landed up at Macaibari, courtesy of my dad, old friend of dad's. And he looked in, he was suspicious of everything, etc. And he was based in one of the Middle Eastern countries because of exclusive buyer, oil importer for Marubeni. He was retiring soon. So in 3 years, he made 37 trips, and every month he used to trip once, twice. And he spent 2 or 3 days, he's taking notes, scribble. Everybody in the garden is totally fed up with him. He said, why do you tolerate this man? I said, just take it easy, just relax, just take it easy. I like the man. And then after 3 years, he was ready to order, and he put in his order. Can you imagine what the quantity was?
I'm going to say the entire garden.
That's what everybody thinks. One chest of tea, 21 kilos.
Oh,
And he became one of my most favorite importers, Makai Japan Limited, subsequently. This was in 1999.
one chest of tea after all that.
Just one after 3 years.
But the moral of the story is that he became your best customer in the long run.
Oh, yes. Just a decade later, the picture turned completely.
There you go.
So, there's
patience.
There's
Patience, grasshopper. Patience.
It's just patience is the virtue that we all need to develop, I'm afraid.
That is absolutely.
That's what sustainability is all about.
It is.
Watching nature closely and being a rhythm of nature. To learn to be, instead of trying to be arrogant and say, I have a national park here. No, without oxygen, we cannot live. Plant a tree. 7 billion people on this earth, 7.5. If we all planted a tree of a sapling of a choice for the next 10 years, there wouldn't be any global warming. There wouldn't be any COVID-19.
Big words, I know.
Really. Because all issues of humanity is about harmony, imbalance. You bring the forest back, there's harmony.
Well, I think that, locking all human beings up for the past weeks has been the greatest lesson there, hasn't it? Taking human beings out of the equation has cleaned the oceans. The rivers are running clear. The skies in Darjeeling have never been so clear as what they are right now. The pictures that I have seen are unbelievable. I was in Darjeeling, I think it must be 6 years ago now. And I have to say, one of the most magical places on the planet, truly. And I'm not just saying that because I'm talking to you right now, but it was the entire time that I was there, everybody kept pointing. The Himalayas, they're right over there. I'm like, uh-huh.
But
sure they are.
It's a very special one. That's Kanchenjunga. In Tibetan, it means mountain of 5 hidden treasures.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And legend has it that Shambhala in the heart of Kanchenjunga, a mythical horse will come with the 5 treasures and give it to humanity's uplift. And I think Rinpoche is the recipient of this largesse. And that's why Rinpoche was formed. And we are right under the aegis of Kanchenjunga to uplift humanity.
So tell us, where can we get your beautiful Rinpoche tea? For all the people that are watching here and loving you, there's all kinds of love coming here from the chat box. I hope you can feel it. Tell people, where can they get your Rinpoche?
Just write to me and I'll give you all the details.
Oh, okay.
We have dealers everywhere. We have hubs everywhere now. Okay. We are going places, but not only tea, but also organic stuff, which is tisanes and herbs, spices, rice, lentil, the works. It's about taking Makai Bari into a whole new different, panoramic things of the surface of nature to be a rhythm of nature. That's only just tea. Tea is monocultural. It's interesting.
Yes.
I've spent 47 years monoculturally, but now is the time. You see, the good thing about cindering of the house was I was no more the sentinel of my ancestral sins. So it's free to do what I do. So I took all the silver tips out of that and I'm planting it all over in the remote hamlet.
When do you rest? When do you rest?
Well, if you meditate, that compensates for sleep. So 5 hours a day is good enough for me.
You sleep 5 hours a day, that's it?
Yeah, that's more than enough because if you meditate twice a day, it compensates for sleep.
And how long do you meditate?
Oh, it doesn't. 15 minutes. You can't meditate for more than 15 minutes intensely. But there's preparation, You can do a bit of yoga and this and that, breathing and stuff. But actual meditation is only about 15 minutes.
So
it's impossible.
I know that I interrupted your yoga tonight.
Doesn't matter, but I think we have made a different connection.
We did.
And thank you for giving me this opportunity, Shabnam.
Well,
do you know what your name means?
I do. Morning dew.
There you go.
I do.
So we drink it in the evening. We are preparing for the next morning's meditation.
There you go. You can meditate on Shabnam. The yes, Shabnam means morning dew. It's Shab is night and Nam is moisture. So I want to thank you, Mr. Banerjee. I raise my cup, my teacup. What are you drinking?
Silver tips this year's from one of my villages.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's.
Send your address and I'll pop it to you. It's delightful. It's delicate. You can see the liquor. It's beautiful.
I'm going to send it faster than you can possibly drink the rest of that tea. Everybody is itching for 2020. Everybody's itching for that rare 2020 tea this year. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for a few things. So give me a moment here. I want to thank you, first of all, for your time tonight. I truly, truly appreciate it. But more than that, much, much, much more than that, I raise my cup to you. I raise my cup to all of the people and the lives that you have touched, because I know that the people that have worked with you in your gardens have been touched by not only you and the work that you've done, first in Makabari reluctantly, and now with Rinpoche willingly. Either way, you have done great things to this tea industry. You have done amazing things to the legacy that you were handed. And if you are a steward in passing, sir, I say we are all very, very lucky to have had that privilege. So I raise my cup to you. Thank you.
Salute.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you in India.
Anytime. My home is yours.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Big name. Big. So from one big name, we're going straight into the next big name. And that is Mr. Arun Singh. And there he is. So we are still in India, for those of you that are keeping track of where I am in the world. Hi, Arun.
Hi, Shabnam. You just had a legend. Absolutely, I'm fine, very well.
Are you safe? Because I know that you are having dramatic weather at the moment.
Absolutely. I was very, very apprehensive about this show this evening.
Yeah.
Because we had terrible time whole of last night.
Yes.
And my electricity was restored only at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I'm in nick of time to be with you at least this evening as the India time is concerned. Yeah.
So but the tea gods were on our side.
Yeah.
The tea gods were on our side. You're all safe though.
Absolutely, we are safe. Thank you very much. Yep.
Terrible. That's as if there wasn't enough to deal with.
Yeah, one was COVID, and this was even a bigger disaster, I would say. I know. Because it really affected the rural population a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And whole Calcutta was disrupted. Even now, I think if you move around, the trees fallen all over the place. And this was the worst that people remember in last at least 50 years.
Yeah, that's what I've been reading. So let me introduce you, Mr. Arun Singh, to all, I know who you are, but to all of the people that are here. We have quite an international crowd joining us, Arun. We've got, I'm going to quickly review, and I know I'm going to miss people because people have come in. So we've got UK, we've got Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, Mexico, and I'm sure I've missed somebody. Uruguay and Nepal.
You've got your plate full.
So I say thank you to the tea gods for connecting your internet connection. Everybody here says thank you, because otherwise they'd have to watch me dance or sing for 30 minutes, and that's not good for anybody.
No, I'm grateful to God that He has given me this opportunity
So
with you. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Arun, I'm going to introduce you to everybody. I'm going to first start with your former life and then your current life, because I just had Rajah Banerjee on. And like Rajah Banerjee, you guys just don't know how to retire. Nobody explained the word retirement to you. So you have this big life already, and such a great mark that you've made on it. And that's not enough. No, you're doing more. So I'm going to start by introducing your former life. And in your former life, you were the vice chairman of Goodrick. And Goodrick, and I'm going to let you say it instead of me listing who and what Goodrick is and what it means to the world of tea, and so everybody can understand the context. But before I do that, let me also introduce who you are today. And that is the founder and trustee of your think tank called Tea Vision, which serendipity has it. You launched on May 21st of 2019, not knowing, of course,
day.
Yes, not knowing, of course, that this was going to be International Tea Day forevermore. So you are deeply connected. So I'm going to let you tell us first who Goodrick is, and then we can talk about Tea Vision.
Well, let me first wish everybody a very happy International Tea Day. And I would like to really dedicate this particular day to the millions of workers who are behind it to make this wonderful beverage for all of us. So to begin with that, I think I pay my tribute to all those workers. Well, Goodrick is a worldwide name. It's part of the Camellia PLC. And just to clarify that I'm presently a non-executive vice chairman. So I'm just, so I don't have any executive role, but it's been wonderful to work. I was for 43 years with Goodrick, born and brought up there. And I have seen this company growing from scratch because it was formed on the 1st of January 1978, when all the Sterling Gardens grouped together to launch the Goodrick Group Limited, So I was part of the only person at this moment who was part of that, who has seen that beginning, well, it's a journey of more than 4.5 decades. I've loved each and every moment of it. The group has grown from strength to strength and has been able to become one of the finest group as far as the tea quality is concerned, as far as the compliances are concerned, as far as the workers' welfare is concerned. So it gives me tremendous pleasure that when I retired, to use the term retired, you don't say that.
Next chapter.
Yeah. So it's been a good journey. I've enjoyed every bit of it,
So I know what Goodrick is, and you know what Goodrick is, but I think for most people it's about the estates that belong to Goodrick that are really significant. Yeah. So the most famous, I think, in terms of Darjeeling that a lot of people know is Margaret's Hope.
Yep.
So
it's we call it the Queen of Darjeeling. In any case. Yes. Is Margaret's Hope has got a fantastic story. One of my most favorite gardens, although I never worked on it. I was on the neighboring Castleton manager for 4 years. So I've seen Margaret's very closely. I was the VA, then when I was the managing director for 12 years, I was very closely associated for celebrating the 150th year. Yeah. And I know there is a movie on Margaret's, if you have ever seen that.
No.
Oh, really? I'll send it across to you.
Please.
Yeah. So when we had this 150th year of celebration sometime in 2014 or 15, and we made this film on Margaret's, And you know that this the whole name of Margaret's, it was a different name earlier, and Margaret's name came from the manager's daughter.
Yes, I want you to tell the story because it's one of my favorite stories, but it's also tragic. So I want you to share the story with everybody.
Yeah, so this manager's daughter didn't want to leave, Margaret. So she was kind of forced to go to UK and never to return, And that was the tragic story behind this garden. And many have seen her soul wandering around in the Margaret's bungalow. And, Mr. Peter Leggett, who was our chairman at one time, and he has himself experienced it. Once I organized a course for our tea ladies, etiquette course for our tea ladies, and a lady who had come from Jaipur, not knowing anything about this, she got up next morning and she started narrating this horror story to a lot of people, but it's a wonderful story for us. And she could feel that fragrance and the feel of this girl. So she's still very much there, and that's what makes this garden 400 odd hectares, majority of chineries. This is one garden which can give you a very good quality in first flush, second flush, autumn. So it's evergreen, this garden is absolutely evergreen. And Touchwood has been serving the tea connoisseur world over with its quality. We have recently, in 2016-17, we made a Margaret's Deck, a tea lounge,
Yes.
Just for everybody to visit and have the feel of Margaret's. And I think that has been a wonderful addition to our group's identity, as a tea lounge. We were very keen to launch a tea lounge in Darjeeling and elsewhere. And that was the first lounge that we launched. And this is only garden, Shabnam, which has got, for permanent workers, for temporary workers, a toilet and a water supply in every house. That was part of the gift which we made a commitment, and we fulfilled. And I must thank Twinings, for being a partner in this venture with us. And we together did this, made it happen for temporaries and permanent workers, a water supply and toilets in every house. So that made me feel very, very satisfied, very, very happy,
I will pass that on to Stephen Twining. I have Stephen Twining on in a few hours with me.
Okay, yeah, please convey my thanks, and gratitude.
I will. So so tell me about this retirement that wasn't a retirement. Let's talk about T-Vision. What is it?
Well,
why?
You see, the man never, as I said, you never retire. Man is never tired, never retired. Retirement is when you change your role. It's
yes.
In Indian philosophy, there are stages in life. When youth, and then you become your adulthood, and then your
yes.
There are different Hindi names to it, which I won't like to really take your time. So similarly, there is a stage when you have achieved everything in your own life. Now you wanted to give back to the society, So it was a very calculated move. Not many people wanted that I should retire. But me and my wife are very, very sure that I think there's a time. There are aspirations down the line, when people want to take over. People shouldn't ask you when you are retiring. They should ask you why you are retiring,
This is a good point. Always know when to leave.
Yeah. So I always wanted to be remembered why you are retiring. And then I had already a mission and a vision for myself that all that name, fame, actually you get from the industry, Otherwise, if I joined as a young tea garden assistant in Doors, I worked for 45 years. 24 years on the plantation, about almost 20 years in corporate job. So I've seen the group grow, making profit, doing, I mean, it's never enough, It's always, I mean, many things I wanted to do in my life for the workers, for the garden, for the company. But then you can't achieve everything, but then you leave it for your predecessors to really take it forward.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I thought, what should I do? And then I got in touch of my some senior colleagues who were bureaucrats, and Mr. Banerjee, who was the Tea Board chairman. You would know, prior to him was Mr. N.K. Das. So, and then thereafter, recently, Mr. Siddharth has joined us. So, all these senior bureaucrats who have long experience in tea sector,
Mm-hmm.
and with Mr. Atal and Bobby Bhargava later joined as a CEO.
My friend Bobby. You have to say
Yeah,
hello
Bobby,
to him for me. Yes.
And we had a trade union leader from Assam who was a 5-time member of parliament and a sitting he was a sitting MP, and he's the chairman of the one of the biggest unions in Assam. He was very kind to be a part of this trust. And that's how we got registered on 21st. And we had that, I sent you the pictures,
Yes.
that on 21st of May last year, we formed this trust. From there, it has gone so what we have got, there are 3 things for this trust, it's a 360-degree vision trust, because we don't work for only producers, nor for workers, nor for unions, so we work for everybody. Because we realize that unless every part of this sustainability is there, every part of this tree becomes sustainable, there is no point having the tea industry, as just be a producer organization or a workers. So the stakeholders are many. So we wanted to work for everybody. But there are 3 major stakeholders, the producers,
Okay. Yep.
the workers.
Yep.
These are the 2 major, if you see. And then the third one is the sellers and others, And then there are a lot of the brokers, and there are so many accessories to this entire tree. So what we do is for the producers, we give them strategic advice of there are any problem. We lobby with the government for what is good for the industry. We may not agree 100% of what the producers want, because we also want that the workers should benefit by any policy. Yeah. So we formulate among ourselves, since we have got these very esteemed people from diverse background. So we take up issues, which is good for the producers, which is good for the workers. Mm-hmm. So for producers, we basically lobby with the government, the policies which will benefit, which will be sustainable for the whether it is wages, whether it is other benefits or whatever, the subsidies or anything that the producers need to keep themselves sustainable. Then for the workers, we work in diverse field. One is we are working for women health and hygiene, mm-hmm. the sanitary napkin program, because that's our survey has done that more than 70% of the women on the gardens, they don't use sanitary napkin, more than 70%. So this is a big project we have taken with one of the NGOs in Calcutta, and we have started on many gardens. I initiated when I was MD, very small in one of the tea gardens in Goodrick. But taking the cue from there, I've started on many Tata gardens, APPL gardens. Then I'm working with proprietary gardens, and slowly we want to do that. We have been promoting non-conventional sports for the workers, and we had 2 successful golf tournaments, one in Assam and one in North Bengal, where we had about 50 participants in Assam and about 42 in Doars. And with we give them golf clubs, balls, T-shirts. So why we started. A lot of people don't know why golf. I have seen these workers,
You love golf. I know you travel. There's no place you go that you don't have your golf bag with you at the airport. I know.
But sometimes look at the workers, they have been helping the managerial staff play golf right from the British days till today. But they never had the chance to play. And I'm sure when I saw them playing golf, and really found them, they play with a mallet, a wooden mallet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one side is flat and one side is angled. And just that one mallet, they could play to 14 handicap. So I really got very much interested that I must empower them, encourage them, provide them, necessary help. And the person who won this year tournament in Dwars played to 6 handicap only, single handicap, which is wonderful. We have played our life. Throughout our life, we have played golf, but we have never been able to play to 6 handicap. So this is the talent, I want to bring in them. And so we are trying to promote this non-conventional sports. We are also helping them in how we should structure the wages, that they benefit. So when we talk to the government, we talk about their benefit. We want them to own their house. What should be the way forward? The government should do, what the producer should do, what the workers should do, so that they could own housing, which they're 4th generation living on the gardens without their own house. So these are some very key fundamentals that we are working. And we are happy in that 1 year we have been able to achieve with our limited resources and manpower. Yes, I'm very happy. And we want to continue with this program more and more, basically on the health and hygiene. With the women workers, they form almost 55% of the workforce today. And I think this one single thing can change their life, and it's going to help the producers because there will be less sickness, less of expenditure on medical, more mandates in hand to be deployed. So it's going to be a win-win situation, and I'm seeking help from producers also, that they should come forward and participate in this program. I'm very glad that with our limited exposure, we have had some fantastic response. And Goodrick, I must say that the present managing director, Atul Asthana, is taking very deep interest in this. And then from one garden where I started, he has expanded to on, I think, 5 of them, And slowly, I'm sure we will cover all our gardens. So it's really been a very satisfying second inning for me. Very, very satisfying so far.
Your second inning, I love it. So I just Rajah, Banerjee, and I, we were just actually having a similar conversation in terms of that giving back and empowering and the things that can be done, because we all know, for those of us that have are in the industry, have worked in the industry, there are a lot of challenges, just like there are in every industry on the planet. What I said to Rajah is that sometimes we look at all of the problems or issues or challenges, whatever word you want to use, and they're so big, and we think that they're so big that we become paralyzed into doing nothing. And the reality is that sometimes, there's an old saying, how do you eat an elephant? You eat it one bite at a time. You need to look at the little bits first, and as opposed to trying to tackle one entire problem. And I think that what you are talking about right now, in terms of just something as simple as sanitary napkins right, can make such a big difference. And I think
big difference,
right. And it seems like such a simple thing, right? I'm going to connect you with a project. I'm going to send you information on a project in Rwanda that has done the same thing with great success. I think that sometimes a lot of these projects happen in different places, and we can all learn from each other. So I'm going to send you.
Another thing I want to add, that we have just going to undertake survey on at least 10 gardens on the socio-economic condition of a worker, where, you know, one worker, two worker, three per worker, what is their, how they are coping up with their lives, whether they have got any monetary burden on them, have they taken loan from which source. So we want to address this microfinancing for workers, you know, so that they don't get into debt. So once this survey comes, where we have got this sanitary napkin project also inbuilt in that questionnaire, and once we have that, then there is an agency in Guwahati which is doing this study for us. And once we have that, we will have a much clearer picture as what else can be done for the workers, you know, and for improving their lives.
Dear sir, you are a true gentleman. You know that you're, for me, no, you really are. I'm not just saying that. You really honestly are. You are a true gentleman from the moment that I met you many years ago in Calcutta. I can't let you go though yet, because everybody has to answer one of my Proust questions. So Marcel Proust he wrote 38 questions, and I have written them down here, and everybody's going to randomly answer one of them. I promise there's nothing scary in here. Well, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways for everybody else. What or who, and it could be a what, is the greatest love of your life?
I think, you know, the tea has got into my blood, you know. It's very difficult to get out of it. So I would say that really the tea and the tea industry is something that I've been wedded to now, and to come out of it will be very, very difficult. So that's my first love, I would say.
And your wife?
Well, she's always been there. She will. I mean,
she is the loveliest of women, the loveliest of ladies. If you are a gentleman, she is a true lady.
Without her, I couldn't have done anything, to be very honest, you know. She has been a part and parcel. So we are just two in one, you know.
You are indeed. So, dear Arun, I thank you. I thank you for your time today, truly from the bottom of my heart. I raise my cup to you, not just today, and for the work that you're doing with T-Vision. I think that you know, the act of giving back is so important, and that is what you're doing. I thank you for that, but I also thank you for your past life and everything that you have given to this tea world and the tea that is in your blood. Cheers.
Thank you, Shabnam, for giving me this opportunity, and cheers to a lovely International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gents. Of course, I'm not going to actually eat an elephant, Jens. It's, and I know you know that. So we are moving along. We are blah, 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 blah. I need to rewind my mouth a little bit. We are still in India, and we are moving along, and I am very pleased to add to my chat Ketan Patel. Hello, Ketan. How are you?
I'm good, Shabnam. How are you doing?
I'm very good. Are you, let me start first and foremost. You are safe. I know that you were, I know that you had to chop down a very old tree.
Yep, very old mango tree. Yes.
That's sad.
Yeah, so it was a tough day for Calcutta because there was massive destruction overnight with the cyclone. So I went at 6 in the morning, I went around running like my morning runs, and I was stopped at every corner because there was a tree on the road on every corner. So it was tough to see all that. And then I had to come back and chop a big tree because that was lying on my car. So just to manage to take that car off after chopping that tree was a tough one.
It's a tough day.
Yeah.
I thank you. I thank you for nonetheless joining me, despite being in a really difficult day. It's not easy. I know you've all been in lockdown for quite some time now, and still have some days ahead of you. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a while for the lockdown, but it's International Tea Day, and I'm very happy to be here. It's an honor, and I think what you've put together is absolutely amazing. So it's these small things that keep you going. Positive things, because that's what we need in our daily lives. We got to stay positive and we got to stay strong. So I think cheers to that, and cheers to what you've put together.
Cheers to that. I will definitely cheers to that. I was saying to Yulu earlier that I can't put my arms around all of you on this fabulous day. So this is the best that I could do in trying to, unite us on this really, really special day. So before going any further, I have to introduce you because I know who you are, but everybody watching may not. We have a wide audience, I think you've seen already, from all around the world joining us. So for all of you that are joining, Ketan Patel is owner, operator, you decide what your title is, of Jalinga Tea Estate. Jalinga is really quite fascinating as an estate. You're located in Assam. So for those of you keeping track on your map of where I am right now, I've gone from Darjeeling over to Assam. As I said earlier, I'm on the fastest airplane on the planet. And Jalinga is interesting for a lot of reasons. First of all, because you are 100% organic. And secondly, you are the first, and I want to say only, but you can correct me there, carbon neutral estate. Is that right?
Yeah.
So far I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
But besides all of that, there are so many things that you do at Jalinga, and I think that this is a really common thread that I hope everybody who is joining us today sees, is that this industry, and one of the things that I love about this industry, people ask me, where does your passion come for this industry? It comes from from everybody that's in it. How can you not be passionate about an industry that provides me with a beverage that gives me comfort, that gives me strength, that gives me energy, that gives me calm, and then at the same time is so deeply connected to itself that it is always and constantly giving back? So I'm going to start by first asking you to tell me about your tea journey, because the gentlemen that I've had on before you, both Rajah and Arun, have had a long life in tea, but you're a young man. And to be running a tea estate and to do all of the things that you are doing within Jalinga is really quite extraordinary. So I want to know your tea journey. How did you get into tea?
So I'm actually a tea family. I'm from a tea family, a third generation in the tea family. But there was a time when I actually left the family business. I went to a different part of India called Pune, next to Mumbai, where I worked in a food company. Because I wanted the family business to be organic. It wasn't happening. When I came back, everything happened organic, certification happened, and I knew that this is what I wanted to do with the business. So it's been about, I would say, close to 9 to 10 years that I started our organic tea exports from zero. Now we're doing almost 1,500 tons of organic tea exports worldwide. More than Jalinga production. Jalinga is about 900 tons. But then we support a lot of other organic producers from all over India, and we export. Our focus also is working with smallholders, small farmers in India. So that's actually been my journey, and it's been 3 years that I've actually taken over the business. It was a joint family business, and I bought over my uncle's share 3 years back. Wasn't the easiest because I didn't have the money to pay him. So a lot of my overseas buyers actually supported me with financing that. So I had a lot of my German, Italian buyers who actually paid me advance that I could take over the business. So it's been An interesting and a challenging journey. Last 3 years that I actually started looking after the tea estate, because earlier I was more on the front end marketing side, but now I've been more on the back end as well. So it's been an interesting journey where now I've stabilized the production. We've got a very good team on ground now. So we're doing all kinds of teas from CTC, Orthodox, Oolong, white teas. We started floriculture. We're doing organic flowers. So we're doing a lot of projects. To be honest, 2020 is personally my first year, because this is the year where we are taking a lot of new projects at Jalinga, and that is going to take us to a different level. I would say we've got little delayed due to COVID, but we are still on target that maybe in 2 to 3 months, a lot of the projects that we have outlined for 2020, we're going to initiate. One of them is the Jalinga Climate Tea Research Foundation, which is actually my most passionate project. It's actually a non-profit that Jalinga has created with Atmosphere. Atmosphere in Germany is one of the largest climate companies in Europe. So it's a big thing for Jalinga to partner with such a company in Europe. It's one of the biggest climate companies, non-profit in Europe, where we're both investing in this research foundation. The research foundation is almost 250,000 euro budget, where both the parties are equally contributing to this, where our focus is to convert the whole Jalinga tea factory to the first zero emission tea factory in the world. We are looking at stopping of coal usage, converting the coal, replace it with biomass pellets. We're going to stop electricity as well as the generators that we run, because we don't have continuous electricity around the year. So we are replacing it with biogasifier. All the residential electricity requirements would be all solar. So we're going to invest all this in this conversion, and we feel, I've already done my basic calculation, that going green for the first time, my cost of production is actually going to go down by 20%. So I strongly feel that this would be path-breaking, purely because this would definitely cut down a lot of carbon emissions, which the industry is emitting into the atmosphere, as well as it would be great for the producers, because this would actually bring their production cost down by 15 to 20%. So it's basically a win-win for the environment, win-win for the producers. Yeah. Research nobody's done ever in a tea estate in the world. So I'm very excited. This project is focusing mostly in Assam, in South Assam, especially where the 100 tea estates are, where there's a lot of biomass availability, which we can use to our benefit to replace all these requirements, energy requirements in the tea factory. Why Atmosphere is investing in this 50%, purely because what Atmosphere, we already have an old relationship with Atmosphere about 4 years back, where we gave all our 1,500 tea workers a zero emission cooking stove. And that's how we started our first carbon credit project with Atmosphere, with this cooking stove that we gave to all our workers. Now this relationship is going to go further down with Atmosphere. The reason why they're investing is purely, again, the same thing, where they would look at the carbon emission reductions that would happen at the Jalinga tea factory with this change of, and they would put together carbon credits. And they would basically take probably 150,000 euro worth of carbon credits in relation to their investment back into the EU, because that's what they do. They sell carbon credits to the airlines, to the governments into the EU. And that's why Atmosphere is partnering with us. So this is actually my most passionate project, because climate is something which really fascinates me.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you there, because that's a big statement coming from you, right? And I say that because anybody who's met you knows that you are incredibly passionate about the projects that you put on. And I know that we're talking about, the one that you're doing right now, this Climate Tea Research Foundation, which is extraordinary. But you have a lot of projects and initiatives that you spearhead and that you push forward at Jalinga. And I think what's really extraordinary about the way that you do it is that you're infectious. And what I mean by that is that anybody who's around you you are going to tell them and share with them what you're doing. And you do it with such conviction and such dedication and belief that it's almost like you want this person to say, yes, we're going to do that everywhere on the planet, and let's go right now. Your question, I always feel when I talk to you, is why hasn't, let's go right now. This should have been done 10 minutes ago. And I think that's really, really, really quite inspiring and wonderful. So what I want you to do, and I think, you know, everything that you talked about, the Tea Research Foundation is fantastic. And I think visionary is a really good word. A lot of people in the chat box here are using that word for you right now. I don't know if you can see the chat box, but that's what they're using. I think that what is extraordinary about all of the people that do amazing things is that they don't accept things as they are. And that's what you've done. You say, yes, your background is that you come from a tea family, but you took over a tea garden and didn't accept things as they are. You saw things as you would like to, you imagined things as you would like to see them, and you decided to make it so. And it's not just that you have this Tea Research Foundation and, you know, you're carbon neutral and organic, and those are great things for, you know, me as a consumer, the globe as a whole. But what I really want you to talk about for a few minutes is the fact that you take your tea workers with you along this journey. And I think that that's extraordinary as well, is that it's not just about, you know, these projects that you put on with organizations in other places and, you know, Atmosphere in Germany, et cetera, but that you actually take your workers along with you. You never forget your workers along the way. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, so, you know, that's the one passionate side of me that I spoke was the climate. And the other passionate side is the social aspect, you know. So I'm very passionate about what I do. If I'm not passionate, I would not do that. So if I do something, I will give it my 100%. And to be honest, in the last, right through the lockdown, every month I actually go to Jalinga, and my trips have been stalled. So the last week I did a call with my Jalinga union workers, and we did a video call, and they were so excited to see me on the video. And this week I did a call with my smallholder project. So we have actually converted two villages around Jalinga to organic as well. So all the small farmers are in that, and we are getting them organic and fair trade certified, where we buy back everything and we export. So we basically, you know, spreading our wings around in that region and taking all the smallholders into our partnership as well. What we do also at Jalinga is, you know, we bring in a lot of fair trade premium money. So we've done a lot of projects for our workers in terms of health, sanitation, and housing. We've done a lot of investment in terms of school. We've done events for sports. We're investing in sports for the kids as well as the tea workers. We sponsored a football tournament for the neighboring 15 tea estate workers. And it was the first time we did that. And I took a big star from Calcutta, from East Bengal club, and he was amazed because the finals was played barefoot. So all these 15 tea estate tea workers who competed, they were all playing barefoot. So we've decided that, we've decided next year we're going to sponsor football for all these 15 tea estate workers who participate. You know, so these are things that you know, we want to try and do more because I think sports is a great part of everyone's life. So we're doing a lot on that front as well. Another aspect which has been very hot on the news is the living wage in Assam. So we've done a lot in that aspect. I would say some of it was by default. We didn't even know that we were doing it until we actually went down deep into the subject to see what all was happening. So the living wage, what we do is, we've generated a lot of projects for our workers at Jalinga as additional income generation projects. So we've given them land free of cost to grow rice. We're giving them better seeds to grow better quality rice, white rice, black rice. We've given them Florida flower seeds to grow in their backyards. We've given them additional land for fishery. We've given them also for cows. We buy cow dung and urine from them. We buy milk from them because we do our own composting. At
Right.
Jalinga, we are the only tea estate in India which does its own on-farm composting. We do almost 3,500 tons of on-farm composting. There's no tea estate in the world or in India which does so much composting on farm. We don't bring any off-farm inputs. A lot of the other organic producers, they buy a lot of off-farm inputs, but we believe we have a holistic approach where we have to be self-sustainable, and that's what we do at Jalinga. We don't bring anything outside. It's all within from Jalinga is what we do. So we support our workers with all these other aspects. For example, like the cook stove project, where we gave zero emission cooking stove to our 1,300 workers. So the byproduct after cooking is charcoal. We actually buy that charcoal from our workers and we use it in our dryers. So that's also another aspect where they're earning additional income from the used charcoal after the cooking, and we use it in our dryers. So there are a lot of other ways that we have found where we can, give them an incentive and have additional income generation. And what we did at the end of the calculation is that what the government has stipulated as the daily wage, which a lot of Assam gardens were not at par, we actually surpassed that. So for example, they've said 280, 285 rupees, 287 rupees should be the daily wage. We've actually passed that. We've gone to plus 300. We are going this year, we will go close to 350 rupees because we are putting in more projects where we've started organic agriculture at Jalinga. So turmeric, ginger, spices, rice, flowers, everything would be bought from the workers and the smallholder projects. So we would not only support the smallholders just with tea, but we are also converting the villages in agriculture to organic. We would buy back. We've created our own brand called Farmer's Own, which we're going to launch in the Indian market.
What's the brand? Repeat the brand.
Farmer's Own.
Okay, Farmer's Own. And what is that?
And that's going to be an agriculture organic brand. It's basically where we're sourcing directly from small farmers across India in agriculture.
Right.
And that's going to be another project that we're doing. So starting with sourcing from Jalinga workers and the small farmers around Jalinga with the spices, the herbs, the rice. Right. So we're going a little bit away from tea as well, but we believe that we want to convert the whole region to organic and it has to be self-sustainable. And that's why we are taking agriculture into purview as well.
It's all connected, right?
Yeah.
So I know you're a runner.
Yeah.
You run every day. How many kilometers? Tell everybody.
About six to eight.
Every single day. It doesn't matter where on the planet he is. If you follow Ketan on social media, he'll snap a picture on his runs. Sometimes it's in India, sometimes it's Berlin. And when you are when you're running in Jalinga, you often run through the estate barefoot.
Yep, sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the running is actually, there's a story behind my running actually. Okay, I'm going to share. The story is that, when I was buying the family business, my family was not giving me a good time. They were not giving me time to pay the money to my uncle. Yeah. And running became like my exit. So I started running during those hard times when I didn't have the money to buy the business. And slowly I put the money together with my German and Italian buyers giving me that money. And that's how I got into running. And that running made me so strong. And, I've got so fit in my body and in the mind. So it's an addiction now, So even if I land after 20 something hours into LA from India, I would first put my bag and I'll run and I'll kill the jet lag with my running. You
do indeed. So you're still running. If it was an escape at the time, it's fueling you now. But your running inspired a program, an initiative. I mean, I don't even know what to call them anymore. But I think last year was the second year that you've done it, and that's the Jalinga Tea Run.
Yeah.
So tell everybody about the Jalinga Tea Run. I haven't made it yet. I will at some point. I promise.
Yeah. So Jalinga Tea Run was for me an overnight decision. You can Google and look at Jalinga Tea Run. It was purely because, there was a lot of negative publicity in the German media as well as BBC in terms of Assam tea workers' living condition, and especially from Assam. And I took it very personally because they were painting everyone in Assam with the same brush. And I felt that we at Jalinga, we do a lot for our workers. I sit with my union workers, I sit with my workers, we discuss, so they are a part of my family. So I take allegations very personally. So for me, Jalinga Tea Run was an overnight decision where I said, you know what, we're going to do this. Whatever we would collect would all go to charity, to my workers and the children. So that's how the Jalinga Tea Run format came into place 2 years back. So it's like a weekend getaway inside Jalinga Paradise. It's a music festival. There's a half marathon. You do a tea trek inside the forest. There's a lot of tea tasting, tea pairing, the fun events during the day. This year we did our second year, January 23rd and 24th of this year. It was much bigger, so we had DJs from all over the world. So we had DJs from Germany, from UK, from Chile, from India, Goa, Bombay, Calcutta. So it was a big music festival, and we're going to take it to a different level. So people were all staying in tents inside the tea plantation. So it was a great experience. People loved it, and that's actually got a step closer to our tourism project. So this year, again, one of the other projects that we are launching is Jalinga Organic Tourism Project that we're starting, where the Jalinga Bungalow tents on top of tea hills and homestay with the workers, because we've already created accommodation for homestay with our workers. During the music festival, there were about 6-7 people who actually opted for the homestay with our workers. Someone actually from Canada, from Toronto. She and a boyfriend, she did the homestay with the workers, and she really loved it.
Nice.
Yeah. So we've created the tourism project as well. So maybe in the next 2 to 3 months, once things stabilize after COVID, or we want to go ahead and launch a tourism project, because it's going to be, everything would be served organic.
You're still there. Don't worry. Yep.
Yeah. So everything would be sourced locally, everything is organic, and the accommodation as well would be all climate friendly, so all solar, zero pollution, clean electricity would be provided. So that's, again, tourism, organic tea tourism is something that we are launching this year as well.
When do you sleep?
I sleep.
It's you're inspiring. You really, really are. I think that there are some people in the world where you listen to all of the things that they do, and you look at yourself in the mirror and go, what did I do with my day? So you are definitely one of those, and I think that we need people like you, because it inspires other people to do more, and we can all do more. We truly can. I am going to subject you to one of my Proust questions. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. I'm going to. All right. What is the quality you most like in another person?
Obviously, I like when you see something is what you get. So I like people who are straightforward, even if they want to abuse me or say something, talk about my weakness, something they don't like about me. So I like people who are very straightforward. I don't like people who beat beyond the bush, people who, talk nice to you and they go back and say different things. So yeah, I like people who are straight on your face,
Good. Well, let me be very straightforward with you, dear Ketan. I raise my cup. I say thank you. First of all, for your time today. I've got lots of people here that want to do the tea run, by the way, just so you know. So whenever you're ready, you send us the information, and we always post it on our social media. We did it last year and the year before as well. So first of all, in my honesty, I raise my cup. I say thank you, Ketan, first of all, as I said, for your time today. I know that things are very, very difficult, not only because of the situation we're all in, but certainly because of the cyclones that you've been dealing with as well. So it's very, very, very appreciated that you took time in this difficult day to be with us. But beyond that, I say thank you for everything that you do. because not only, I've mentioned this before, and for those of you that are spending the entire day with me, get used to it. I repeat myself, but it needs repeating. That we all, especially in countries where we are consumers as opposed to producers, we make our cups of teas in the morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is, and we don't put much thought into everything that is required to create this cup of tea before it ever hits the shores here to be sold to me. And I think that what you do at Jalinga is extraordinary. I think the initiatives that you have already done in a very short amount of time, and this should not go unnoted, is that you actually haven't been running Jalinga for all that long. I think there are great, great, great things still to come from Jalinga. And I look forward to traveling that journey with you, my friend. I raise my cup to you, Ketan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and hopefully we'll see you soon in India and in Jalinga, and hopefully at the next Jalinga tea run.
Yes, let's. All right. Thank you, Ketan. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, lovely ladies and gentlemen. I need a tea refresh, so I'm going to put you on pause for just 5 minutes, and we will be right back. Hello, hello, hello. There I am. I am back. I have a cup of tea, a fresh one here. And I am going to add to our little chat here, Mr. Stephen Twining. Hello, Stephen.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, delighted that we've got our first internationally recognised International Tea Day. Wow,
we do indeed. It's big. It's a big thing, I think, for our tea community. And I feel, you know, I've been introducing everybody, but I kind of don't feel like I need to introduce you. Your name is, I think, introduction enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stephen Twining. Stephen is 10th generation tea man. Is that correct?
That is.
All right. So, Stephen, we have quite the international group following me on my epic journey around the world today. So say hello to UK, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, Germany, Nepal, Uruguay.
Wow, that is a fantastic list. I can't possibly remember them all, but hello, the world.
Hello, the world, indeed. Thank you for joining me. It means a lot. And I'm gonna just start and I'm gonna throw some tea facts out there for our lovely tea world who's joining us about Twinings, because you are an extraordinary company, and you are. And you are, I think, a brand and a company that we all know as always being there. You know, you're one of these brands that have always existed. Sorry, I forgot New Zealand. It's always somebody I forget from my list. So apologies, New Zealand. But you are one of these brands that have always been there. And I think that, you know, I think it's important for us to remember our history and the importance of that. So your company was started by Thomas Twining.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in 1706 that he purchased 216 Strand in London, which was today meant to be the grand reopening of. Did you do a renovation there, or what was going on?
So obviously, given the world circumstances,
yes.
Minimum social distancing, as we call it over here, keeping 2
yes.
meters apart, is very difficult in that shop because literally it's that wide.
Yes.
So work has ground to a halt, but it was meant to be our grand reopening event today, but the world will get back to normal and we will open the shop again. It will continue to do what it's always done.
You will indeed. And there's no pandemic that's going to stop a shop that's been around since 1706.
Exactly.
In 1711, I just need everybody to understand, it's 2020, we're talking about 1700s. Okay, so in 1711, Queen Anne appointed Thomas Twining her official purveyor of teas. And is that right?
We haven't actually ever been able to prove that.
Oh.
We'd like to think so, but we haven't found a document that says, yes, that is the case.
Just say it is so. It's all good.
I personally have strong reasons to believe it to be true.
You have nonetheless been loved by not just the UK, but the world over for a very, very long time. Jane Austen was a devoted customer, and has your tea was certainly mentioned in many her letters. But what I want to talk to you about is not the past. I want to talk to you about where we are. Okay. And I think that that's one of the things that's really quite extraordinary and beautiful about your brand, Twinings, because you have managed in a world that is constantly changing, and I think especially with technology and everything else at record speeds in the past 50 years, you've managed to maintain not just your brand, but also the importance of your brand and your standing within the world of tea. And to do that over the many, many hundreds of years that you've been around, that's big. That's nothing to, really just pass off as yeah, we did that. So tell me about that. How did you start? How have things changed? And what has stayed the same?
I'm going to start with what has stayed the same, because it really is the route to our success. And that is that when you've spoken about Thomas, when Thomas was starting out in this business, his ambition in his lifetime was to generate a reputation for doing one thing and one thing really well, buying and blending tea. So you talked about our fabulous little store up in 216 Strand. We only ever had one store because he realized his skills weren't in retail, his skills were in buying and blending tea. And so that went on to become our philosophy. We are all about great quality tea, sourcing it from around the world, the skill of our master tasters. I call them masters. Of course, we have as many lady tea tasters as we do gentlemen tea tasters. And it's just focusing on that has always been a very simple thing to do. That's what we do. I think the big change came nearly 50 years ago when we started to blend herbs and fruits and bark and peels and get into the whole herbal tea market. That was probably the biggest change in the company's history.
Right. And what's the blends themselves, and this is going to be a crazy question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Your English breakfast blend would be a blend that's probably been around for how long? Since the time of Thomas?
No, because obviously Thomas was only buying both green and black, but China teas, because of course India didn't come along as a tea producer. The first tea was sold in the UK from India in 1839. So until we had those big, bold Assam teas, and then even then it wouldn't have made English breakfast because we need some lovely Sri Lankan tea in there and we need some Kenyan tea in there. So the 1933 is when we were able to make that tea, and yes, it's a great blend because it's another first. It's a first example of a tea and food pairing, because it was designed for the strong tasting breakfast foods like bacon and sausage and egg. And back in the 1930s, they would have kippers, which is obviously a smoked fish, and kedgeree, which is a slightly carried smoked haddock dish. So you needed a bigger tea to stand up to those sort of flavors.
Right. So is there a blend that you make today that was made back when Thomas started?
At least one.
Okay.
The difficulty with Thomas's days is we're talking about Coujons and Bohirs and Heissens, and it's difficult to trace them back to exactly which part of China they came from. Mm-hmm. But the world's worst named tea, which was obviously done by the British dockers, what is gunpowder, and we've been selling gunpowder tea. Thomas sold it, and we continue to sell it to this day.
Right.
So yes, there's all sorts of misinformation on the wonderful internet about gunpowder, because it's a whole rolled tea leaf rolled up into a ball, and that's how it got its name, because it looked like it
looked like gunpowder.
You put it down and so the dockers refused to unload it until the tea trade turned up and said, no, it's okay. But the name stuck. So yeah, it does not go pop in your teapot. It is not strong tea. It's a lovely, delicate, pan-fired green tea from the Guangdong province of China.
The shipment will not explode in your face. You may proceed.
Yes.
So, as a brand, how have you managed to maintain your relevance in this crazy, changing world?
By being customer focused, by constantly engaging with our customers to ask what they want. So yes, some people have discovered English breakfast and they're going to stick with that. Some people like to explore things, and at the moment there's just an explosion in the different flavors and the different possibilities of herbal teas. If you think for 250, 60 odd years, we were using one of nature's beautiful natural ingredients, Camellia sinensis, and now there are thousands of ingredients that we can use to mix together. And it is, it's the skill of our master tea tasters. We wanted to develop a range of teas, and one of the ingredients we wanted to use was turmeric. Now, turmeric's not necessarily the best tasting thing to put in a tea. And we challenged our master tea tasters, and they mixed it up with some other things, and it tastes absolutely fantastic. So you get, there's a bit of turmeric in there, but then you're getting the benefit of the turmeric, which is meant to have all sorts of great qualities. But you've got a great tasting hot beverage at the same time, which is so important. We are all about great taste.
I think that's one of the keys, for me at least, is that there's always there's something I can always depend on with Twining teas, and that is a quality product. Right? I mean, I know that I'm going to get a great quality leaf. I know I'm going to get, superior flavors, and I know that I am going to get consistency in that cup of tea. And that's something that, when you're buying something that is blended, as you say, I think that's these are skills. I was talking with Sebastien Michaelis earlier today, Mr. 1 million pound insured tongue, and we were talking about this extraordinary gift that it takes and talent, and how difficult it is for companies like yourselves, included in that. The skill that's involved in not only providing that consistent cup, that consistent flavor, but also, the bit that we didn't talk about this morning is the other layer that is forgotten, is that you're charging me the same price every time I go and get that box of tea. Right? So it's about creating that blend and flavor, despite the fact that you're dealing with a commodity that does this, and affected by climate, affected by coronavirus, affected by all of these things that are out there, and the ability to do that is quite the skill. So Stephen, with a name like Twining, you are obviously, I think that perhaps I'm certainly not in one of those camps, but I think that for people that are born into such extraordinary names, do you have a choice in what you become? Did you have the option of going and becoming a fighter pilot if that's what you wanted to do? Was that ever even a question?
Yeah, apart from my eyesight, would never let me be a fighter pilot. But absolutely, yes, if that's what I wanted to go and pursue a different career. And I think that is, it's the family tradition was started by Thomas's grandson. His eldest grandson was brought in by, obviously, Thomas, his son, so Daniel, son of Thomas, and then Daniel brings in his oldest son, who hated the tea business, had no affinity with it at all, was a scholar and wanted to do scholarly things. And luckily, his father was a smart enough guy to say, right, you go off and pursue what gets you out of bed in the morning, what motivates you. And his younger brother couldn't wait to get into tea, joined his mother at the age of 14, and I always refer to it, so the 14-year-old called Richard was, if you like, the first of the volunteers. So every generation after that, so the family tree wiggles all over the place, because it's not necessarily the first son. As I said, he joined his mother because sadly Daniel died quite young, and so he helped his mother run the business, and then obviously went on to run the business. So and from then on, you've got to have a passion and enthusiasm. If you meet our master tea tasters, if you meet people on the factory floor running the machines to make the fabulous tea bags, meet our accountants, everyone is passionate about what we do, and therefore we go a little bit further to make sure it's absolutely how it should be, which again, hopefully our customers appreciate, because they know we're going that extra mile. But if I didn't have the passion, how could I possibly expect anyone else in the company to have the passion? So yeah, as a Twining, if you inherit the passion for tea, do tea. If you don't, do something else.
So you chose tea.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Tell me what you love about it.
That's
a tough one, and I hate asking the question. So sorry.
To me, it is one of the greatest gifts of nature. It's such a simple plant that grows in so many diverse places, and obviously, as we all know, wherever it grows gives it its level. I just happen to be having a cup of Darjeeling at the moment. High-grown tea, very thin, delicate, but packed with rich muscatel flavour. I wouldn't want to drink that first thing in the morning. I want my English breakfast or my Assam. And it is the variety, I think, that really it would be my first love of tea. But then I love the skills involved. It's such a people business, tea.
Yeah.
It's grown by people, it's picked by people, it's blended by people, and finally, of course, it's drunk by people. And it is universally acceptable. There's, I guess the scientists on Antarctica take their tea with them. So I think it's safe to say it's drunk on every single continent of this planet. And there aren't many beverages that can say that.
No, there most certainly aren't. Second most consumed beverage in the world after water. So there you
Absolutely.
go. And it is 99. Yeah, no, absolutely. I had Rajah Banerjee, former Makabari, now Rinpoche, on earlier. Have you, I'm sure you've met Rajah over the years and certainly had Makabari. Everybody is itching for 2020 Darjeelings. 20s
Yes.
get their hands on any? I have to ask the question.
I believe so. When during the unrest in Darjeeling, when there was a general strike, whatever was produced, we went after, and we managed to get pretty much what we needed. So again, having a quality philosophy means that it gives our master tea tasters the freedoms, and they are the buyers. We don't have a buying team. They are the buyers of the tea that they need for their blends. If they have to pay over the odds for it, that's fine, as long as it's of the right quality. We'll talk about that later.
Well, I haven't had any 2020 Darjeeling yet. I'm hoping that some finds its way into my cup at some point. What piece of advice do you think Thomas Twining would give you today?
I think it would be carry on doing the same, but doing the same means constantly changing, as we talked earlier. It's all about talking to your customers. So some things don't change. We talk to our customers, we find out what people want, we try and look at what the trends are flavor wise, what people are enjoying taste wise, and then obviously once we establish a blend, then it's all about carrying on maintaining that. So yeah, it will be carry on changing, but doing the same thing.
So I'm going to flip the table now, and I'm going to ask you, what piece of advice would you give Thomas Twining with the hindsight that you have?
I think, and I am, one of the things I'm doing while I'm working from home is diving deeper into what drove him and what decisions he made. And I think he made exactly the right decisions at the right time. He focused on his customers by opening the world's first dry tea and coffee shop, which was a safe way of serving the wealthy ladies of London who wouldn't go into a coffee house. Coffee houses were selling a bit of tea, but ladies couldn't access it because a lady never went into a London coffee house. So he did all the right things to service his customers, and he set about really hard building that reputation for quality and established it. And yes, so there is nothing I could tell him, even with reading the history and knowing what was going to happen. He made all the right decisions at the right time.
And if you could share a cup of tea with Thomas, what would it be?
Oh, I'd love to have a cup of Darjeeling, but I'd also like to have a Hyson, which is a Chinese green tea, or a Bohea, to find out exactly what that was and do we still have it as part of our range today. And that would be very exciting to pick his brain about the origins of his teas.
So with all of the places that you have traveled and all of the things that you've seen, what is your favorite tea memory?
Probably my first real memory of tea, because obviously tea was just part of the wallpaper in when I was growing up. Because
sure.
Dad did tea, and it wasn't anything special.
Yeah.
Actually, do so. At the age of 8, we were doing a geography project at school, and the subject was India. And of course, you can't talk about India without talking about tea. And the master perfectly knew the connection between me and what Dad did, and so wrote to my father asking really for just some maps of India. And Dad, being Dad, of course, sent a whole lot of tea samples. And at the end of term, the master thought it'd be rather fun to have a tea tasting.
Right.
And he was a smart guy. He had me at the front of the class doing the tea tasting rather than standing at the back asking the awkward questions. So I brewed up the tea in the classic way the tea tasters do. And certainly we had gunpowder as one of them. I had Darjeeling. I know I had Lapsang Souchong, Earl Grey, Ceylon Orange Pekoe, a nice range of about 8 teas. And what struck me was the reaction of my classmates. They were absolutely, wow, it comes in all these tastes and colors, and they to me that was just normal.
Right.
Even as I understood that, and then I think the penny dropped that the connection between me and really what Twining, the name, means, and also the reaction of my classmates. And this is a terribly unfair judgment to make. But I thought, well, if you guys don't know about tea, then maybe the rest of the world don't know about tea. Yeah. I've obviously got a bit of a head start here. So I'm going to go and tell the world about this fabulous drink. I'm going to spend my life talking about this great gift of nature.
Yeah. You are a great ambassador to tea, my friend. I'm gonna quote the lovely Mrs. Yulu, who I had on earlier. She's the vice chair of the China Chamber of Foodstuffs and Native Products, and she described tea as shortening the distance between our hearts. I thought that was really, isn't that lovely?
That's gorgeous. Yeah,
so.
I like that a lot.
You use it, but you have to give her credit because that quote is from her. I will be using that a lot. So, Stephen, you don't know because you perhaps haven't been watching, but I love the Proust questionnaire. Marcel Proust wrote 38 questions. And you're not required to answer all of them. I'm going to randomly choose one, and you're going to answer one of my Proust questions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, they're harmless, I promise. What do you most value in your friends?
I think their company would be my answer. That's why they're friends. It's nice to get together with them, and and then it comes down to things like the support they give you at times. They understand you. They know how I tick. So but fundamentally, they're great company.
Lovely. Before I let you go, I have to quote you, or rather, I have to read a poem that you yourself quite often finish your talks with. Do you know what I'm gonna? Do you know what I'm gonna read?
It seems on occasions.
Please, I'd rather hear it from you.
That nature intends that one's name and one's calling agree. If you take Twining's the tea man who loosed down the strand, would be left whining, deprived of his tea.
Thank you. It's been delightful having you here.
It's been a great pleasure to be here.
I thank you, for your time. I know that time is precious. And I raise my cup to you, sir, and to your legend of Twining, the family that you are a part of, and the tradition that you continue. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. Cheers.
Enjoy the rest of your International Tea Day. Bye, Stephen.
Cheerio. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All righty, everybody. Everybody still with me? Before I bring on my next guest, because we're going to leave the UK and I'm going to travel to Kenya. But before I bring on my next guest, I am going to share with you our International Tea Day video, our thanks to all of you. And that is raising our cup to all of you, my brew crew, and part of our tea drinkers. So that little tidbit was put on courtesy of the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada, as well as my dear spirit sister, who I know is in the room, probably working, Dr. Sharon Hall, who is my co-partner, my chief executive at the UK Tea and Infusions Association. We collaborated in putting that little cheers to all of you, our tea drinkers out there. Thank you. We raise our cup to you as well. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring on Alfred. Alfred, are you there? I'm going to need you to turn on your camera. I know you're there. I can see you. There you are. Hello, Alfred. How are you? Oh, I can't hear you. We can't hear you. We need your volume. There's no sound. Nope. Nope. No. I don't know what's going on. No, I can't hear you. I don't think anybody else can either. Do you want to try taking your earplugs out and see if that works? Do you want to unplug your headphone? No, no sound. Do you want to unplug your headphone? Oh, sorry, I keep repeating it. Sorry. I don't know what to say. Do you want to go out and come back in again? Do you want to log out and come back in? See if that works. Okay. So we're gonna wait for Alfred to come back, and hopefully Kenya will be able to join us. While he's doing that, I'm going to pop up for you our cheers. Whoops. While I'm waiting for Alfred to come back, I am going to share our cheers to all of the many, many hands that are responsible for our beautiful cups of tea.
I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of tea more than ever right now. Cheers.
Here's to tea. Best wishes for International Tea Day, 21st of May. And a big thank you to all the producers and all the people who worked so hard to produce this wonderful beverage for us. Cheers.
Cheers to our friends up north. Cheers for Twinings Canada, celebrating International Tea Day 2020.
Tea is our life. Happy sipping from Tea Square.
Happy International Tea Day. Everybody here at Tivana wishes everybody a happy International Tea Day. And we'd like to thank especially all of those companies in supply chain that allow us every day to get up every morning and enjoy this wonderful cup of tea. Thanks very much.
On this International Tea Day, I reflect on all the hands that make this cup of tea possible. And I say, thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
All right, let's see. Alfred. Hello. No, I have no sound. I can't hear you, Alfred. No, can't hear you. I can read your lips. Now can you hear me? No. You're going to talk to yourself? Oh, I wish I could telepathically speak to you. He's not muted. He's not muted. I can see that your microphone is on. We cannot hear you. This makes me very, very sad. I'm going to introduce you nonetheless, because I was very much looking forward to speaking with you, Alfred. Alfred is Alfred Njage. I know I'm saying it wrong. Is the operations director at the Kenya Tea Development Agency, the KTDA, as we affectionately call it. And he is a very interesting man. I met Alfred for the first time last year. Alfred, you said to me at the time that you must be very accustomed to taking care of a lot of noisy people after we were in a meeting together. That got a little bit out of control. And I told you at the time that my actual job title was professional cat herder, that I actually herd cat on a very regular basis. I guess I've proved that further with taking on this endeavor today. So I don't know what to say to you, Alfred. I really wanted to hear about the importance of the KTDA. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on Jem McDowell. It's out of control. And I told you at the time that I'm going to bring on Jem McDowell. Can everybody still hear me? That I actually heard another thumbs up. Jem, can you hear me? Hello? Can everybody still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. So I'm going to let Alfred see whether he can figure out settings or something like that. But I've got Jem McDowell on. Jem McDowell is an importer, and for those of you that know, Jem is actually just sitting right over there, but he's my backup for technical difficulties. But I think that maybe if Jem, I'm going to ask you to speak as best as you can to tell us about KTDA.
Oh wow, that's a nice surprise question to throw at me. So feel free to put in the chat any corrections that might be added. KTDA is the largest producer of tea in the world. It's responsible for managing a huge number of smallholder farmers in Kenya, many hundreds of thousands, and the factories. There's a complex structure where the smallholder farmers own the factories, and the factories are run by a board of directors, and the farmers are shareholders, and the KTDA helps manage this whole process, including the marketing of the teas. So from a global point of view, it's a hugely important organization, given the size, the amount of tea that they produce, and the sheer number of people that the KTDA represent and support in the Kenyan producing industry, plus all those farmers, families, and so on and so forth. So what is KTDA? Probably 60% of Kenyan production. So we're talking, well over 200,000 tons of tea a year, which is more than quite a few tea producing countries. And that tea goes to a lot of markets. Pakistan is one of the biggest. Egypt, the UK, Ireland, Russia, many countries are using KTDA tea from Kenya. So yes, the KTDA is an enormously important organization to the global tea industry. Simple as that. What else can I tell you about it?
Well, so let me ask you this. I think one of the significant things, and sorry, before I do, Alfred, do you want to try logging in through a phone or something? Can you maybe try a different device? Maybe that'll work. Yeah? You're going to try on your phone? Okay. All right, I'll keep waiting. So Jem, I think that one of the really interesting things about the KTDA and what they do is that we tend to think of and smallholders are a really significant part of this tea industry of ours. They actually smallholders alone produce 60%. 60. That's a huge number. Yeah. I think everybody just needs to grasp that. 60% of the tea that goes into this industry actually comes from smallholders. So despite the fact that we tend to think of this industry as only being made up of really big organizations, and there are big organizations. I don't want to downplay that either. The vast majority of the tea that actually is produced is coming from smallholders. I think what the KTDA has done quite extraordinarily is that it represents, as you said, these smallholders, and it has very much set itself apart. The way that Kenyan tea is bought and sold, produced, bought and sold within the global tea industry. They've set themselves apart quite significantly from some of the other producers, and it's a model that is really one that I think a lot of countries try to emulate. So can you talk a little bit about how does the KTDA empower smallholders? Like what is the significance and how do they do that?
Yeah, good question. I think I mean a lot of big producers work in partnership with smallholders. That KTDA are not unique in that way. What they are unique is the way that they are structured so that the green leaf goes from smallholders to the factories, which are owned not by another organization, but by themselves. And then the product from the factories is then marketed and managed by the KTDA itself as a marketing agent, and either sold on auction or privately, depending on the way that the market is going. And the smallholders are paid for their green leaf, and then they get a bonus, which it is dependent on the eventual selling price of the tea. So clearly, the higher that tea prices are in auction and in private contracts, the better the small farmers are going to do. So clearly, the more we all pay for our tea, then the better the small farmers are going to do. I think that's a pretty important concept. And the KTDA is in the forefront of trying to manage that process and ensure that the small farmers are properly rewarded for their efforts.
What do you love about Kenyan tea?
Me, I think there's a richness to African teas, a rounded sort of malty richness, and particularly East African and Kenyan tea has a very rounded flavor. There's a sort of earthy maltiness and real body to it. I love the brightness in the cup of Kenyan teas. It really does spring out of the cup to you, unlike some other teas. Other teas perhaps have more delicate flavors, but I really think that Kenyan teas in the cup are just so inviting to drink, and it's a very hearty, warming drink that is produced in Kenya. So that is my favorite aspect of Kenyan tea.
Okay,
Have we got
pause you for a second.
Alfred there?
Alfred. Okay, Alfred, I can see that on your end, your microphone is muted. I don't know why. Let me see if I can unmute you on my end.
Yeah, your phone is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Yes, Alfred is here. Okay, Alfred, I'm gonna take you out of this top one.
I'll wave
I'm
goodbye.
gonna love you, Jem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You've represented well. Alfred!
Thank you so much. He knows so much about KTDA. I did not appear here at all.
So Jem, let me tell you, I don't know if you and Jem have met before, Alfred. Jem is an importer. He's been a tea trader for 20-something years, a long time. He works for Universal Commodities and lived in Malawi actually for many years. So he knows the tea trade. He also happens to be my husband, so he's my backup sitting here.
That's a good backup,
Alfred,
you got.
I try. I have a few on standby on the phone as well. So Alfred, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. I told you I am a cat herder, as I said earlier. So here we are in a very, very different world than the last time we saw each other in Sochi. And so Jem has told us about the KTDA, and he's told us about the empowering of the smallholders. And I don't know if you had a chance to hear any of what he said. Do you want to add to that? Do you want to tell me what you feel is really important and significant about the KTDA?
Thank you very much, Sharp Nam, and apologies. Your name always gives me trouble all the time. And is the many vowels in it. Indeed, is done a good justice to the smallholder tea subsector. It's not very old. It's only about 60 years in this country. Although the industry has been around since around just the beginning of the last century. and tea being commercialized around 1926. But the tea smallholders in this country didn't come into operation until around around 1960. So they are just around 60 years. And in those 60 years, they have grown really from zero, so to speak, to producing just short of 60% of the country's production.
Oh no.
Somebody was ringing me. I had to switch it off.
No, you're good. You're good.
So 60% of the country's production, 55 to 60, and numbering about 600,000 of them. And it's really a case of empowering from the bottom up, because slightly over 70% of them, smallholders, they own up to half an acre of tea. And it's a unique structure in that these smallholders own the processing plants, the factories, currently numbering 69, with 2 of them under construction, and 2 others at the planning stage. How do they manage this value chain? Is from amongst themselves, they elect 6 among themselves to form the board of the factory. And the factories are organized in what we call zones, which is basically a minimum of 3 factories, and just a maximum or maybe around 10 or so. And depending on ringing. Are you there, Shabman?
Yeah, I'm here.
You can see. Can you see me?
I'm going to add. Now I'm going to add the other stream so we can see you on this one and hear you on the other one. So you're good. Go ahead.
Excellent. And so the factories are organized such that the farmers elect directors to run the factories.
Mm-hmm.
And the factories are organized in zones, and there are currently 12 zones.
Mm-hmm.
And the directors in each one of those factories elect one amongst themselves to sit in KTDA board.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a structure empowering farmers from the grassroots all the way to the apex decision body of the organization. And to ensure that the farmers' affairs are managed, the KTDA has invested along the value chain, 7 subsidiaries and a foundation along the value chain to ensure that the value is retained within the network of the farmers have created, and also to manage their affairs. One of those subsidiaries is a Kenya Tea Development Agency Management Services, which now manages the factories on behalf of the farmers. That is, agriculture, green leaf logistics, processing, outboard logistics, sales and marketing, treasury and accounting, the entire plethora of services, and then payment back to the farmers for the tea that is sold. So that is the structure, and that is how it has enabled the farmers to be able to have their their stake in the tea value chain around the world. Mm-hmm. Kenya producing around 8-9% of the world production, and half of it coming from smallholders currently. So, if you may, it's quite a feat. Yep.
It truly is. You are the largest exporter of black tea on the planet at this point. I mean, you surpassed India a number of years ago. I mean, Kenya is very important within this entire big world of tea that we have. And I think that what's really, you know, for all of the things that we've heard in terms of what the KTDA does, and as you've pointed out yourself, actually in the grand scheme of number of years, hasn't been around for a terribly long time. We're talking about the 60s, you said, right? I think it's an important organization, not only in the size but also in what it does in empowering these smallholders. We talk about smallholders at our FAO meetings, as you well know, and you know, you heard me say last year when I was talking about this, is that we are a chain and we are as strong as our weakest link. And we are all part of that chain. And I think that if there's one message that I can get out today, not just, you know, with people that I'm speaking, but most important are the people that are actually have tuned in from all around the world. We have lots of countries represented, Alfred, listening to us right now. I think that as consumers, we have to also remember that you are part of that same supply chain. You are part of that chain, and we all, as you know, parts of the industry, but also consumers of that industry, tea drinkers, you are a part of that chain, and you know, that support has to come from all directions. It cannot be a burden carried by just a few. So, Alfred, tell me, what do you love most about this crazy tea world we're all in? Oh, I've lost your sound again. No, I've lost your sound again.
Can you hear
there you
me?
are. Yes, now I can hear you. Yes.
You know, I'm the phone. People keep on calling me.
You're just so popular. You're an important man.
That's part of what you have just asked me. What do I love about this? It is being able to, you know, touch so many lives. By whatever we do, and indeed, if you may the fact that on their own, the smallholders probably may not be able to, you know, thrive in this industry, but them coming together in the numbers they have come together, creating this structure, and seeing the kind of impact it has on their livelihoods, it's very satisfying. And indeed, that's what makes the entire engagement very interesting, Shabnam.
It seems to be everybody's answer is the people. So, Alfred, before I let you go, everybody has to answer one of my questions from Marcel Proust's questionnaire. Just one, not all 38. So I am randomly choosing for you, when and where were you the happiest?
Wow. That's a very tough one.
I know.
But I'll answer it from the perspective of tea.
Okay.
One time I was a factory manager, and in a factory called Kangaita.
Yeah.
Kangaita is down on the slopes of Mount Kenya, the tallest mountain in Kenya and the second highest peak in Africa. And for that, for one of the years I was there as the manager, we paid the farmers, I think, money they were not expecting, beyond their expectations. And when I went and interacted with them in the village, and they appreciated the efforts everybody had put in place, that moment left an indelible mark in my soul I've never forgotten. It was one of the happiest moments to hear old ladies in the village and old men telling you, well done, you've done a good job. It left a mark I've never forgotten up to today. That
is a lovely memory. Thank you, Alfred. you are a very busy man, I know. I thank you for a few things. I thank you, first of all, for taking the time to be with me today and sticking through, even despite the technical difficulties. That's my dog. I am at home. I'm not going to pretend I'm anywhere else except for my home with my dog on my SofaSummit. So I thank you, Alfred, for your time. I also raise my cup to you, Alfred, and to all of the smallholders that you represent. I thank you for the work that you do, and I thank you for your tea. Please keep doing what you do so that we can continue enjoying your teas. Cheers.
Many thanks. Cheers. Cheers. Shabnam.
Enjoy the rest of your day. I know it's evening for you, so please enjoy your evening. Thank you, Alfred.
And congratulations. I can see you've been live for 3.5 hours. Well done.
3.5, Alfred. I've been on much longer than that.
Oh, well
I've
done.
been on, yeah. It's been a lot. So we're getting through now. I'm hopping now to the United States next.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, Kenya. Bye, Alfred.
Right.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right. So next, I am very, very pleased to share a very special guest with you, and that is the lovely Cindi Bigelow. Hi, Cindi. How are you?
Hello. How are you? All right. So how many hours have you been doing this?
I started, you know what, he might be right. I started at 8:30 our time, 8:30 this morning. So is that 3.5 hours?
Oh, it's
I guess so.
My time.
Yeah,
So
3.5 hours.
Yeah.
3.5 hours, and I got a few hours to go. I'm on until 7:30.
Oh, well, we'll try to make this as exciting as possible for you.
I'm having fun. I hope everybody else is having fun. I'm going to tell you. What was that?
I've been listening. It's been great.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to cover all of the countries that are here. I'm gonna miss them. I apologize to you guys already, please, because I get in the chat box the other countries that I've missed. Let me tell you who is all listening to us right now from around the world. I've got the UK, I've got Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Mexico, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, Portugal, Uruguay, Germany, and I've missed something. I know. It's a lot of people.
It's an International Tea Day. That says
it is. It is indeed. So, Cindi Bigelow, I kind of feel like I had Stephen Twining on earlier, and I said the same thing. Do I need to introduce you?
Well, I think there's a lot more people that don't know me than do know me.
Cindi Bigelow is the owner, operator, blender, tea extraordinaire at Bigelow Tea. But rather than hear it from me, you tell us about Bigelow Tea.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this. What a fun way to celebrate today, which is a special day, especially for all of us in the tea world. So that's so great. And thank you for including me. So as you know, my family, the Bigelow Tea family, we're 75 years in business, which is wonderful. Very proud of that. My grandmother started the business. She was an actual interior designer when the Depression hit, and she lost everything. My grandfather was in publishing. He lost everything. She found an old colonial recipe. She gave it out to a few friends to try. They said, oh, it was a source of constant comment. And that's what put us in the map 75 years ago. And today we are still 100% family owned. We make over 2 billion tea bags a year. We have what I like to say 400 family members, part of the Bigelow Tea family. And we're very, very, very blessed to be the #1 specialty tea company in the United States of America. So it's a great family that I have. Really, it's an honor to be a part of them. It's an honor to work with the 400 employees, and it's a beautiful business. I'm very lucky to do what I do.
It's interesting you use the word lucky because it's the word that I tend to use a lot when I talk about being in this world of tea. I think it's a great privilege. Being in this world of tea. It's I've talked about this over the last few hours. It's this plant. It's a commodity. It's a crop, right? It's like corn, it's a crop, and yet it's not.
But it's healthy. You're drinking you're drinking a brew of a vegetable.
Yeah.
Loaded with antioxidants. And it, especially in today's time, it is so needed. And it's a blessing. Tea is a fantastic product. There's no question about it. And I think more and more people, as time has gone on, really understand what it does for your spirit, your body. There's so many things, and the connections. And when you share a cup of tea, like we're doing now, when you share a cup of tea too, it has real meaning, and it has had for centuries.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, we're drinking the brew of a vegetable, but nobody writes, waxes poetic about asparagus. Do you know what I mean? No, you know what I'm getting at? Nobody writes love songs and poetry and gets romantic about broccoli. And yet tea, that's essentially what we are. We're just a crop that there's something really special about. Now, you mentioned just a second ago that it's you're very lucky to be part of this family business. Talk to me about that, like the meaning of being part of a family business, because
if you think back, so many businesses, they were family businesses, right? And then one business sells out, they can't make it to the next generation. I'm very fortunate. Statistically, only 3 or 4% of businesses make it to the third generation.
Yeah.
So how fortunate I am from that perspective. But I can't speak for every family business. I can't speak for businesses that are not family. I can only speak for my business. And I will say that I work very hard to maintain that family feel and to create that culture of connectiveness. So to me, it's taking what I do very seriously. It's understanding that I'm a steward of what I do. That is my role to continue this beautiful organization forward. And it's not about me. And I think that is a little special about family businesses. We understand the greater good.
Yeah.
And it's just about really thinking about the employees constantly. What more can we do for the employees? What can we do for our consumers? What can we do for the community? What can we do for the environment? And we have that luxury as a family company. My shareholders are the employees. Those are our shareholders, right? So those are the ones that I have to worry about. I don't have a quarter to quarter concern. And I was also very blessed the way I was raised, where it's a funny word, and I'm sure it can get me in a little bit of hot water, which don't
go for it.
Thing to say right now, but like it's a family, and maybe it's based on the product line, because the product line is really about feeling good and doing good for other people with this cup of tea. But it's just not a greedy family. That's not how we've ever run the business. It's always about giving back, and I think the employees that are part of our family really see that, and they really appreciate it. I would say how we've dealt with getting through this whole period right now with coronavirus really speaks volumes about the kind of people that I have on the team. So I think that family business is a jewel. It's a gem. And it really allows you the opportunity to have a large sort of culture, a special culture where everyone feels every single day that they are part of the family. Yeah. There's not just a few Bigelows. We're all part of this family.
I think that's been the common thread, regardless of who I've spoken to. I was in China earlier. Kenya, we just left. A few people in India that I was speaking to, and it seems to be the common thread that I think is that what I'm trying to get. That I didn't realize I was going to end up doing, but trying to get at what is it that makes tea so special? Like as I said, why do we wax poetic about tea and not asparagus? But
asparagus.
I love asparagus. Don't want asparagus.
Asparagus farmers are like, oh.
I know. No. I love asparagus. But I know I should stop. I'm going to get letters. But I think the common thread here is that we, the specialness is that we all realize that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. Mm-hmm. And you use the word steward. I've used the word steward. Rajah Banerjee, who I spoke to earlier today from Makabari, he definitely uses that as well. That he's not an owner. He's a steward in passing. That's the way he talks about it. We're taking care of this in the time that we are here to pass on to the next, because there was so much more before we actually got here. So having said that, what is your company philosophy? Because I think that that's one of the things that sets Bigelow as, yes, a family business, yes, one that's made it into the third generation. But it's not just that you've made it into a third generation. You are immensely successful in a third generation. You know, it's the same as when I spoke with Stephen Twining earlier. You know, some of these, the fact that you have all managed to maintain brands in a world that has become so noisy with brands and products. What is your company philosophy that's done that?
Well, one of the things I will have to say too is we are so blessed that we stayed family. I mean, we're still 100% family. No outside from anyone. We get lots of phone calls all the time, and we know that family feel would be gone instantaneously if this wasn't run 100% by the family. I created something that's called the Bigelow Home, which I actually have here, and your question is such an important one because you said, you know, what is our philosophy? How do we want to run this company? And I realized years ago that it's more than just me having that philosophy, right? How do I share that philosophy with everyone through the organization, whether you're answering a phone or you're taking an order, you're shipping things out, accounts receivable, accounts payable, blending. How do you create that mission that is inclusive about why we all work together like this? And so on the top of the Bigelow Home, which everybody has one of these little lucite homes, says our purpose is to create an environment of pride that brings out everyone's desire and ability to make a difference every day. And that's our philosophy. No matter what you're doing, the term we like to use here is we never compromise. We always shoot for the moon. We always want to do whatever it is, whether it's from an environmental perspective, whether it's a new tea we're developing, whether it's a packaging, whether it's working with a customer. We want to really never compromise and have that pride in every little thing that we're doing. And I would say that our philosophy has gotten through the DNA of everybody that works here, because if you see that passion and that commitment from everyone, that's what they've done. They have that desire to make a difference every day. They have that desire to give everything they have. And so that's the environment that we try to set and the philosophy that we try to set. In addition to what I call, you know, sort of our purpose on the base of the home is what I call the foundation, right? Every home has a foundation.
Yeah.
And that foundation has values, and those values are things that I try to say need to be the foundation of how we all are. We don't have every one of these values, but we need to strive having them. And there's a whole series of ones, but it's innovation, energetic, visionary, fun, honest, genuine. There's just so many values, and we take it very seriously. Twice a year when we have our mid and final year review, we sit down with every single employee and we say, tell us where we can do better. What values do you want to see more from us? We talk a good game. We give you the home. We want to be, you know, all in, but we know we can do better. How can you help us? And I think employees love that opportunity to say, you know, by the way, you know, you say you're transparent, but there's a lot of meetings behind closed doors. And, you know, so we listen so that we're making sure we're trying, and all it is trying. You're never really going to achieve it. You're just going to strive. Is trying to bring those values throughout the entire organization, you know, from top down to down up to side, however you want to term it. But so we really take seriously ensuring that our philosophy is felt by every single person in this company.
Well, I have visited your company. And I can tell you that walking around in your company and the many people that I've met who've worked for Bigelow, they feel it. And I say they feel it because that's what they give off. So whatever it is that you're doing, it's not that you're trying, you're actually doing. And I think that that's really important. You know, we tend to use the word we're trying, but you're actually doing. And there's definitely a difference between those two. So, besides, you know, everybody wants to be heard, which obviously is the big part of what you're doing. So I'm actually, before I ask my next question of you, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think you can do better? What would you like to do better? Because I think that what you just said is really important, is that, you know, it's, yes, we do a lot of things great, and that's great, but that's you are always innovating and you're always moving forward. And in order to do that, it requires you to ask yourself hard questions. And that's really difficult. Most people don't do that.
Well, I think that's a great question you ask. And the list would be quite extensive. You'd have to give me another 20-minute slot, but I'll give you a few. I think the most important thing for me is to try to remain balanced. I can get, I'll say very energetic about what I want to see done. And you have to I have to work on being balanced and being patient and making sure I'm listening. I think for all of us, especially as you work to a leadership role, it's easy to sort of say you're supposed to have the answers and you're supposed to know what you're supposed to do. And hopefully you do to some extent, but you really need to make sure you're taking quality time to listen. So I've been asking myself a lot that lately is, am I listening enough? Am I hearing enough? Am I acknowledging enough? So you have to take inventory, because the bottom line is, if I don't take inventory, how can I ask anybody else to take inventory of what we can do better? And so I try to role model to my leadership team, saying I'm sorry, saying I was wrong, genuinely saying, wow, that's a better idea. Or if I have an idea, saying that idea came from listening to all of you. Did you see how we got there? Or when I'm working with a team who I have pushed and I have pushed and I have pushed, and they get to a really good place, I explain to them, that was your place. That wasn't mine. I pushed you because I knew we could do better. But where we ended up was all you. So yeah, a lot. You got to take inventory a lot, and you have to be able to show your team that you take inventory, or they're not going to be able to take inventory how they can be better. So that's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
Takes a lot of humility. A lot.
We all need a little more of that.
We do, actually. We all seriously do. Okay, so I'm gonna switch gears, and I'm gonna ask you, because you've got great products. Check. We know that. You've got fabulous products. We love your products. We're going to talk about Constant Comment in a minute, because you're sort of synonymous with Constant Comment. But I want you to first talk. Just happened to be here.
It's never too far. Don't worry, it's never too far from me.
No, I'm sure. And listen, for the people that love Constant Comment, it is religious. It is seriously religious. There are certain brands have created certain blends that have become iconic and just a part of everybody's life that loves it. And Constant Comment is definitely one of those teas. I can tell you, I'm going to tell you a really quick story. So before my current life, I had a tea company. And if I had one more person, I had days where I said, if one more person walks in here and asks me for Constant Comment, I swear to God, I'm going to smack them, because we didn't sell your tea. We sold our own teas.
Oh my God, do I love it.
I can't hear it anymore. But because it's so fabulous, it's a good thing. It's a credit to you.
It's so unique, and I can't wait when you get to it, because I've got such fun stories on that. But anyway, I'm listening.
Okay. But I want you to tell me about all the environmental initiatives that you do, because there's something, again, it's these, I hope people pick it up that are following me today on this journey, is there is a constant thread here in everybody that I speak to. Number one, it's passion. Number two, it's understanding that you're part of something bigger than yourself. And number three is this need and want to give back.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I just think people in the tea industry in general are very thoughtful. And I've been raised in this industry, and I've watched my parents go to different events and just seen sort of the camaraderie that was there in the beginning years. And they're just good people. I don't know. I maybe I just a little too Pollyanna-like, but I do think part of it is giving back. I mean, again, our lives are based on botanicals and getting good quality botanicals. And so I think it goes hand in glove with making sure you're doing the right thing all the way around. And I said, for me, the real awakening came when my children were like in 3rd and 4th grade, and they were coming home and talking about recycling and all this great stuff we needed to be doing. And I would go into the company going, are we doing any of that here? I mean, no disrespect. I was like, wait, what's happening here? Why don't we start? And so we started on a journey years and years and years ago, almost, 15 years ago, of just trying to make sure that what can we do more? What can we do better? And I'm so pleased, because it wasn't one of those things where you just sit there and just say, I need you to execute and do. It was more just giving them the runway to say, gee, do people want to help on this journey? And the excitement from the employees on trying to get us to a better place from a sustainability, environmental perspective has been amazing. And they think of things I wouldn't think about. They do things I would have never even considered. So we are very fortunate. We are zero waste to landfill. Not easy to be at 2 billion bags. We just became a certified B Corp. Very excited about that. We just got the green energy certificate that 100% of our energy is from renewable sources. Just such good stuff. But then there's little things like when the director of manufacturing came to me and says, we'd like to start composting. I'm like, what? Composting? Oh my God, the thought. And then I said, of course, yes. And now we do all composting from everything that's in our cafeterias. We've got this beautiful compost shed out back. And then they came to me and they go, we wanted to build a community garden to give food to the local food bank. I go, what? We don't have any grass. You're going to use a little bit of grass for that? And then, of course, I said, yes. And now they do up to 400 pounds from this little garden every year that they give away to the local food bank. So it's really just creating the space for people to do great work. And at sometimes I'm just a cheerleader on the side going, go team, go. So we love the work that we've been able to accomplish. It's very exciting for everyone. And I think it makes you feel part of a family. They're making a difference. It's their ideas, they execute, and it's home runs.
Good for you. You're allowing them and giving people the freedom to do that is quite amazing.
Even if I make faces along the way, like, wait, what do you want to do now? Okay, it better not smell.
But you say yes in the end. And coming from a place of yes is important, right?
Yeah. And I don't even take that long to say yes. They know I'm going to say yes. I just got to make a little bit of got to have some drama before I get there. Yeah. I don't want to look too easy.
That's right. You can't make everything too easy. But it's I think that there are two types of people just inherently as human beings. And there are people that are always going to come from a place of no, and those that come from a place of yes. And if you come from a place of yes, you say yes, and you figure out how you're going to get there. And right, like you're like crap, right? So it's
what if I said
you
yes
ask yourself, what did you do maybe along the way? Exactly, but you figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, well you have
to figure it out.
You better figure it out.
Exactly. So tell me a constant comment story.
Oh my God, I've got so many great constant comment stories. Well, first of all, a lot of people don't even know, hold on, that my parents are still the ones that make constant comment. So they put on their little lab coats, they go behind computers, and they make constant comments. So literally, I've been in the company 35 years. So 10 years ago, now that's 25 years in the company. Hello. I go, Ma, don't you think it's about time I learn how to make constant comment? So she goes, oh, all right, just don't make a big deal about the fact that you know how to go constant comment. It's been our thing forever, or whatever. I said, I won't make a big deal about it. So up I go into the room behind the locked doors. They show me everything that needs to get done. I no more get back to my office. My computer blows up. My phone blows up. The texts blow up. Everyone in the whole company knew that I finally knew how to make constant comment. They're like, she knows! Yay! So finally I learned how to make constant comment. And thank God I do, because due to coronavirus, they're not coming in. So you're looking at the constant comment maker right now. Yeah, just try putting that into my schedule. But it's still family. It was my mom and dad. And coronavirus is over. It's going to go back to being my mom and dad now. You're looking at her.
You are a constant comment. So I'm going to stress that for everybody who is in this room right now, who is listening to this. You need to understand that Bigelow, big, massive, beautiful Bigelow Tea Company, and your constant comment is blended by Mr. and Mrs. Bigelow. And now, Cindi is the only other person who has the recipe. So we're not talking about, and I think this is important to emphasize, we're not just talking about the fact that they like to do the blending. They're the only ones who have the recipe. Yes?
What can I tell you? It's very fun. I love it. I love it. I just love that. I mean, I'm so proud of it. I mean, yeah, no, I can't really fit it in, but I do.
I have to admit that the first time I heard, I have to admit the first time I heard that, I'm like, no, come on, no, that's just a story. No, that can't be. Jane wants to know what is constant comment. So why don't you comment? Sorry, it's not comment. So for those that are in the room that don't have access to constant comment that we keep on going on about, that we are waxing poetic about, tell everybody what constant comment is and what they're missing out on.
Wow, and this is a question from Jane. Jane is asking.
Yes.
Jane, you have to buy constant comment. Constant comment is a recipe my grandmother created. She had an old colonial recipe. And so what happened is she took it and she went into her kitchen and she, for some reason, I don't know why they say this word, experimenting. I don't know. It's a family word, obviously. But so she was experimenting in her kitchen. And so she found it so that it could be sort of commercialized. And again, she sent it to a group of women. They said it was source of constant comment. Anyway, it's a beautiful blend of black teas as well as a beautiful spice mix with orange that I can't give you any more than that. Or why would I give you the recipe? No. Like, coming over and making it. But anyway, so it's a series of beautiful black teas, wonderful spice and orange. And believe it or not, the recipe has never changed. The country of origin, everything has never changed for every one of these ingredients.
So if that's amazing. So actually, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Stephen Twining earlier: is whether Thomas Twining, 1700s, would recognize any of the Twining's teas today. So, question to you: would your grandmother still know that this is? Yeah, the answer is yes. Obviously, if the recipe hasn't changed.
Wait a minute. If you think we're making it still, nothing's changed. I'm not kidding you. The countries where we buy these ingredients have not changed. Yeah. So no, nothing changes. Nothing changes on constant comment. And she would be so proud of that because, to be honest, some of the ingredients and the spices are very difficult because when this first was created, it was loose tea.
Yeah.
Then we had to migrate it into a tea bag. And believe me, my manufacturing team gets so angry because it isn't really meant to fit into a tea bag.
No, it's not.
It can be problematic. And yet we refuse to go to anything that's not the original size, country, etc. There you go.
All righty. So, dear Cindy, Marcel Proust wrote 38 questionnaire. You're not going to answer all 38.
I'm ready for now, Marcel, too.
Okay, so you're ready for Marcel as well?
Ready.
See, the people that are on later were lucky enough to be able to go Google the 38 questions.
No, I did not do that.
I'm teasing. I don't believe for a second you would have done that. Okay.
No, the spontaneity is the fun part.
What is your idea of perfect happiness?
Perfect what?
Happiness.
Wait, you have to repeat. What's my idea of perfect what?
What is your idea of perfect happiness?
Oh, perfect happiness. We had a little short circuit on the thing. Perfect happiness. What's my definition of perfect happiness?
Yep.
Oh my. Is there another one of the 38 you can ask me? No, just kidding.
Nope.
Okay. Perfect happiness. I guess really to me, the definition of perfect happiness is to be able to appreciate what you have. And there's so many issues and problems and concerns around the world and people in our lives that we've lost recently and all those things you can really focus on. And I think that you need to understand those, but at the same time, you really need to work hard every day to appreciate what you have and to nurture what you have and to understand that just because you have it today doesn't mean you're going to have it tomorrow. So to me, I guess that would be perfect happiness, is really getting to a place where that's what you understand and that's what you focus on.
Good answer. I think that if coronavirus has taught us anything, is that we need very little to actually be happy. Very, very little. All of the excess is gone out of most of our lives, and all of the things that we thought we needed to make us happy actually mean very, very little. So, dear Cindy, I'm going to raise my cup I'm going to raise it, first of all, and thanks for your time, because you're very, very busy. Thank you for coming from a place of yes and agreeing to do this and sitting with me today. And more than that, though, I raise my cup to the traditions of your family, the work that you do at Bigelow Tea, and all that you give back to this great world of tea. Cheers. Thank you.
That means the world to me. I appreciate it for me and my family and all 400. Thank you for including me.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day. The sun is finally shining, so go and enjoy maybe a little bit of sunshine, socially distanced, of course.
Absolutely. I'm ready.
Good stuff. Take care, Cindi. See you soon.
Thanks again. Really appreciate it.
Okay, everybody. I am going to pause for 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes, please, and I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. I'm back. So I've been handed another list now, so I'm going to read off who I think is in the room, and because I hate leaving you guys out. And I'm going to start with New Zealand. New Zealand, I keep forgetting to say welcome and hello and happy International Tea Day to you. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I know that you're there. So let me tell you who is here and who we are celebrating International Tea Day with. UK, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Canada. I keep forgetting Canada. Mauritius, United States, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Italy, Mexico, Portugal, Germany, Uruguay, Nepal, Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, France, and of course, China. So many, many time zones. Some of you should be asleep. Some of you should be going to bed. So I thank you all for staying with me on my journey around the world. We are, I want to say halfway, but we're not even halfway. So let me, without any further ado, add our next guest, Maina. Gabriella. Some of you should be asleep. Buonasera. Some of you should be Gabriella, for staying with me on my journey around the world. There's background. I can hear myself coming through. I don't know if everybody else is getting that as well. Even halfway. So I can hear myself on. So do you have the YouTube live going on right now at the same time? Some of you should be asleep. You only have this screen going on right now? there's background. I can hear. Right, but do you have in the background the YouTube live going as well? So I can hear myself on. So do you have the YouTube live going on right now at the same time?
I cannot listen to you very well. There is a echo.
You only have the screen going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay. There's something bizarre is going on right now. There's something playing in your background. Hello?
Hello?
Ah, that's better. I don't know what you just did, but that was it. Okay. Bravo. Buonasera.
Buonasera. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Okay, this is a nice part of the live show, you know. It's so
All righty. So, welcome. Let me introduce the lovely Gabriella Lombardi. Gabriella is owner of Atelier as well as Pro Tea, which is her tea school. And I thought we're going to mix things up a little bit. And I want to talk about cooking with tea.
Yes, why not? Because I'm Italian. That's why you asked me to cook.
Well, you know, I figured it was safe because I don't have to taste it.
Next time when you come on your honeymoon to Italy, I will cook for you again.
Well, my flight to Rome was last night, so
I know.
At 6:30, I looked at my watch and I'm like, anyways, Before we get started with that, I want to ask you. You know, you've been you are in Italy, and you know, I've managed almost to get through this day, 4 hours now, without really talking about what's been happening in the world around us. Obviously, acknowledging it, but you've been in some serious lockdown for the last little while, and yeah. And you're still very much maintaining a business or trying to. So tell me before we get started with cooking, because I think this is really interesting. You and I talked about this. And come forward so that come closer to the camera so everybody can hear you. You and I were talking about this earlier. Tell me, what is it that has changed in what you're seeing your customers and what they want? Because tea is such a source of comfort, I think. In countries around the world, we're seeing tea sales just go through the roof. People want tea. It's comfort to them. It's happiness. It's all of those things. So, but tell me, what is it that you're seeing has shifted and changed in your customers? Because I think this is interesting.
Because I think that tea never enters so much in tea customer or tea lovers' home. So I think for us it's also a great opportunity, because now of course we have to change our way of our interaction with loyal or regular customer. But I think that before, according to my experience, of course, I'm not the Holy Bible, but according to my experience, before the lockdown, my loyal customer used to buy easy-to-prepare tea at home. And then they used to come here and they order high-quality teas, and they gave me the responsibility of a proper preparation here in my tea room. But now, with the lockdown, they didn't want to give up, drinking a nice cup of tea. And so I think they are more, involved in trying new experiments, new combination, and I think they're thinking about buying new teawares. Or maybe more traditional teawares because they learn how to prepare a gonfucha or a nice bowl of matcha at home, or I don't know. Also, maybe more design teawares like Ario, for example, and they start making cold brew at home because in this last week here in Italy it was summer. So I think that. 3 weeks ago, they stopped drinking hot tea and they moved to cold brew.
So the simplicity that the easiness of what they were looking for before, they don't want that anymore. They want to have that quality and that experience, and they're doing that themselves at home, right? And I think that's a really interesting shift in what's happened.
Very interesting, because for us it's a good opportunity, to change our, how can I say, relationship, interaction with them. And, I noticed all these changes because I was at home, I was bored, because, you know me, I'm a very active woman. So imagine me 2 months and a half, closing my apartment. And thanks God I have a terrace. So many times I was there, sunbathing and preparing cold brew for me and my daughters and so on. And so I had time, because I love social media, but I'm working 12 hours a day. So I don't have the time, to take next picture when I'm very busy in my real life. So sometimes I was there relaxed, and I took the opportunity to take a good picture. And so I post and I share, my private moments with my loyal customer. And I noticed that every time I gave them some entertainment, new suggestion, new idea, new pairings, or I don't know, an innovative way to prepare a matcha beer, or something that is completely out of the traditional way of pouring your teapot. I receive a lot of good feedbacks and a lot of comments and private messages, and they ask me, how can I do that at home? How many grams, or for how long? So I think it's very important right now, to give the customer more entertainment, new ideas, because I think they are, ready to go to the next level, And probably, I think that from this moment on, it's really a good signal that they're looking for, new trends, a new way of preparing tea, because I think that finally quality tea can enter in tea connoisseur or lover's home.
Good. So let's show them now.
Okay.
Let's show them now. Let's show them how to do.
You want me, to cook some Italian.
Perfect. So let me explain to everybody. Sorry. After 4 hours, my voice is starting to, shrivel away. So hang on. So let me explain to everybody that, we talk about cooking with tea a lot, right? And I think for some of us that do it, it becomes, I cook with tea. It's no big deal, right? And other people look at you going, right, because it sounds so complicated, but it's not. And when I teach, how to cook with tea, the principle that I use is to explain to people and help them understand the fundamentals of how it's done, because once you understand that fundamental, you can apply it in all recipes, right? Okay. So I'm going to hand to you, and you tell.
Some Italian DNA may help.
Yes, that's true. Italian, we don't all have Italian DNA, my darling. So let me hand it to you, and you tell us, what are you preparing us for? What are you preparing for us today?
Yeah, first of all, I have to admit that when you asked me to cook with tea, I was in a huge panic, because I cook every day with tea or, normal recipe, but I never cook in my life in front of a camera, making a kind of show cooking. And you know that I'm a tea sommelier, I'm a tea retailer, but I'm not a cook or a food blogger or a pastry chef. But okay, thank you for trusting me. So finger crossed. Okay, I'm going to show you how to make a tiramisu. And tiramisu is the classic Italian dessert. So I think it's really my favorite. I love dessert, but tiramisu is, my favorite. And of course, it's not the original Italian recipe, because I'm not going to use any cocoa or liquor or coffee, but I revisited the original recipe because I wanted to use matcha and sencha as main ingredients. So to make a great matcha tiramisu, all you need, you have all the ingredients here that you need and you have to have with you at home. So let's start, of course, from matcha. I have a matcha powder, it's a cooking grade. Then I have 3 cups of a beautiful sencha from Kagoshima. Then you need 3 eggs. I don't know if you can see the eggs, so just 3. Then you need 9 tablespoons of sugar. You need 250 grams of mascarpone cheese. And then you can have 2 choices, because you can choose Pavesini biscuits. I have no idea how is the English name of Pavesini biscuits. I want to show you Pavesini. Okay, they are thinner compared to Savoiardi. And here we have Savoiardi that are called lady fingers in English. So generally, it's up to you. I mean, the choice is up to you. But generally, I prefer to use Pavesini biscuits when I make my tiramisu in a glass, so in a single serving portion like this one. And I select the lady fingers, the Savoiardi, when I want to prepare a huge quantity, a huge amount of tiramisu, because I have a group of friends. And so in this case, I use Savoiardi, and I line them in a pan or in a big baking dish. Okay. Do that for me? No. Okay. All the ingredients are here. So first of all, you have to prepare your sencha, and I use 6 grams for half a liter, and the water was 75 degrees. And then I let the sencha in infusion for 4 minutes, so a little bit longer than usual time, but I want to have a stronger sencha. And I let it cool for about 1 or 2 hours, and you're sencha. Then I think it's very important that you have to take the 3 eggs, and then you separate the yolks from the eggs white. And in this bowl, I put the 3 yolks with the 9 tablespoons of sugar. And then with an electric mixer, I start mixing these 2 ingredients together until the cream became very white and fluffy. Then I added my 250 grams of mascarpone cheese using a spatula, or you can also use a spoon. But remember, when you are making this process, to be very gentle. So every time, so here I have already mixed a small quantity. So every time you add a new ingredient, you have to be very gentle. So always fold gently all the ingredients, moving your spatula or your spoon from bottom to top, always in this way. Then I put in another bowl the egg white, and I beat them with a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Again, using the electric mixer until these fluffy white stiff peaks appear.
Yeah.
And now I think I'm not going to show you because it takes time, because being gentle and it takes a long time. So we only have 20 minutes.
It's the magic of television.
Yes. So the final result should be this cream that I have in this smaller bowl. But remember again, then when we are adding your egg white, your white stiff peaks inside your mascarpone cream already prepared, mixing sugar, mascarpone, and the yolks, to be extremely gentle. Okay, that's very important. Okay. Now I think that we are ready to start the preparation. So I will put a generous amount of cream, because I love my tiramisu when it's very creamy and rich. Okay. Then I sprinkle my cooking matcha. So I make another layer, using the matcha. And now it's time for soaking our Pavesini biscuits into our sencha for 2-3 seconds. and then you line them to create another regular layer. Okay, and then again you start and you repeat the same process several times, making different layers. So again, you put your cream, then again you sprinkle your tea, and you can soak your pavesino. And then you go on until your glass, your cup is completely filled.
So I'm just going to say something quickly while you're doing this. So the technique that you're using is you are layering the matcha in between your cream. And so you're actually maintaining the same look, except you're adding a layer of green in. Most of the matcha tiramisus that I've seen, and to be honest, the way that I've made it is I've put the matcha into the cream. So I actually, right? So it actually ends up being a bit green.
Yeah, I prefer to make and to see different.
Nice. I'm going to try that. I like that.
Another secret ingredient that if you like fresh strawberry, you can cut the fresh strawberry into very thin slices, and you can lay on the surface of your cream, not the cream, and then sprinkle matcha, and on the top of the matcha you can create an extra layer, and then you repeat the process many times.
Nice.
But here I'm going to show you something different because it's another version of the matcha tiramisu.
Okay.
Because, I don't know if you like it, but I love the matcha ojicha tiramisu.
Yeah.
Okay. So to prepare the matcha ojicha tiramisu, the matcha ojicha, I use 2 grams of powder and water at 80 degrees, and then I use a chasen, to prepare it to whisk like I do for ceremonial matcha. Okay.
Right. Okay.
And I think that this second version is less known compared to the green matcha tiramisu or matcha dessert in general. But I really love it because it's completely different. You can see that it's not brilliant green, but it's dark brown. It looks like coffee or cocoa. And I love it because it's roasty, it's malty, it's nutty, and I think it's more similar to coffee. So I advise this version of matcha ojicha tiramisu to coffee lover, or also to matcha or Japanese green tea lovers, because it's really extraordinary and very different from all the matcha tiramisu that we try in our life. So here again, I repeat the same process that I did a while ago. So I put a generous layer of cream, and then I sprinkle the matcha ojicha powder to make a layer of tea. Then I soak the pavesini into my matcha ojicha. Okay, so now they're lined, and I can repeat the process, adding again the cream. You sprinkle the matcha ojicha. Okay. And then you go on until the cup is completely filled. But the time runs very fast. I already prepared, what are the final results. So this is how the tiramisu should look.
Beautiful.
Like. Yeah. In this case, I use a fresh strawberry, to garnish.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Or here is without the garnish. So you can see that you can recognize different layers.
Yeah.
And here is the matcha ojicha tiramisu.
Lovely. And that's how easy it is to cook with tea, ladies and gentlemen.
It's very easy. Yes.
So we talked. You and I talked the other day about favorite things to or favorite teas to cook with. And I don't have a big sweet tooth personally. I can have chocolate in my house for weeks and months, and it won't get touched. It doesn't matter. I crave salt instead of sugar, so I tend to like savory. Take bread away from me and I will kill you. So before the world of COVID, I used to, well, I baked bread a lot. And I told you that one of my favorite recipes is a bread, an olive bread that I made with lapsang souchong. Okay. And it's, it's one of those things which, I use the same technique, just to explain a different technique than what you've done, is I ground down the lapsang really, really fine. And I mixed that in with the flour. And then I just went on with the bread recipe as is. But you mentioned focaccia, for example. You did with focaccia?
Italian focaccia, but I'm not mix the ogiccia with the flour, So I prepare the normal mixture for pizza for focaccia, and then I mix the ogiccia with olive oil.
Okay.
And, I create abundant, generous quantity of this aromatic oil because I add my ogiccia, and then I put also salt, and I put in the oven for 10 minutes, something like that, and my focaccia is fantastic. So I also love, to pair this ogiccia focaccia with, lapsang mixed together with cheese. I think it's a very nice idea for aperitif. And talking about aperitif, because here in Italy it's almost 7 p.m. So
it's always cocktail hour somewhere.
You know that you want to always raise your cup, to toast the success of the International Tea Day, to the first SofaSummit, and to give a global hug to the global tea family.
You've been watching today.
Yeah. So I prepare because of course I love matcha and Japanese tea because I love to prepare special broth using sencha or genmai cha instead of broth while cooking vegetables, a soup with vegetables, with mushroom or with chicken. But another tea that I love, in my kitchen is chai.
Yeah.
Because always talking about chai, I love to use instead of broth making a sweet couscous. So I brew my chai and I add instead of water, to prepare my couscous. And then I cut into small pieces figs, dates, dried apricots, almonds, pistachio, whatever I have at home, because that I'm not organized and professional cook, but I take what I have at my disposal. Yeah. So I'm creative, and of course I make this sweet chai couscous, and I serve with a scoop of ice cream alongside, and then I sprinkle the cinnamon because I like it very, very spicy. And always talking about chai, I prepare a very spicy and rich and exotic white wine in this decanter. And all you need to make a spicy white wine for your aperitif is having a bottle of white wine. And in this case, I use Gewürztraminer because I love this wine because it's very fruity. So I think it matches very well with the spices of chai tea. And then I use about 12-15 grams of chai, and I put the ingredient in a decanter, and I leave in the fridge for about 10 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
Now the chai white wine is ready. So the only thing you need is having a large glass like this one, like a balloon.
Yep.
And then you filter. You serve very cold, and if you want, you can garnish with a skewer of grapes. Okay. So here my spicy white wine.
Cheers to you. So before I let you go, you've obviously been watching me today. You know that I've got Marcel Proust questions from the Marcel Proust questionnaires. So come on forward so that we don't have, Okay.
Okay.
So your question, my dear friend, is, What is your most treasured possession?
In general or about tea?
It's up to you how you want to answer it.
About tea, it's a special bowl for matcha from Korea. It is white and made by an art craftsman, and I'm in love with this bowl. So it's so precious that I always leave this special bowl in my shop because I so worried that taking to my house. Yes, you know that I have 6 cats. I have 2 teenagers, so someone can, of course, break my beloved bowl of matcha. So,
or you come down, or you come into the kitchen one day and somebody's having cereal out of it.
Yes, and talking about life and not specifically about tea, I think the most precious thing I have are, of course, my family, but good friends. I'm surrounded by a nice person, and I think I'm a lucky person, honestly.
Well, my dear friend Gabriella, I raise my cup. You get yours. It is unfortunately not cocktail hour for me.
I know.
And I still have too many hours ahead to pretend it's cocktail hour. So I raise my cup. First of all, I thank you, Gabriella, for your time.
Thank you. And I love your idea since the beginning. So congratulations, honestly.
Thank you. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for everything that you give this world of tea. You are a ray of sunshine for anybody who has spent any time with you. You are a ball of energy, and I look forward to being able to get on a plane and see you again soon.
Fingers crossed. Ciao.
Cheers. Cheers, cheers.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. All right. So, without further ado, I am going to hop from Italy back to the UK. And I am very happy to welcome Joyce. Hello, Joyce. How are you?
Hi, Shabnam. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good.
Gosh, 4 hours and you're still going.
It's 4.5 hours and I'm still going.
Where do you get the energy, Shabnam?
I'll pass out at 7:35. I'm going to fall off my stool. Yeah, I invited everybody to the SofaSummit, and my sofa is right over there. Unfortunately, there's a difference between my Wi-Fi connection here and over there, so I had to move here. And everybody keeps seeing somebody walk behind me. My backyard is under construction right now, so I've got construction going on too.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all part of working from home. It's all part of lockdown.
Right? I said at the very beginning, I'm not pretending to be anywhere other than where I am in my home, surrounded by chaos.
Natural as it is.
So that's it. So, Joyce, thank you for joining me so much. Let me introduce you to everybody. Joyce is the founder of Cambridge Tea Consultancy. And that is your current life. And we're going to get to that current life in a moment. But I think that we're going to start with your journey to getting to your current life, because it's fascinating, just like everybody's journey and story is, I think, in tea. But I think that what's really special about your story as well is that you're a woman in this journey, and that's significant because there, as we well know, there are certainly more women in this industry today than there were. But where your journey and where you came from, there wasn't. So let me start with, you got into tea. You fell into tea, so to speak, by accident. Am I right?
I did. I fell into tea by accident because I didn't even know tea tasting or tea careers were a thing at all. I grew up in Kenya. I was born in Kenya, raised in Kenya, the largest tea exporter in the world. And I drank tea from when I was little. But it never really occurred to me that there was all this work and stuff going on in the backgrounds to get that tea to us to drink it. So I never even considered a career in tea. And so serendipitously, I answered, Unilever or Brook Bond then, as they were, came into the university, and I answered the request to come to put yourself forward as to be interviewed for graduate trainee. And I went in, I got the job, and then I thought, oh gosh, okay, so what do I need to do? And they showed me a spittoon, and I freaked out a bit because I thought, right, okay, I'm not sure about this. But there were such lovely people. They trained me, they showed me what to do, they showed me the ropes, and I just loved it. I just fell in love with it. And 30 years later, here I am, still doing it.
Here you are indeed. Now, so it's interesting because I think that there are a lot of people that are in this industry that, like it's just became a very happy accident, so to speak, right? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, there's 30 years is not something you stick with that you don't like.
No.
And tea, I think, is something that just it once you're in because it just takes you over.
It does.
As I've said to a few people along the way, it's an unusual crop. It's not, as I was saying to Cindi Bigelow earlier, it's a crop, it's a vegetable for sure. But at the end of the day, there's something very special about it. There's a romance about tea. There's the way we talk about it, the way we feel about it. We don't talk and feel this way about our fruits and vegetables and, corn and whatever else, right? Mm-hmm. So you started with, you didn't start with just any company. You tell everybody about, you quickly said that, Brook Bond Unilever. So tell us about that, because we're talking about major corporation here.
We are, yes. I was very fortunate to start with the largest tea company in the world. I think everybody knows Unilever is the largest tea company in the world. Mm-hmm. And I started right at the beginning. So the training program I had was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Even now, 30 years later, I still look back and use the insights that I learned in those first few years, because it was just amazing. I started right in the gardens, learning how tea is planted, how it is nurtured until it is then taken from the nursery to the fields, from the fields to the factory, plucking, processing tea. I actually got to run a tea factory for about 3 weeks. I even had to run a night shift, and I was like 26 years old. I'm the only woman anywhere inside, and there is this tea factory starting at 3 a.m. and running the whole factory. And I kid you not, by the end of the week, I didn't know what day it was. It was a bit like lockdown, but different.
Yes.
So no, it was really good. And then I spent the next 14 years within Unilever learning all sorts of different things, from selling and marketing raw tea, which is what I started by doing, because they grew their own teas. They still do in Kericho in Kenya, and therefore selling those tea, negotiating international contracts, as well as allocating teas to auction. And then I moved on to later on do blending, buying and blending. So I moved to the UK in 2002. And I started a whole new chapter doing different things with tea. So until then, I had been doing the supply side of tea. And then this time I was on the other side. So I was looking at it from the other side of the lens. I was a buyer. So I was buying tea from around the world. And it's quite a different experience, but really enriching, because you kind of see the whole thing and, making blends and going on to then work with other companies. I worked with Tetley. And then I went to work with Twinings, or I worked with Twinings first, and then I went to Tata. And then I went on to Taylors of Harrogate. So I have worked with a few tea companies. And you know what? It's been a blast. I have learned so much. I have made so many friends. I have met such lovely people. It's been really good. I'm still enjoying it.
You most certainly are enjoying it, my friend. So let's talk about that journey in through the lens of a woman, because I think that that's important, especially at the time that you were doing it, and not just at the time that you were doing it. I think in what you were doing. I don't want to brush over that, because There are definitely women within the industry, lots of people in marketing, for example, you know, the specialty industry, independent shop owners, etc. But a tea taster and the path that you were in, very much dominated by men. And it's a, you know, I don't want to belabor it, but I don't think that it should go untalked about. That the reality is, and this is not a criticism of the tea industry itself, I think it's just inherently, you know, as women, there are challenges that we have that we just accept as normal because it's just a part of our lives. We know that we have to deal with certain things, and we deal with them. In my life before tea, because I did have a life before tea as well. I owned a restaurant with I owned a restaurant in Germany for 5 years, and I remember people, suppliers, and you know, people in authority, asking me all the time to speak to my boss, because they just could not understand and fathom that you're looking at her.
Yes.
You're looking at her.
Yep.
So talk to me about that. Tell me about, like, what was that like? What has your journey been?
You know, Shabnam, you describe that, and I see myself in that description, because that has been said to me very many times.
Right?
I have turned up in places to buy tea, to buy serious quantities of tea for the big companies that I've worked with, and that question has been asked. You know, who is the boss?
Yes.
And you know, when it turns out to be me, you can see the sort of the look that you get, like, oh right, okay, and it's like, yeah. So it's been an interesting journey. You're right. The tea industry has been traditional. It has been very much a man's world, and I'm glad to say it's not so much the case now. There are many more women doing what I've been doing, which is absolutely amazing to see. You know, I was in Mombasa in February, and sitting there and watching women tea brokers sitting up at the podium, selling tea to everybody and knocking the tea, very confident, know their stuff. I was like, yes, because I'd sat in that auction many times, and it was a lonely place. I was the only one for a long, long time. So yeah, it's been quite a journey. But you know what? Again, I've been supported by men in the industry. They've helped me. So, you know, it's been an interesting journey. Yes, you're right. You're right. But, you know, does more need to change? Absolutely. More still needs to be done, because you're right. There's still that perception, because like I said earlier, tea is very traditional. I think we need to change things. You've had so many women on your channel today. So many women, Cindi, Bigelow, and Gabriella just now. And, you know, we got women there who know what they're doing. They know tea, they can do tea. And I think it's great that they're shining through and coming through, and that support still needs to be there. But I think, you know, it is changing, and it will continue to change.
I agree with you. I think that I've always been welcomed in this industry. I think that, you know, the moment there's, as you say, there's that initial question of when does the person in charge get here, right? But the moment that, you know, the realization is that it's you, there's been an acceptance, and it's very much embraced. So I definitely raise my cup to that. So Joyce, I started today with Sebastien Michaelis, who I know you know.
I know him very well. Yes.
Yes, I know you do. And Sebastian's title is head of tea, head of tea, just head of tea. That's it for Tata. And we talked about his $1 million insured tongue, and well, I don't know if you know this, but apparently that is the equivalent value of Keith Richards's hands.
Right.
Who knew? There you go.
Yeah.
So, so we talked about tasting and what it takes to become a taster, because I think for anybody out, you know, consumers, or even people within the industry, tea taster's got to be like everybody's dream job. How do you become a tea taster? Tell us about that.
So, yeah, like I said, I just fell into it, but not everybody is lucky enough to fall into it like I did. To become a tea taster, you need to invest your passion in it, because I have never met a single tea taster who is not passionate about tea. You got to love it.
Yeah.
You got to love tea, because that's how you interact with the tea so intimately that in one slurp, you can tell where that tea comes from, high grown or low grown. You can tell whether it was grown in dry weather or cold weather. You can tell so many things about that tea. You become really intimate with every slurp of tea that you take. But that training takes people spending their time, taking a lot of time and energy and effort to teach you, because really you don't learn tea tasting in a school. You learn it from other tea tasters. And so I am really, really passionate about that. One of the things that drives me is about sharing tea knowledge, things we know as tea tasters, as tea experts, with other people, with new generation, with people who want to learn about tea, whether they are consumers, they are customers, or they're just enthusiasts, just sharing tea with them, or even people who want to become experts. But to go back to that journey, it takes a long time. And to be honest, to be confident, fully confident that you know tea as a tea taster, and you can buy millions worth of tea knowing, yes, I know what I'm doing, you need about 5 years of training, at least 5 years. Then even the people who are entrusting you with their millions, they know that their millions are in good hands. 5 years, you need training. So it's an investment, both on your part and on your employer's part, but absolutely it's worth it, because you just love it. It's good. It's fun.
So you just touched on that training, right? And there's a blog post that you put up recently. And actually, before we even get into that, tell me about your new life, right? Because we've talked about where you came and the journey to get to. Yeah. But you now have you've started Cambridge Tea Consultancy.
I did.
So you are your own boss.
I am.
You call in sick in the mornings to yourself.
Yep. Yeah.
Is your boss good to you? Because I find that being your own boss is they're usually worse.
I know. Do you know what? When I started my own company last year, I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna have free time. I can do what I want whenever I want. No. You're absolutely right.
Let me tell you something. The word for self-employed in German is selbstständig.
Right.
Okay.
What does that mean?
And literally translated, if you break down the word, is selb is self, and ständig is all the time.
That's me.
My chaotic life, my world. Yeah. Self-employment means doing everything yourself all of the time.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm learning that.
Yes, you are.
I'm learning that.
Tell us about Cambridge Tea Consultancy.
Cambridge Tea Consultancy, my baby. I love it. So after 30 years working in the corporate world and learning so much about tea, doing so many amazing things about tea, I thought, you know what? I want to be able to choose what I want to do with tea, to do the things in tea, with tea that I love, that I'm passionate about. Because obviously, when you're in a job, you've got to do the job. And their job might not necessarily encompass all the things that you enjoy and love to do. It encompasses things that you need to do, that you have to do. But I just felt, you know what, not to show my age, but I am over 50 and I've done 30 years in tea. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to do what I want to do with tea. And so I set up the Cambridge Tea Consultancy. And within that, I do three things. Well, many things, but I bucket it into three.
Okay.
I do consultancy and advisory, and that involves working with any business, any association, any organization who need genuine, credible information about tea, guidance, expertise, knowledge about tea. Tea is a very specialized business. A lot of people right now, there's a lot of noise in the world about tea, and a lot of people find the tea industry so specialized, they don't really understand what goes on. It's partly to do with that tea is very traditional and therefore has kind of remained almost mysterious. And for a long time, we did play to that mystery. We love that mystery because everybody likes a bit of mystery.
Yeah.
But then people find that they don't quite understand. People understand coffee a bit more. They understand wine a bit more. They don't quite understand what goes on with tea. So having done all this with tea, I thought I'll put myself out there I can offer credible information, expertise about tea. But the other thing that I do, which again I'm really passionate about, is tea education.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, I just believe very, very strongly in passing on what we know to other people. So I invest a lot of time in tea education. I train people. I train tea tasters. I'm part of the tea sommelier. I also do the tea sommelier program. So I train tea sommeliers, and I also train anybody, corporate. Sometimes they want their tea people to learn a bit more, something completely different from what they've been doing. So I do all of that. And the third thing I do is communications and PR, because we in tea, or the tea industry, requires to keep our profile up there so that people can learn more about tea, find how wonderful it is, find out what drives it, what makes us so crazy about tea. So we need to share that. We need people to hear it. We need people to know it. So I enjoy being, sharing that communications, whether it's in judging teas and therefore being able to articulate how wonderful the teas that have won in the competition are, or just whatever it is that helps us to let people know how good tea is. It's full of benefits. It's a wonderful industry. So yeah, there's loads and loads to say about tea, and I enjoy saying it.
So you actually, the tea sommelier program that you offer is our program that that you are so graciously and lovely spreading around the world. I know that you just had sessions in Kenya. In Kenya, that's right.
I did.
Our program's made it to Kenya.
It has indeed. It has indeed, and they loved it. They loved it.
Good.
You know what? Because they found that there were things in that program that, even with years, I had one candidate who has had 30 years in tea. There were things I was teaching him, and he said to me, Joyce, I've done 30 years. I've never been taught this. I've never learned it. So it's new things to them. So it's amazing. It's really good.
That makes me happy. I have to say that of all of the things that that I do in tea and have done over the years in tea, my favorite thing is teaching. There is something really special, as you say, in sharing that knowledge and seeing the excitement. Because I've said this so many times. First of all, I find it's a great privilege to be a part of this industry, but to share that and to pass that along, I find, because I have that privilege to be in the industry, it is my duty to share that knowledge further, right? And it's to see the excitement and to see that people, I've used the word infectious a few times today, but to see people get infected with this amazing world of tea, it's amazing. It's really, it's gratifying. And you know that they're never going to be the same again, because you'll never get it out, right?
Absolutely.
So talk to me about this, pretty much what along the lines of what we're talking about here, which is a blog post that you did about equipping our young tea tasters adequately. Because I know that, I've done tea training, you've done tea training. There's so many different courses and trainings around the world. And I encourage people, take as many as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
You're going to learn something new every single time, because everybody has a different way of expressing it. As you just said, the person that you said has been in the industry for 30 years and still learned something. We all always have something to learn. Believe me, we don't know everything.
Absolutely.
But I think that in some ways, we're falling short sometimes in that expertise and as you say, equipping those tasters adequately moving forward. So tell me your thoughts on that.
That's right. So coming back from Kenya and having seen these people that I was training, and like you say yourself, the reaction that I got when I trained them, when I taught them these things that were amazing to them, and you just see their eyes pop and thinking, wow. And the feedback I got, people saying, amazing. People saying, I want to do that course again. I want to learn it again. It's that exciting to them. And I thought, you know what? This tells me that there is a pull for this. There is a hunger for this. People want to learn tea. And some of these people are already tea tasters, like I said. But the tea world is so big. Even after 30 years, myself, I'm a tea expert, yes, but I'm still learning things. There's so much to learn. And I felt that I came back thinking, you know what? we're so lucky, especially with the young people, that they are very flowery, bright careers in other things that are attractive, you know, tech and banking, make lots of money. But to find that there are still young people who are so interested in tea that they want to learn tea tasting and have a spittoon and taste and slurp, I was really impressed. And I thought, go on, guys, this is really good. It's exciting. But it also made me think, it's our duty. And you use the word duty. And I like that word because that's what I felt. I felt it's my duty to share with them, to guide them. Because like I said, you can only learn tea from other tea people. You know, you can read all the books. Yeah. You can do all the Googling you want. You will not become a tea taster unless you've been trained by another tea taster. So it's my duty to train people. And so I feel that we, the people who know tea, the people who've been in tea for years, we need to take it upon ourselves to pass on that information, to equip those future tasters with the knowledge that we have, to set them up so that they can do even better than us. They can come up with things that we haven't even thought about, but they need to be standing on our shoulders. They need to be standing on the foundation that we have set. Therefore, it's our duty to equip them by building that foundation and sharing that information with them.
I love that. So tell me, at you started with Brook Bond right out of school. How old would you have been? 18 or 22?
I was about 20, 22, 23, thereabouts. Okay. Yeah.
So what would you tell your 22-year-old self now, knowing what you know?
Knowing what I know, I'd be saying, girl, you chose the right trade.
No regrets.
No regrets whatsoever, no.
Good. That's what we like to hear. Yeah. What has surprised you most about this tea industry?
What has surprised me most is just how much there is to learn about tea. It's just that how many different types of tea there are. And, you know, just so, and if you pick one and you start to dig deeper into it, and there's just a world to learn about tea. I think that has been the most surprising thing for me. And to go back to the example I gave about teaching in Kenya in February this year, for the people there who have known tea, Kenyan tea, African tea, because they've learned that, they suddenly realize they know that much about tea because there's China, there's India, there's Sri Lanka, there's all these other places to learn. And in each of those, there are so many other things to learn. So yeah, for me, that was the biggest surprise. Yeah, just how much there is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree with you. Yeah. So my dear Joyce, I cannot let you go without
don't do that to me.
I can't let you go without a question from Marcel Proust.
Right.
So, Marcel Proust's question for you is, oh, we've had this one already. I haven't done that today yet. Oh, this is a good one. Nobody's had this one yet. Okay. If you were to die.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today.
No time soon.
Not today.
No time soon.
I've got some things to do.
And you were to come back as either a person, an animal, or a thing, what would it be?
Oh my God, that's a tough one, Shabnam. What would I come back at? Oh my word. Oh, let's see.
It could be a person.
It could be a person.
Yeah.
Gosh, that is a tough one, Shabnam. You saved the toughest one for me. It
was random, I swear.
Well, I think I would have to come back as a tea plant, I think. I'd want to come back as a tea plant. Because I think the tea plant...
I did not expect that.
No, you didn't. I didn't know I was going to say that. But just thinking through it and thinking, what do I think is amazing? And I think a tea plant is just amazing. If you think, you know, how many people drink tea every day? How many cups are drunk every day? And the tea plant, it's a humble little plant, but it does that. You know, it's got good benefits for you. It's got refreshing benefits for you. It provides employment for people. It provides community and gets people together to sit over a cup of tea. So I think I'd come back as a tea plant and let people nurture me and look after me and enjoy the benefits that I'd give.
And celebrate you every year on May 21st.
Celebrate me every year on this day, yes.
So, my dear Joyce, I'm going to tell you that there are a lot of people in this room right now that are watching that know you, and who have had the great privilege of working with you. So because you can't see what's going on in this chat screen, I'm going to tell you that I'm reading person after person talking about what a great person you are from people that know you, that have had the privilege of working with you. So James Poxon has said that, Jem McDowell has said that, Joe Panter says hello. So anyways, there are a lot of people that know you. You are truly a lovely, lovely lady, and it's been a great privilege of mine to get to know you as well. So I want to raise my cup, Joyce, first of all, to thank you for your time, most importantly today, and joining me on my journey and celebration of this wonderful tea. But I also want to thank you for the time that you have put into this industry. You are still doing great things ahead. I know it, and I'm so proud to be a part of that, a small part of it. But I think that I want to raise my cup to the fact that you sat in those auction rooms, and because you did, you gave women today the ability to do that with ease and comfort. So to you, I raise.
Thank you.
I raise my cup to you, Joyce. Thank you
very much. You're very kind. Those are very kind words. And to all my friends listening, and even those who are not listening, you have made me the person I am today in tea. I owe it to you. All the words you've shared with me, all the training you've shared with me. This is for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. You're all going to have me crying by the time this is over.
Oh, don't.
I can't run my makeup. All right, Joyce.
It's been wonderful.
To you.
Thank you,
I hope
Shabnam.
to see you soon.
See you soon. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm starving, but I don't want to, eat in front of you, so I'm going to keep refraining. I'm going to, however, just move on to our next guest, and that is the lovely Will Battle. Hello, Will.
Good afternoon, Shabnam.
How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks. So excited to be here. Slightly daunted by the prospect of following the great Joyce Maina, though.
Right?
I know. I'm such a trailblazer. It's pretty difficult to compete with that.
We're not competing. Everybody is fabulous in their own right, as you are as well, my dear Will Battle. Let me introduce you to everybody. But before I do, let me tell you who all is here, because we have truly, you've all surpassed my wildest expectations. When I set this all up, I said to Addie, what if it's just you and me who's on YouTube live watching this? And then we thought, well, at the very least, some of our families might tune in, and but I'm very happy to tell you that we have managed to have what I've been told is upwards of 130 to 140 people in this room at any given time since I started this morning at 8:30. We have UK, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Canada, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, China, Mexico, Portugal, Germany, Uruguay, Nepal, Indonesia, New Zealand, who I keep forgetting, Japan, and France. And if I didn't say China, forgive me. I'm going to say again China if I said it twice. So we've made it international.
Wow. Well, cheers, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers. Japan. Oh, no, I did say Japan. So I am going to introduce the great Will Battle. Will is the founder and owner of Fine Tea Merchants. And I have to say that I didn't realize this until I'm actually doing it. All these threads that start to form as you talk to people one after the other, and the patterns is that a lot of the people within this industry, and you're certainly included in that category, have been in different parts of the industry or worked for different companies and have moved and shifted, but you stayed in tea. Once you're in, you don't leave, right?
Yeah.
Once it's like it's like the Godfather, right? Every time I try to leave, they pull me back in. So let me let you tell everybody where you came from to get to Fine Tea Merchants.
Yeah, well, I come from a farming background, so I always wanted to work in something that had a bit of an agricultural bent. And I started at Tetley. Actually, you had Seb on earlier today, Seb Michaelis, and Seb and I used to work together. And did 10 years with Tata. And I think you've discussed it earlier, but the sort of training you get at one of those big international tea companies is fantastic. And once you've gone through a proper tea training program and lived and worked overseas in producing countries, I just don't see why anyone would want to leave this industry. Right. So I worked with Tata for 10 years, and I worked in Switzerland and the Netherlands with Douwe Egberts on their tea brands for another 10 years. And along the way wrote a book, and then set up a wholesale specialty business in the UK, which mainly because it's a fun place to be, the specialty industry. And I never look back. It's just a fantastic industry. Thoroughly enjoy every day of it.
So it is infectious. There's no question about that. And as I said, once you're in, you're in. I can tell you that the one thing that keeps all of us in is truly the love of tea, right? Because Lord knows it's not fortune, right?
That's true.
It's we get nurtured and paid in many ways, but it's I think as Joyce was just saying, it's not the glamour of tech and the bajillion dollars that Silicon Valley makes, and yet I can't imagine a life without tea. I honestly can't. But you shifted from working for very traditional businesses, from this side of the industry. Majority of the tea consumed around the world, I think it's something like 90% of the tea around the world is traditional, the traditional industry. You shifted yourself from that into what you just said, specialty, and specialty is a very loaded word, as you well know. Specialty, everybody has a very, very different definition of what specialty is. So I'm going to let you tell me what your definition is of specialty and about this shift from one to the other.
Well, I did use the word. I don't actually like using that word because I prefer just to talk about what good tea. I think one person's specialty is another person's mainstream as well. I think I've loved living and working in Calcutta, for example. And you take a stroll down some of those streets and have some street chai from a clay cup. That is very mainstream in Calcutta. Yeah. But if you were to serve it the same way over here or in Toronto, it would be regarded as a specialty, perhaps. Mm-hmm. So, for me, and actually, if you look at some of the big brands, they're really trying to get into sort of higher quality, higher margin type teas. So almost every job in tea now does probably have a bit of crossover between different sort of consumption styles. For me, I wanted to get into really higher quality teas, mainly because it's fun and it's a growing part of the market. Who doesn't want to sell something really good that you can really stand behind and think, I'm really proud of that. So yeah, I do think that the world is really waking up to the opportunity of really good quality tea, and it's a good time to be involved in it. Not to say that some of the big brands I've worked for in the past don't make good tea, but it's certainly a growing area that there's just it's a more fun part to work with. You work with small businesses, and small businesses tend to be just a bit of a roller coaster, but more entertaining.
That's a very diplomatic word, entertaining. Tell me, what has surprised you the most about working in this in Fine Tea Merchants? Let's drop the word specialty. Let's as I said, and as you have, it's a loaded one.
I'd say what surprised me is the growth and the amount of new small businesses. There'll probably be a lot of people watching this who are thinking, "Oh, I'd love to set up my own tea business. I love tea, but I'd like to set up my own business." And I can confirm to all those people that a lot of people are doing it, and some of them do fantastically.
Yeah.
So perhaps the surprise has been how many businesses there are or people that are looking to set up tea businesses all over the world. And perhaps not surprising, but the thing I've discovered is that those with the most success have generally been those people who've had the most enthusiasm and passion for the product. And those have been the most resilient businesses to work with. So I suppose not really surprised, but it's good to know quite how many people there are who are interested in that sort of top end of the market.
What advice would you give to somebody who is listening, who either has a tea shop or wants to start one?
Wherever you are, I suppose, wherever you are in the world, find someone, or make sure you sort of make connections with people you can trust. And I'd also say really know your stuff on the origin story. Probably the best way of making sure that you're going to sell a fair amount of tea is really understanding how it's made and grown. And by doing that, I think it leads you into buying better quality products, and it makes that connection between the producer and your customers that bit stronger. So find those good suppliers, those good connections, and if you can, go to some sort of tea producing origin and really see it at first hand.
Yeah. What's the number one mistake you've seen made?
People who've launched tea businesses and want to immediately go live with 360 different teas, and instead of 7 or 8 really good ones. So sticking to a few favorites that really work well, really good quality teas that work well. I'd also say people don't necessarily always want to drink what you want to drink. And it's worth understanding what the market wants.
Yes.
One of the things I always look at over here is the consumption habit. And a lot of people still, fortunately, I think, like to drink tea with milk. And the sort of tea that works well with milk in our market may not look all that sexy on the leaf. It may not have a sexy TGFOP one or a nice garden name behind it, but often that's not important in a tea that you're going to have first thing in the morning with your English breakfast. So I suppose really understand the consumption habits as well is quite an important element.
I think that's a really good piece of advice, because it's something that, as I've said, my previous world of having done that too, is remembering that I want to be selling my product. So don't only buy for yourself, right? And that goes with tea, that goes with the paraphernalia, the cups, the pots, the everything else. What you love isn't necessarily what other people love, and vice versa. What you don't like may very well be something that somebody else is absolutely going to love. So checking yourself, and I think what Cindi said earlier is that it's not about you, it's about everybody else. I think that's a really, really important one. So you brushed over it, and in between, I wrote a book. Oh, that little thing. So let's talk about your book, shall we? You wrote the Tea Encyclopedia.
Yeah. Well, the reason for doing it was I've always had a fascination with the wine industry, and I used to love poring over those wine atlases. Yeah. And I felt, and actually there is now quite a big there's a lot of books, a lot of tea books out there now, but I didn't think that necessarily 15 years ago there were. And I wanted to create something which was more in line with those great wine atlases, something that really drew enthusiasts into the product, made them understand really what it is that makes this or that tea taste like it does. And also, I think it's one of those things where you think you know a little bit about tea, and then you set off and write a book about it, and then you think, crikey, I really didn't know so much as I thought I did.
Yeah.
So it was a great learning experience. I learned so much. I still learn so much every day. As I think Joyce alluded to it, you never stop learning. There's so much out there, and the industry changes. You know, when I started off writing the book, for example, purple tea wasn't a thing.
Right.
And you know, there's sort of new things that come through the course of writing it that I learned about. So, but maybe for me, it was a fantastic sort of just a way of meeting a whole load of people and having a fantastic time traveling around the world, sort of drinking a lot of tea.
Nice gig if you can get it.
Yeah, it is. But it's one of those things. Also, and we did, of course, the book, we produced quite a lot of maps, and maps are, in my view, a really great way of understanding origins. You understand elevation, and through research, then you understand soil types and which way the monsoons come in from, and that sort of thing. And I think the process of researching and trying to get into the detail makes you a better tea man or woman as a result. And that's something I've really enjoyed. Plus, and I think you mentioned it earlier, teas are a really personal industry.
Right.
And I think sometimes when we're in it, we overlook it.
Yeah.
Just a little analogy, anecdote, sorry. I used to work for a coffee company, and we used to buy about 100 times more coffee than we bought tea every year. But the tea department used to get 20 times more Christmas cards than the coffee department. Right. And I think it's essentially just a story about the fact that we have this great sort of personal way of buying tea, and that is not to be sort of cast away lightly.
I couldn't agree with you more. I had Yulu on earlier this morning. She's the vice president of the China Chamber of Foodstuff and Native Products. So there are many, many, many agricultural products that are within her category. Tea representing, I had no idea, only 2.5% of China's exports is tea. One would think it would be much bigger than that, but it's not. And she said that, well, obviously I was asking her why, what is different about tea? And she said that there's no other category within her department that meet and celebrate and, have this people aspect of it as much as tea does. So I think there's something special about this this agricultural crop that we all are nurturing.
And it's that great variety of tea is I think for me one of its great merits. This fantastic world in which you can have a choux puer and a first flush Darjeeling from the same sort of bush, but they're just chalk and cheese in taste profile, and there's everything in between. And I think that's just a fantastic dimension to our product that you just don't get anywhere else, really. And that's for me another one of those things that really appeals to me about the product.
So in the Tea Encyclopedia, I understand that one of your objectives, besides traveling and, meeting great people, was to debunk myths and snobbishness. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, for me, it was, well, let's pick two perhaps. I felt there was a little bit of a sense that somehow, let's look at black tea. Somehow, orthodox black tea equals good. CTC black tea equals bad. And if you're drinking CTC, it's not real tea. For me, that's rubbish. I think anyone who's had Alfred on earlier, one of the KTDA East of Rift CTC BP1s from some of those great factories in Njage or around the Aberdares, just fantastic golden beautiful morning teas that just light up any blend. Rwandan BP1, beautiful tea, really good quality second flush Assam CTC. They're just fantastic. So I think there's a bit of a misnomer that somehow CTC is to be overlooked, and often when people come to me and say they want to create a blend, I think it's quite important to try and manage people's expectations on how it liquors as much as how the leaf looks. So that was one myth I wanted to try and sort of get beyond. And the other thing is I've got a real fondness for African tea. And again, I think sometimes because it's comparatively newcomer as a continent relative to the Asian producers, sometimes slightly overlooked. But again, really high quality, orthodox or handmade Malawian specialty tea. Really nice. I go west of Rift in Kenya. There's some beautiful, beautiful producers of high quality specialty tea. Right. And I think to get caught up too much on whether an origin sounds good or not, because people are expecting to see a Darjeeling on the tea shop tin, is overlooking the fact that every continent can produce something fantastic. And the last thing was on myths. I think that some consumption styles are superior to others. Yes, the fact is that making a really, really nice pre-rained China green tea in the Gongfu style is fantastic, but a lot of people don't necessarily want to do that, and don't have the time. So I also wanted to sort of try and get beyond that and say, well, there's actually nothing wrong with a fantastic English breakfast tea in a tea bag, as long as you've got really good tea in the bag. Yeah. That it's how you as a tea lover want to drink it. I think that's really important. Not to say I don't love a really nice spring crop green tea from China, but I think there's a big world of tea experience out there, and that person drinking iced tea on their porch in Georgia, a really, really nice Argentine tea made, put in the fridge and drunk in the evening. Yeah. You couldn't use an Assam for that, but that consumption style has absolute validity. And so I just wanted to, that was one of the things I really wanted to get beyond in the book. It's each to their own in the way that they drink tea.
It's I couldn't agree with you more. I know a lot of people here on the side are saying well said, Will, and absolutely agree with you. I think that is one of the biggest challenges, maybe. I don't know what the right word to use is, but there's a time and place for everything, and to get having some beautiful first flush silver tips Darjeeling. Yes, absolutely. There's something beautiful and precious about that, and sitting down and having the ceremony or a beautiful spring picked lungjing. Yes, a Japanese gyokuro, whatever it is. Those are all beautiful, wonderful experiences. But that's not always that's not always your day. That's not always what you can do. And personally, I can tell you that I have a beautiful Darjeeling sitting here, and I will still start every single morning with a cup of strong black tea, Kenyan, Assam, a blend, whatever it is, and I will brew it really nice and strong. I like the malt and caramel flavors of the African teas that you're talking about, and I put milk in it. I put milk in my tea when I'm drinking my tea this way. And I don't care what you all think of me right now, but I think that it's really important I think that it's important that, you know, we all understand that there is this great big tea world out there, and there's a time for everything. There are times where I will spend hours cooking a meal, and other times where I order in a pizza. And that doesn't make me any less. I enjoy each of them equally, depending on what I need at that particular moment. And I think that we need to do a better job of that sometimes in this tea world. I think we lose that sometimes in trying to segment ourselves, you know?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah. I have Carolina Okulovich on later from Don Basilio. And I bring that up because you mentioned not only Argentine teas for the iced teas, but specifically because you were mentioning that you know, sometimes there are some regions that are known for something and looked, you know, in as only doing one thing, Carolina at Don Basilio actually she's into her handmade tea. She loves making those. And she submitted a tea for the North American Tea Conference for the gold medal tea competition that we do. And this was, I'd say, at least 6-7 years ago now. And we give awards for each specific you know, region that submits tea. But then we've got one overall winner. And guess who won that year?
I'm guessing Don Basilio.
Don Basilio's handmade Argentine black tea won. They beat out the Kenyans, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, the Sri Lankans. They beat out everybody. And it was such a beautiful, unexpected tea. And, you know, to your point of great tea can be made everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And we have to be open to that and a little bit more adventurous, I think, in what we look at, right?
Yeah, I totally agree, Shabnam. And I know that Carolina and Carlos at Don Basilio are making some lovely orthodox whole leaf tea that will have the low-grown Sri Lankans looking over their shoulders. Yeah, absolutely every origin can make something fantastic. And I've had wonderful surprises all over the world. I've had some shocking surprises as well in some parts of the world. But that's another one of the great things that we have in tea that makes it that bit more special, because you've got this evergreen leaf, and each day is a new day. And you know, as a tea producer, you've got the origin, you've got another opportunity to make something fantastic tomorrow. That's really exciting.
I think being open to those to trying something different is where you get those surprises, right? If you stick with just what you know and what is expected, well, it's expected, right? It's the outcome is within that sentence itself, right? So there's no surprise that's going to come out of that. One of my favorite surprises of all time was a Vietnamese oolong.
Okay,
one of the most beautiful oolongs I have ever had. I smelt it, I drank it. I'm like, no, this is not from Vietnam. It can't be. It was, so for Vietnam, if you're still in the room, truly, it was one of the most beautiful, lovely teas I've ever had. But it's that surprise, and you got to be willing to try something different in order to be surprised.
That was really good to hear, because it is what's in here, not really the name always that's written on the tin that's important, and we do well to remember that.
That's right. I think the wine world has learned that as well, right? It was the I don't remember the story fully, but if I remember correctly, it was the Californian Chardonnay that won out the great prize in France. There was a whole movie made about it. The
Judgment of Paris.
That's it. It was the great shock and the great scandal of you know that it wasn't a French wine that it won out, but it's these unexpected and I think regions and areas that are willing to experiment. Right.
Absolutely. I think that we do well to taste blind more often.
Yes.
And as you said, that not just the Chardonnay, but it was also the Cabernet Sauvignon, I think, Stag's Leap possibly. That reminds me that you can't always rest on your laurels as a sort of heritage grand old producer, and you've got to keep improving.
Yeah. So, my dear, You know what's coming up, right? Because I know you've been watching.
Yeah.
All right. What does Marcel Proust want to know from you? Marcel Proust wants to know, what is your greatest extravagance?
I think, actually, I did allude to it earlier. I think possibly wine is my greatest extravagance.
Okay.
The one benefit of lockdown has been I've had an opportunity to dive into some wines I bought when I had a little bit more money and a few less children.
I would say that yes, lockdown has done that for a lot of people. Walking around on recycle day in everybody's neighborhoods is quite eye-opening.
Always consumed in moderation, but
yes.
Relative moderation. But yeah, that'd be it, I think, Sharon.
There you go. I'm going to quote for you actually on that. I think James Norwood Pratt, a pleasure, just in terms of the pleasure and the extravagance. And he's referring to tea here, but I think it applies to your wine as well. Pleasure is far too serious to take lightly. If you find this truth to be self-evident, you are one of those for whom the world's fine teas are intended. So with that, my dear, well, I raise my cup to you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your knowledge. I thank you for all that you do in the world of tea. And I look forward to being able to see you in person sooner than later.
Thank you, Shabnam, and happy International Tea Day to everyone. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Bye, Will.
Bye.
All right. I desperately need to refill my cup. So if you give me 3 minutes, I shall be right back. Okay, I'm back. You'll all be quite happy to know that I popped a little bit of apple in my mouth. So for all of you concerned about my eating, I just had a couple of slices of apple. Thank you very much for joining, for being here, for celebrating, for all of those lovely things. And for those of you that have actually stuck with me, I think from almost the beginning, some of you, and not only because you're locked up in a house with me. So without any further ado, I am very happy to say hello to Joe Panter. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Shabnam. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, very well. It's been a great day so far.
I was just going to say, you are definitely one of the ones who have been with me, I think, since almost this morning.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I've had to sort of jump out occasionally, but I've seen it. And it's been excellent. There's been some great speakers, and I now have to come after not only Joyce but also Will. So. And Arun did most of the talking for me, so earlier in the day, so I can just sit back and relax.
Well, you know what? You can pour us a drink if you like. So let me introduce you to those that don't know you. Your official title is Client Services at Camellia PLC. And I'm going to let you tell everybody what Camellia PLC is. But I'm going to throw in my 2 cents because, well, that's what I do. Quite frankly, I have control of the screen. I think you need to work on your job title, my friend, because, you've got Sebastien, who is head of tea. I mean, it might as well be God of all things. And your client services. And I think
it's brilliant. People don't understand what it is. It's great. Yeah, and I'm not insured. My tongue is not insured for $1 million or so.
£1 million, not
Sorry,
$1 million.
pounds.
Yes. 2 of Keith Richards' hands, as I keep saying. And since it's 2:00 now, I'm going to tell you it's 2 of Keith Richards' hands, Rihanna's legs, and apparently one of Madonna's breasts. Random.
I could hear that, Jam.
Random. Very random. So tell us about you, Joe. Tell us about Camellia PLC and what is it that you do?
So as I'm work in the client services part, so I'm very much a link between our buyers and our operations throughout the world. Camellia PLC is a UK listed company, and tea is one of our core crops and where our origins come from. We are a multi-origin producer. We have Goodrick in India, Duncan Brothers in Bangladesh, and then we flick all the way over to Africa, where we are the Eastern Produce Group. So Eastern Produce Kenya up in Nandi Hills, and Eastern Produce Malawi down in Malanje and Chole. And tea is very much in our roots. It's where the business began and how it was set up. You heard about Margaret's Hope. It's one of our oldest tea gardens. I think 130 years or so. And we're very proud of our heritage, and it's very important to us.
So can you tell everybody who is watching, because we've got definitely tea people in the room, but also, and I mean by tea people, I mean people that work in the industry, that Eastern Produce means something, Goodrick means something, Camellia PLC means something, but the next layer of consumers, those names don't. So what are the names that consumers would associate with you? Because those are really important.
Well, we supply all the major brands, Twinings, Tetley, PG Tips, Lipton's, Yorkshire Tea, Rings, any major brand. Any major brand, we will be supplying tea either direct or through traders. However it seems needs to be done. We are as I said, primarily a tea operation that prides ourselves on our history, on our quality. And it's been really interesting listening to some of the speakers talk about stewardship. We called it custodianship. You know, for us, it's about being a custodian. It's about making sure that we can hand over our operations to the next generation. You know, we are there to ensure the environment, sustainability, the local communities, are people that work for us, that we look after them, and that we invest in them. So you know, that's very much where we're from.
So I think that what's really unique and interesting about Camellia PLC and you know, everything that you do is this core company philosophy that drives every single thing that you do. There are, you know, you've been watching for the last few hours, and I think that, you know, as I've said, there's this common thread that tends to run through for a lot of people. Passion and love and all of that is definitely a part of it, but also, you know, being a part of something greater than is you, and then wanting to give back. And for some companies, they have adopted that. But for you, it is the fundamental core philosophy of what your company's actually built on. So can you talk to me about that?
Yeah. So you know, I think everything for us is long-termism. You know, it was written by our chairman 50 years ago. That, you know, we operate to sort of enhance the lives of our employees, of our environment. You know, this has been set down, and so the way the world has moved now, talking about sustainability, it's something we've been doing since day one, and that we believe in. So, you know, what's great for us is things like you know, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals come out. We can now put ourselves, and there's a structure there to show what we do.
Right.
Because before we didn't need to, we just did it, and now we need to show, because, you know, the consumer has changed, the clients have changed, and
Right.
it's a very different world, and it's changing all the time, and we invest a huge amount of time and effort and money, along with our, you know, partners who support us, be it the brands, be it you know, NGOs that work with us.
Yeah. So we set up at the North American Tea Conference, which Tea and Herbal Association of Canada runs together in conjunction with the US Tea Association. We set up the Sustainability Awards, I guess about 4 or 5 years ago now. And I remember at the time going to, you know, reaching out to some companies and explaining, like, you know, this is what it is, and putting it out there. There were a number of them that said, well, yeah, but it's just what we do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as opposed to, it's not some big project that we decided suddenly we needed to establish because of X, Y, or Z. It's just inherent. It's what we do every day.
Yeah.
We've just all decided to put a label on it, right? Because sustainability it's a big word. It's a really, really big word. And I think it gets thrown around a lot in the past couple of years. It's sort of become the buzzword that everybody is focused on. But it's what Camellia PLC is actually built on, and as you say, always has been. You've always done business that way. So, talk to me about some of the examples. Like, what is it that you do and have done?
You know, I think you've got to look at the size. The tea community it's huge. The impact that you have within the tea fraternity. So if you look at let's say Kenya and our smallholders, we have around 11,000 smallholders. So the average family size is 4. So that's 44,000 people we're affecting right there. We have at peak season up to 10,000 people working for us. Another 40,000. You know, those numbers build up, and you know, some of the things that we have to do in our project, not have to do, we want to do, and we do is, you know, things like we did rainwater harvesting in the schools, because we found that, you know, children spend, I think it's something like 80% of their time at school, or well, they're supposed to, and you know, but come the afternoon, a lot of those numbers were dropping because there wasn't any water.
Right.
And so it was improving that. So we ran a trial at a couple of schools. We've now pushed that rainwater harvesting out to 21 schools in Nandi County, in the area around us, to make, and that just improves kids staying at school. We have the WASH program in India, where we're looking at water, air and ventilation for housing, sanitation, hygiene, all of these things. It's all sort of education, investment in our workforce. I was looking at some things today. India, we have about 170,000 dependents, workers and dependents within our operation. In Bangladesh, we have another 90,000. These are small to big towns. In when if you were to club it together, that a garden manager, estate manager is looking after. Every manager, sustainability is ingrained in what they do. And if they see a problem, they look to solve it. And if they can't, then we will raise it further. And we will run hospitals where doctors come in from abroad to run operations. The foundation, the Camellia Foundation, has built hospitals and wards in our areas of operation. And so those are just a few of the things we in terms of the environment. We do a lot with forestry. Trees are a huge thing at the moment, and we are planting everywhere we can. We're managing our indigenous forests that we have. We put new indigenous trees back into those forests. I think we did a survey to see how many sort of different species of plant, flora and fauna we had. For Kenya, it was sort of 861 indigenous, butterflies, flowers. Wow. It's an incredible thing. And it's a great company to work for in that way, and they invest in that history.
You ever done the math on how many people? I mean, you've given some numbers, but have you ever done the math to add them all up?
No, I probably have it. I probably have it somewhere.
No, I'm not putting you. I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm not putting you on the spot.
And considering I'm doing homeschooling and I got my 8-year-old daughter's maths wrong the other day, I'm probably not the best person to ask.
Fair enough. How long have you been with Camellia PLC?
8 years.
8 years. And how did you fall into the world of tea? Tell us your story.
Well, so I was in the army for 10 years. I left the army, and I'm third generation tea. Both my grandfathers were planters, one in Assam, the Johor company, and one in Ceylon. And then my father was a broker. And actually, my brother also spent some time in India, in Calcutta, as a broker. And so, I then went to work for Camellia.
So did you choose tea, or did tea choose you?
I think, if I'm honest, I swore I would never join tea. And I said, okay, I'll try it. And I loved it. And I never looked back. And, I've been and lived in Kenya for a year on the tea estates there. I'm absolutely love being out in the gardens. I spend a lot of time in Bangladesh on the gardens there, Malawi, and India as well.
Tell me about Bangladesh tea, because it's not something I think that, we certainly haven't talked about it today, and it's not something anybody ever talks about. Tell me.
No, so the majority of Bangladesh tea is consumed internally. There's a huge, it's a very big population anyway, and they luckily like their tea. So, they consume virtually everything. I know there's a couple of exports, companies that export a little bit here and there. But it's very much CTC based. It's very seasonal, like India. But yeah, so it's there. It's a big operation for us.
So you swore you'd never get into tea. You're in it, and you say you love it. Tell me what you love about it.
I think first and foremost, it's the investment in people. It really is. Tea is about for me. Tea is about people. It's about looking after your people. It's about making the most. It's a very labor intensive operation, and it is about making, looking after people, because if you look after them, generally they'll look after you. And it's, wherever we are, it's that investment. I think Camellia for me was a relatively easy move in terms of, I'd come from the army, which is very much looks at their history and that side of things, and looks after their people, and invests time and training, and that's what Camellia does very, very well, and continues to do so.
And what has surprised you most about being in this industry?
I think how people go, oh, you've got competitors. Like, we do, but we all get on. Yes, there's competition, but it's a really charming industry, and you've seen it today with all the speakers, and everybody's got some great stories to tell, and you get to go to the most amazing places that you wouldn't, as a tourist, ever get to go to, because you get off the beaten track and you go and see and meet the most amazing people who all have got something to tell you about, tea or anything of that region and area. And if you're up in Assam, anywhere, the wildlife that you get to see on some of these tea estates is something else as well.
Yeah. It's I was in Korea last August, and we went to the Buzong tea gardens, and the Buzong tea garden it's the most photographed. It's the iconic mountain or hill or whatever you want to call it, of Buzong. It's the most photographed. It's the most stock photo tea picture that is used far and wide, because it's just so gorgeous. And I have to admit that I stood there and I actually had a moment of, I'm physically standing in the most iconic picture in the world of tea. And you have to take a moment and really check yourself at that, and how lucky and privileged we are to be in this world. We travel for tea and end up in the Buzong tea gardens, and other people travel for work, and no offense to anybody from Pittsburgh, but end up in Pittsburgh. Or no offense to anybody, I'll stick to my own country, to Saskatoon, but end up in Saskatoon. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're truly lucky. And I think that we have to remind ourselves of that sometimes, that, we are these stewards. It's a word that's been used along. You said that Camellia uses custodians, but that we're taking care of this precious gift that we're all very, very privileged to be a part of. And I think that we have to remind ourselves of that all the time. I do. I think it's easy sometimes to go, yeah, I'm going to Japan. Yes, I'm going to, the tea gardens of Bangladesh, or whatever it is. And we have to remind ourselves that we're very, very, we're lucky and fortunate to be able to call this work.
Definitely.
Yeah. So tell me your favorite tea story, Joe Panter. You must have one. You're full of stories. I know you are.
I would, but the one from Argentina, I can't elaborate on, that we were on recently.
So you were on a brocation with Jen McDowell. You'd like to call it work. But tell me, okay, without going into the details of your trip, tell me why, because and I know the answer, but you tell everybody.
One of the great things about anywhere where you go, but for us, we went to Argentina. We'd never been to Argentina. We didn't know what to expect. And it was incredible. The way they do things, what we can learn, I went with two very experienced, tea people from our team, who have very Africa orientated, but also know India very well, and they were blown away. They were blown away by the factory setup, by the way the operations run, and it was fascinating. also got looked after incredibly well, as you do wherever you go in tea. It's one of the best things about tea, that you go, you either stay in a manager's bungalow, or you maybe a guest house, but you get hosted and you get overfed. You come back needing to diet, and it's amazing. And you really you like you just said, you can't forget that. You've got to realize how lucky you are and appreciate what a special industry we work in. From wherever you are, you see that.
Yeah, it's humbling how, as you say, how well taken care of we all are when we do travel. It's to the point of, okay, this is embarrassing now, right? Because I don't know how to return it, but I know that wherever I have been, and I'm sure you can say the same, it's done with such love and without wanting anything back. The fact that you, right?
Yeah, and it's there's no hidden. It's truthful.
Yes, honest. Yeah,
honestly.
I totally, agreed with you. So, my friend, you know what's coming up, right?
Yeah, I like Joyce's question. I've got one ready set up for that.
All right, go ahead. It's yours.
No. Ask away.
Okay. I'll see. Somebody said we've got Pittsburgh Tea Festival a couple of years ago. Please come to Pittsburgh. I'm sorry, I randomly chose a place. Which word or phrase do you most overuse?
Just straight. Probably shouting no at the children. Maybe would be another one. Or saying you'll never. Yeah. Or saying you're never having television, iPads ever again, and just going too extreme.
Right. I'm sure right now you are blessing Steve Jobs and thanking the fact that he existed to create a diversion for your children. But I do want to know your answer. If you were to die and come back as a person or thing, what would it be?
Black Labrador.
A black one, not a brown one, not a gold one.
No, not a chocolate one.
Why?
They smell a little bit and eat too much. They get a little bit. I want to be kept a little bit sleek, and I want a good family to look after me, and I get to and I will be a very faithful Labrador, retrieving everything.
That's a lot of criteria that you have put into whatever it is.
A lot of thinking about it.
Clearly, I will come back as the Black Labrador under these conditions.
Yeah, no, I have two somewhere, and they're the best. So yeah.
What are their names?
Cora and Mara, as in Masai.
Lovely.
Mara.
Oh, nice. I've got down over here, I've got my dog who is literally been underneath my feet most of the day. And
not barked.
Well, he has barked. He has a couple of times, but he's been pretty good, despite the construction going on around me. And I apologize for that. But hey, it is what it is. Welcome to the Sofa Summit. And he is a golden cockapoo, and his name is Oscar Wilde. So there you go.
Excellent. I think I've met him actually.
You have met him. That's true. Oh, that's true. So the deck that we sat on is being renovated right now.
Excellent.
What else do you do in lockup?
No, exactly.
Renovate your house. So, dear Joe, I say thank you. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for taking the time.
No, thank you very much.
I raise my cup to you and thank you for your time. Thank you for coming and chatting with me. And thank you for all that you do at Camellia PLC. We touched on some, but it is truly extraordinary, the fundamental philosophy that your company is driven by. And to that, I raise my cup. We are better off because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Sharon.
All right, I am going to take just 5 minutes and I shall be back with you. So hang on, please. All right. Well, hello, hello, hello. I am going to say hello to Colombia as well as to the Ukraine, who have joined us as well. And hang on with me. We're just approaching a little bit over halfway, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with me. And I'm going to add a surprise to the room. Hello, Sharon.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. How are you?
I'm very good. Like you, a bit exhausted. It's been a very busy day, hasn't it? And I've joined you from this afternoon. It's been absolutely brilliant. Well done, you.
Well, thank you, my friend. So for those of you that don't know Sharon, Sharon is Chief Executive at the UK Tea Infusions Association. So like us in Canada, herbs and infusions are part of your category. So Sharon and I work very closely together, and she's my spirit sister. We had our other spirit sister on earlier as well. And I wanted you to say hello to everybody and tell us what you were doing earlier today.
So I was very lucky to be invited to be part of the UN FAO International Tea Day celebration. So I actually set up an afternoon tea in my living room and talked about the history of afternoon tea. And it was very funny, Shabnam, you would have laughed, because everybody else on the agenda was His or Her Excellency. And then there was little old me at the end there.
Oh, well, you should have simply added Excellency to it. You know that I would have.
I'm thinking about doing that, being Her Excellency from this point forward.
It's not what you say, my dear. It's how you say it. So the next time you will simply go on and you will be Her Excellency.
Well, yes, I could do a royal wave, so no problem.
I think you could absolutely do it. So tell me, what does International Tea Day mean to you? You have you joined this this crazy tea world of ours 2 years ago, almost in June. So tell me, what does it mean for you? Because for you haven't been in this for, the 50 some odd 70 years that some people have.
Well, I really, to Joe's point about the warmth in the industry, that I've definitely felt that. I've been embraced by all the members and other our lovely friends and colleagues around the world. Shabnam, we've been on trips together. I was really, that lovely memory of our trip to Korea and standing in that field with you. And I'm hooked. I'm definitely hooked. I can't see me doing anything else. Like Joyce said, there's so much to learn. You're continually learning. I have a lot of books. I have Will's book right here, which will make you laugh, because I promise I read it. Look at all my little bookmarks.
Oh, goodness. That's a sign.
So, yeah, I mean, for me, though, it's a chance to say thank you back to the industry, because it gives out so much, and we're such an important beverage to so many lives, and I think that message has come across really strongly today. It certainly did on the UN meeting about the importance of tea to the livelihoods of tens of millions of people. So it was really great to be part of that, and we've been tweeting, both of us, all day, and been on social media, so it's been fantastic. Really, really great to see so many people getting involved.
I think John Snell pointed out earlier that we're the only beverage that is recognized by the United Nations with its own day and one of 3 food products. So it really is quite extraordinary. James Poxon says, hello, boss, by the way.
Hello, James.
All right, my darling.
Yeah. All right. Well, good luck with the rest of the day, and it's been fabulous.
You're not getting away without answering a
I
first
thought you
question.
said it right. I was out of here.
No.
Okay.
What is your current state of mind?
Actually, very, very calm, and I'll tell you why. In my speech today, I talked about the fact that consumers say when they drink tea, they find it relaxing. And it eases our stresses and reduces our anxiety. And I think at the moment, what's really critical is managing our mental health and well-being. And I must say, because I've been doing tea things all day, like you, I have been drinking tea all day. So I feel very calm and very relaxed. Thank you.
Good. Well, I raise my cup to you, my dear friend. It's okay. You came on without a cup.
I was just going to get my supper and you called me.
I know. I'm sorry. So I raise my cup to you. Thank you for popping in quickly to say hello. And I say thank you for all that you have put into the UK Association in the past 2 years. The industry is very, very blessed and fortunate, truly, to have gained somebody into the industry. We stole you away from another and hope to keep you forever. Cheers to you, honey.
Thank you, Spirit Sister. Back at you. See you soon.
Bye, hun. All right. And there is the lovely Ramaz. Hello, Ramaz. How are you?
Hello, Shabnam. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. So for those of you keeping track, I just left the UK and I've landed in Russia.
You're traveling.
Sorry.
Today you are traveling whole day, starting from the west, from the east.
Yes. So I'd like to say that it was sequentially, but it wasn't quite. So I've been to China. I've been to Italy. I've been to UK several times. I've been to India several times. I've been to Kenya. I went to the US and then I came back again. And now I'm with you in Russia. I will eventually end in Korea.
I'm just dreaming to do same, but in real.
In real, I know. You know, I have to say that being able to see all of you and spend some time with all of you on International Tea Day without jet lag, without losing luggage, right? And without running to catch airplanes, I think isn't a bad gig. So,
but you know, this is a part of life when you're traveling.
I know.
So it is giving us chance to feel the life with all, how to say, all difficulties. What is
yes.
following you in life, and life become more how to say full of the different type of experience, and you're getting a lot of things after you're traveling a lot.
I agree.
And also, if you have a problem with the luggage.
I couldn't agree with you more. This is easy, but not half as much fun, right?
Yes.
Yes. So let me tell everybody, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna run through this list, Ramaz, of who all we have been so lucky to have with us all day. When I say we've pulled together an international community online today, I kid you not. I have to add up the countries at some point. We've got UK, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Canada, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, Mexico, Portugal, Germany, Uruguay, Nepal, Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, France, Colombia, Ukraine, and Russia. Not bad.
Great. It's very, very good.
not bad, I have to say. So let me introduce you to everybody. Ramaz Chanturiya is the head of the Russian Association of Tea and Coffee Producers. So and to quickly share with all of you Ramaz's luggage story that we're joking about. We were in China in March, and poor Ramaz didn't get his luggage. Not only did poor Ramaz not get his luggage, and Gabriella, actually, who you saw earlier, was in the same boat as Ramaz, you were without your luggage for the entire trip, weren't you? It was, yeah.
And you know that after such an experience, you know, you understand that you don't need, when you're traveling, first time you're thinking that you need all things with you, and you feel uncomfortable if you have, how to say, you don't have your normal something for wearing to change the clothes and anything. But after this type of experience, you understand that person, any human, do not need nothing. Just eating the normal. If you have money, you have you can eat, and you need to sleep. That's it.
Yes.
You can manage everything, and all these problems, throw it out without any problem.
It's true. You suddenly realize how very little you need to survive. But you are also a very lucky man, because Ramaz had to was doing a presentation, and zimzalabim, his suitcase arrives the morning or the night before he has to do his presentation, and that's when we finally saw Ramaz in a different outfit than he'd been wearing for the last 10 days. So it's you are what in German one calls a Wunderkind. You just lucky. So Ramaz, I really wanted you to join us today because I wanted, first of all, I don't know if everybody fully understands and appreciates how important tea is in Russia. We all, in countries where we consume tea, we are our challenges and what we do is we want to get more people to drink tea and convert from coffee to tea. And in Russia, you actually have been dominant tea drinkers, which is I think something that perhaps a lot of people don't fully understand and appreciate. So tell me about the importance of Russian tea drinking in Russia.
You see, the tea is known in our country around 400 years. It came from China, and we start drinking this beverage. I think the general population will start drinking like more than 100 years, 150 years maybe, because before that it was a exclusive beverage for a very expensive beverage for the people who had some kind of level and status in a country. But for poor people, for normal people, it was not so easy to get and buy the tea. So the general population start drinking in I think 150 years ago. In Soviet time, 70 years also, the whole 20th centuries, tea was the main hot beverage in the country. Coffee was, of course, some years we get some coffee from different countries, but it was just I don't know how the statistical figures, just to say that coffee is somehow is in a country, but the main beverage, hot beverage, was many years, and all concentration of government was under tea. So 90% of the people drinking tea daily, and it was many years very stable situation in our country. But after 91, when the Soviet Union break down, then our people get the possibility to try different type of beverages. Not only coffee, but coffee, of course, itself, it was a second beverage, which hot beverage, and then people try to taste the different type of beverages, some new wave beverage like juices, some cokes, different types of energetics, and we start compete. I mean, tea start compete with other beverages after 1991. And it was, not so tough competition because, as you said, tea was dominate for others. But after end of 19th, when the coffee community, international coffee community, made a quite strong and very clever steps in Russia, especially in Russia, but not only in our country. They start fight with everyone and concentrate attention of the people and on coffee and catch young generation. And that was happened in the end of 19th, and then unfortunately I can say that after 10 years in after 2010 we get a situation when competition between coffee and tea start become visual, and after some years, and I think 5 years ago, we realized that the young generation already catched by coffee, and the figures and statistics what we are looking every year show us that the coffee consumption continue rapidly growth, and the tea consumption was stagnated, stable, and then going slightly but going down. And last year in 2019, the first year when we fixed a big gap between coffee and tea consumption, and coffee win this fight in Russia, and at the moment we have 100. Just as a statistic for the last year, coffee consumption is 180,000 tons in a year, and tea consumption is around 140,000. You see how big gap we get at this time. And this is, it was not unexpected, it was expected things. We see these trends, as I said, a couple of years before, and we, of course, it was the one of the main impulse for us to create the idea of Tea Masters Cup. That's one very important things which give us the kick, to do something to survive tea and support tea culture and tea beverage in our country, but not only in our country, because the same problems.
And that's a great segue, because I want, So that's a great segue, because Tea Masters Cup, I think, is a fantastic competition. I don't even know what to call it. It's become a life of its own. Right. And I think you and I had this conversation before, where I said to you, you built something that everybody wants a part of at this point. And so Tea Masters Cup started in Russia. How many years ago?
First competition we had in 2013.
And how many countries have you now spread to?
At the moment, we have 25 countries, and it was quite long and not easy road, but it is also, I should mention, I have to mention that it was not easy road, but was very, very interesting road, and we feel that we really create something which is really interested for everyone. And as I always saying, this is the open system for everyone. We are really happy to open this community and this system of competition, but it's more than system of competition, as we discussed many times with you and with our colleagues, that it is more than competition, but we are really happy to open it for everyone who is related to tea, who wants to do something, to develop something with tea, and to give tea a bright future.
So Canada runs Tea Masters Cup. We did our very first one last year. And it was, I have to say that I would agree with you in terms of what you just said, that it's not a competition. Despite the fact that it technically is, because you're asking people to, get up there and do a tea cocktail or a tea preparation or whatever the category is. And yes, they're technically competing with each other because, we choose winners. So it is within the context of a competition. But I have to tell you that one of the things that I loved, I was literally, and I think I said this to you after I ran the first one, I was brought to actual tears as I sat and I judged the people that were up there. And yes, you did it as an initiative to get young people back into tea, and it's great, and it's great for them.
I fully understand what you're saying about
you.
I'm feeling the same every time when
right?
Yes, the same.
It is overwhelming. I found, for me, my feeling was I was overwhelmed by the love that these people, and for us, I can only tell you about, the people that were, within my competition, but I think that it's pretty much the same everywhere. Is that for the most part, they're not people that work for big tea companies or have been in the industry for decades and decades. They're young people that have caught the bug of they've been bitten by the bug of tea, and the innovation and the creativity and the passion that they bring to it. It's amazing. I wish I could bottle it.
Yeah, this is what industry needs.
Yes, I agree.
That was our internal discussion with me, with my brother, with my colleagues. When we discussing with ourselves what we can do, we understand that we need to first we need to collect young people who dealing with tea, maybe not as you said, 20 years, 10 years. No, it is good to have the very fresh mind.
Yeah.
The people who are in tea, maybe just in because they are maybe study in the university and working with someone in the cafes and brewing tea there. But we need to catch attract them, catch them, and then to give them chance to feel that they can grow their career in tea business. So if we will get them together and create this international community of people, which we already made, let me say like this, and we always discussing about this, that we are more than competition. We create the community of the people, community, not only masters. In this community, we have a different type of people, including the industry representatives, and some of the industry representatives also compete, participating in a competition. And that the one of the world champions, for example, in tea testing, is a tea testers from one of the biggest tea company in the world. So this is very interesting when the tea testers from the big industry companies competing and getting some knowledge from this competition. But the second thing is very important, that after we create this community, and this is already, let me say, a international association or something like this for the people who thinking about future. So we are now in a time when we trying to develop some kind of strategy for the tea business, to show the road where it's possible to go and get more result and more output after if we get some points. We trying to create some standards. We're trying to create a concept, as we also discussed many times, concept of communication with the consumer. And this is the platform which is giving, I think, and I believe that this platform gives to everyone, to every country, the possibility to see new possibilities for the business. So it is what we are doing, and I believe that after the situation with coronavirus will finish, we will have a lot of interesting things from different countries. I really waiting the next world competition when where I will see all my friends together, and also
with your
feel
luggage.
the young energy to get some interesting things.
I agree with you. I think I'm looking forward to it as well. I think that necessity tends to breed creativity. And I think that we're seeing that all around the world right now, is how unbelievably creative people become out of this state of necessity. And to see some of that come out at Tea Masters Cup, I think will be pretty exciting. So my friend.
By the way, if we have a few minutes, I will tell you that we start at this time. I think it already announced. We create a new before we are let me say in self-isolation situation in every country. We create a very interesting the movement, Tea Masters Sketch Contest, which I think we will already announce it. It is you will follow our internet sources, and you will see it, where we invite all national champions starting from 2013 from all countries, from each categories, to participate in this contest, to show their skills online. I don't want to somehow to discuss about details, but you will see this announcement, and then you will. I think your people also will participate in this contest, and you will. I think we will all of us we will see in 1 month a different styles of preparation and online presentations. So will be very, very cool.
Nice. I look forward to that.
Creativity is all times is
Tea never sleeps, believe me. I can attest to that, believe me. I look forward to that, and everybody who's interested, follow them on social media, because they're on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram. So my friend, everybody must answer one of Marcel Proust's questions for me before you leave. What or who is the greatest love of your life? It could be a what.
What and repeat,
what
please.
What or who is the greatest love of your life?
So difficult question for me. I have many options to say.
Well, there were 38 options. That's the one you got.
Okay, because today is International Tea Day, and
yes,
I should say tea.
All right, I will accept your answer, Ramaz. I'm gonna raise my cup to you, Ramaz, and I say thank you. Thank you for joining me. I know it's late in Russia. I really appreciate you staying up for me and doing this. More than that, though, I want to raise my cup and thank you for really all the innovations and all the ideas that you bring. I think that with Tea Masters Cup, you have given a great gift to the international tea community. And for me, as well as everybody who I've seen in it, I say thank you to you. We are better off for having you in our lives.
And thank you to you, Shabnam, because without your support, without the support of all our friends in different countries, it is not possible to make, the Tea Masters Cup is as I tell to all of us, is our system. And this is only together we can do something for tea. And thank you for inviting me to this SofaSummit. Very creative. So and
necessity.
Yeah, that's true. And happy International Tea Day to you and all our friends all over the world.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Ramaz. Thanks for joining me. All right. So from Russia, I'm going to steer west, or maybe I'll continue east. No, I'm going to steer west. And I am very, very, very pleased to introduce to you Carolina Okulovich. Have I said that right, first of all? Your last name?
Okulovich is okay.
Oh, Okulovich is right. Okay. And Carolina is from Don Basilio. And Don Basilio, for those of you that don't know, is one of the major tea producers in Argentina. And Carolina, I don't know if you have watched any of what we've been doing today. If you have not, your ears perhaps were ringing because I was speaking of you to... Yes, you heard?
I really appreciate it.
Oh, no.
Well, thank you.
So, Carolina, there's so much to say. So I want, first of all, you are fourth generation at Don Basilio. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family actually originally is
from
Russia. I know.
Yes.
I realized that when I steered, of course. Yes. So your family is originally from Russia, and it was your father who is the one who grew the company to actually become one of the major tea producers in Argentina. So correct me if I'm wrong anywhere on that.
Yeah, perfect.
So my first question to you is, did you choose tea or did tea choose you? Because I've spoken to a few people who are Stephen Twining's 10th generation, Cindi Bigelow's 3rd generation, you are 4th generation. Did tea choose you or did you choose tea?
I think both, because I choose tea. And I think now I can say that the tea chose me too. I grow with tea, and when I remember when I finished my school here in Misiones, it's common to travel to Buenos Aires, the capital of the country, to study something. To help in the company or not is not necessary. But I remember I went to Buenos Aires and I had always in my mind return to my city to work in my familiar company. I was always, my focus always was in a tea. So I don't know if they can choose me or no, why, I'm not sure.
Well, it's probably a little bit of both. And now that you're there, it's got you for life. Because that is definitely something that I think everybody has agreed on, is that once you're in, you're in. It's once you're inside the family, there's no getting out anymore. So tell me, I think I'd really like you to talk about tea from Argentina, because when we talk about producing countries around the world, it's always, it's the usual ones that we talk about, right? Sri Lanka, India, Kenya, China, Japan, Vietnam, Korea, et cetera, et cetera. I can go down the list. And I would say that for most people, unless you are really in the tea industry, for most people, they would never put Argentina on the list. And yet you are a really important part of the industry. So tell everybody about the tea in Argentina.
Well, it's the first important thing is the Camellia sinensis is not originally from Argentina. So we have different histories, so how the seeds enter to our country. And the history that we know is in 1923, an immigrant came to visit their brothers to Argentina, and they bring the seeds with him. So just in 1950s, Argentina started to be an important tea leaf producer for the region. So I always say that our country is too young in comparison with the other tea producers in the world. And Argentina is a very special country because our economy always is changing, and the industry should adapt to that changes. So we improve a lot in technology, in machines to recollect the green teas. In 1960s, the man here in Argentina create the machine to recollect the green leaves. Nowadays, we recollect all the green leaf by machine for do the big quantity as we produce in Argentina. So I think that as we are a young country producer or tea producer, and nowadays we are producing around 8 million tons of tea per annum or per season, because we work only 6 months per year in our country.
So it's a lot of tea to produce, and yet have so many people not think of Argentina as a producing country. So anytime somebody says to me, I've never had tea from Argentina, I say, yes, you have. You just don't know that you have. If you've ever had an iced tea, you have had tea from Argentina. Yes?
Yeah.
That's probably
Absolutely.
a pretty safe, I think it's a pretty safe statement to make. I tend not to like to make absolute statements, but I think that's one that can be pretty absolute. So tell me, what is it about tea from Argentina that is so desirable for iced tea?
I think that was for the economy in our country. Sometimes we've got the cost of the labor too high in comparison with the other countries, and the taxes are too high. Imagine that we should pay taxes for export. So our country is a very atypical country to make business. So the tea industry should adapt the industry and find a way to continue working. And the way was produce large quantities and maybe during a couple of years lose something related quality. But I think it have a relation with the country economy.
Yeah. So I want to shift to your baby, your passion, because yes, you are part of this, fourth generation great legacy, and I think that it's for those that are in tea. We've talked. You've heard people talk about passion and love and this commitment that gets them in and keeps them in, and the people and all the rest of that. But your passion is hand processed tea.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So tell me where that started and talk to us about that. What do you mean by hand processed tea?
Yes. Well, in 2013, I remember I made a course for being sommelier, and I start to listen how the people talk about the Argentinian tea, and I ask, but why you say that? The Camellia sinensis is the same. Maybe the terroir changed a little bit, of course, and that is normal. And that our soil is too red, and we've got there is a a characteristic of Misiones. And I try to start recollecting the green leaf by hand and try to make different kinds of tea. I remember the first time when we start to produce black teas, we start to see and to know about the oolongs and how the oxidation affect to our tea. And one time I said, okay, I want to make some green teas. And we are preparing by hand, and we had a gray tea. I don't know if you remember, I present the gray tea in the American Tea Conference, and was very special. And well, we start to produce that different teas in comparison with the common teas in Argentina, and was amazing, was incredible. We start to present in North American tea competition, because I remember for me it's very important what the tea masters or the people who know very much about tea, what they think about that teas, and the feedback was incredible.
Well, I have to tell you that, so I mentioned this earlier, which as you said, you were listening to when Will Battle and I were talking, and we were talking about surprises, right? And we were talking also about, these preconceived ideas and expectations we have, and we all have it, right? You taste a certain tea from a certain region, and there's an expectation you have of it. It's one of the errors that we make when we're tasting. And I think we'd actually be all much better off, as Will said earlier, if we would just do everything blind without knowing where it's from, and cut away any of those preconceived ideas. And Argentina is just, it hasn't historically, and historically, what does that mean in the history of the world? As you say, you're still very young, Argentina, in the history of tea. But historically, you haven't, you're not known for, I should rather say, these handmade specialty teas. So the tea that you submitted to the competition, and I will speak as one of the judges that day at that competition, it was magical. It really honestly was. And honestly, I say that from the heart. I will never forget that tea, because it was not only a beautifully made tea, made in terms of looking at the leaf, and there was such skill and art in what you had done. And sometimes you get that in the leaf and it doesn't translate that into the cup. And the story that you told from beginning to end, from that leaf into that cup, it was perfect. And then add on top of that the surprise that it was Argentina, and it became a really, really special experience. I know that the rest of the judges that were there that day all felt the same way, and we loved it. So I raise my cup to you for continuing to experiment. It's a good thing.
Yes.
I want you to talk about your other baby, which is La Ruta del Té. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So tell me,
my baby.
I know it's your baby. I know it's your baby.
Yeah.
And listen, if you're going to have babies, that's a good baby to have. So tell everybody about it.
Well, La Ruta del Té, or the tea route in English, is a project born in 2014 with a clear objective to show to the people what we do here in Argentina with the tea, because a lot of people who live in Argentina don't know Argentina is a tea producer.
Yeah.
And I start to say, okay, but who should make something about this? And I'm the fourth generation, and when you enter in a familiar company and your father is young, in my case, and is working too hard, I said, okay, this could be a good idea. And we start, and nowadays we have different alternatives for people who know tea, don't know tea, laugh or want to know something, and the people can visit us. We said how the tea plant arrived to our country, how we recollect the green leaf, why one tea is black or green or white. And sometimes we've got a very incredible experiences. People that maybe said, okay, I like drink tea, but I don't know. And when they finish that experience, they love tea as we. Well, it's a very incredible project. And I think my baby is the 3 days experience.
Yes,
when
tell
we,
us about that.
Yes, when we received the people and we started recollecting by our own hand the green leaf. Then we've got a small school tea factory, because the person who are making their own tea can see every time the product. So you can smell all the time how the leaf change. So it's very difficult to transmit in words that smells, that feels. What do you think? What do you feel when you are in contact with the nature and with the plant of tea? It's a very nice experience.
It's as much as you can talk about tea, and I think Joyce was talking about this earlier, you can read about tea, you can, all the tea books in the world, you can Google until you reach the end of the internet and read and read and read and read. But nothing is like the experience of being in a tea factory. And as you just said, smelling. And you can smell when when a tea is at the beginning of its withering. You can smell when it's at the end of its withering. They're two completely different smells. And then touching the tea. So I can tell you from my experience of teaching tea, there are different types of people in the world, and some are very analytical, right? Which means that they want to know exactly, precisely, how long did this happen, for how long, and they want the math of it, right? They're very scientific and analytical. And I would always sense the frustration when my answer was, there is no precise time, because it might be, it's more humid outside. There might be winter, summer, spring. There are so many things that affect, And so then how do you know? Well, because if you've smelt it, you just know. You just know, right? And I think it's something that, as you say, it's difficult to express until you've experienced it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I always said that is very different. Sometimes the people ask to us, and why the tea from tea bags are at this way and the loose leaf at this way. I think it's completely different, because when you are making by your own and you are rolling by your hands and you are feeling, your maybe small quantity will be too much special.
Yeah.
It is different when you have the control in the outside or inside temperatures, and how many times you roll the green leaf and how many times you are oxidating. You can control that steps when you want to win some standard.
Yeah.
Are amazing. The factory, I love the industry, and I always talk to the people who want to know about the tea, how serious and how we work with the innocuity and with the traceability, and when all the good characteristics the tea have in the industry. But you can't compare with the gourmet tea or the tea made by hand. It's different words.
You love your handmade teas. I can see that. I talked about, I said earlier, it's your passion is hand processed teas. But I think what's special about this is there's a different look on your face when you're talking about your hand processed teas. And I know that you respect and love them all, but there's you definitely have a passion for this special world that you're a part of. So that's really lovely. My dear Carolina.
Your questions.
Oh, get comfortable. They've all been easy questions. Come on.
Okay.
What do you most value in your friends?
Well, I should find the word in Spanish first and then in English.
Yes.
But I think I value when you are living maybe a bad moment in your life and your friends are. It doesn't matter if they are with you, but they are. And that is very important for me.
That is lovely. That's really lovely.
Oh, yeah.
That's really lovely. I love everybody's answers. See, nobody was expecting these, but the best answers.
Was a difficult question because when you said that, you had a lot of things to say.
I know. It's tough to pinpoint, and I know that everybody is going to leave here and go, I should have said this instead. But this is the spontaneous. I think what you say, I think what first comes out is the most honest. It's the most sincere. Because everything else I have to think about too much and polish it, and this is honestly. So
exactly.
I see Miguel and Pedro are watching. Hello to both of you.
Yeah, how Caroline speak well. Oh, yes.
Miguel and Pedro work with Carolina, and they have both attested.
They are part of our Don Basilio's team, a very important part in our team.
They absolutely are, and they have a deep love and passion for what they do as well. I can tell you that they have as well attested. You're not seeing what's being written here, but how much passion and love you have for what it is that you do. So I really encourage anybody who is able to check out La Ruta del Té, because the ability to actually go and have the opportunity to work with tea yourself, from making it to your end product and experiencing everything that Carolina has talked about is pretty amazing. Pedro's bringing up karaoke. Yes, well, moving along. There will be no karaoke.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember. Nobody suddenly remembers karaoke.
Was very nice.
So, my dear Carolina, I'm going to raise my cup to you. Yes. I thank you for your time today, truly, sincerely. And more than that, I want to thank you for all that you do, not only in carrying on fourth generation of a tea company that is so important to Argentina, but also in the innovation and the passion that you are bringing to the industry. Something new and different, not accepting things as they are and wanting to see things differently is what moves us forward. So cheers to you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and very, very happy International Tea Day for everyone.
Happy International Tea Day to everybody. Thanks, Carolina. Bye-bye. Okay, so we are moving along. I have another video to show you. Isn't that exciting? This is our video that we made last year before we actually had an official International Tea Day. We just declared in November 1, and we decided to launch this video. I think that one of the things that you've heard me say in the last hours and hours and hours that I've been on here is I think that if there's one thing that comes out of all of this today is that you've all taken a moment, just one brief little moment, and thought about the hands that bring you your tea. One of the great privileges of visiting tea country, tea producers, is seeing all the hands, all those beautiful hands that are involved in bringing us our tea. So with that, I share with you this video. Oh, I'm so sorry. It seems that I forgot to share my screen. So welcome to that. Let's try that again. Sorry about that, everybody. Humanity in a cup. That's what it is that we have. So thank you very much. I am not leaving you yet. I am, however, going to pause you for just 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. I am back, and I am back with Miss Ito and herself, Miss Rona Tizon. How are you?
Fine. How are you, Shabnam? You must be exhausted traveling the world.
No, I'm getting my second wind now.
Excellent. Just in time for a little matcha and green tea.
7 hours. Let's go.
Oh my God. You are quite on the marathon, but this is great. The first International Tea Day.
Very first International Tea Day, Rona. Thank you for joining me. I so appreciate it. For those of you following, we left Argentina and we are in New York. Can you hear me?
Shabnam, I'm getting sort of repeat.
You are, you must have the YouTube live stream playing somewhere. You need to turn that off.
Turn what? Hold on.
You've got the YouTube live.
Oh, okay. That's why. Let me get out of there.
Yeah.
Okay, my goodness, I heard me twice. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah,
See,
this
I
is
had
better
the
now.
SofaSummit going. Excellent. Well, here I am.
You were watching, you had yourself going twice. So
Yes.
you and I are somewhere else. Everybody else is watching us somewhere else.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Well, good.
All right. Wonderful. So thank you, Ms. Rona.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for joining me. Firstly, happy International Tea Day. Cheers.
Happy International Cheers to you too. I'll be making my matcha shortly. I'll make a toast then.
Good. So for everybody who, I don't know what, the two people that don't know you in this room, and I'm very pleased to tell you that we've had, we've kept that 100 people on here at all times minimum. We're at 120 right now, this second, since 8:30 this morning. So for the two people that perhaps don't know who you are, let me introduce you. Rona is the Senior Vice President of Corporate Relations for Ito N. Is that right?
Yes. Well, actually promoted to Executive Vice President, but that's a small detail. I am with Ito N. Yes. So that's totally fine.
Well, I apologize, Mrs.
No. It's all the same. I'm the same person. So that's it.
So Rona is truly one of the greatest brand ambassadors, the greatest ambassador, I should say, not just brand, because you are such a great representative for Ito and number one. They are very, very lucky to have you. And I know that you joined me for a fireside chat a few weeks ago, and you certainly talked about what a great company Ito N is to work for. So you have a mutually good relationship with each other, which is something to be said for both of you. But I need to tell everybody as well that Rona is also the recipient of the John Harney Lifetime Achievement Award, which I believe is very much earned. I believe that you absolutely deserve it.
Thank you, Shabnam. Coming from you, that's really quite a compliment. Thank you.
Well, you
means a lot.
But you are lifetime achievement is like, right?
Well, no, I mean, I'll tell you, when I first received it, I think basically they're just saying I'm too old, but I like to consider myself just vintage, and it was a true honor. And being the first woman, I was really quite, it was representing all the women in the tea, and so it was great, including you. So yes, it's just such a great time that we can really think about health and wellness and all the good attributes of tea, and how perfect to have this International Tea Day when we so much need it.
We absolutely need it. I think the timing of it, is serendipity in terms of being at this this crazy time that we live in right now. We're all immersed in it, and Lord knows, you're kind of in the crux of it in New York. I want you to talk to everybody about your, this company philosophy that Ito N has, because you've been with Ito N for a very long time. I know that you were Ito N's very first employee in the United States. but there is a fundamental philosophy about the company that it operates on. And I think that we've seen that consistently with the various people that I've talked to today. Yeah, so tell me about that. And also, how do you relate to it? What does it mean for you?
Well, I have to say, well, thank you very much. And yes, Ito Wen, you know, we originated out of Japan. Obviously, we're Japanese based in 1966, and we are the global leaders in terms of anything green tea, from tea leaf to ready to drink to matcha to tea bags. And so we kind of have this full world of fabulous Japanese green tea. For myself, I'm half Japanese, and I was, of course, back and forth. I grew up in Japan, visiting Japan all the time, and I was first introduced just every summer visiting my Japanese grandmother, and the first thing was "Mama ocha dozo," which is let's have our cup of tea, and that really was the time that we got to connect and converse and so forth. So I really, you know, just embraced it. It is so much integrated into the Japanese culture. So I connected with that. And of course, Ito Wen has been noted for their #1 selling green tea oyocha, which is a ready to drink. And if I can show and tell, I even have one right here. But, you know, we were the innovators of a first ready to drink green tea. And that was huge in Japan. So we've got can oyocha and our ready to drink on the go. And so we really revolutionized green tea drinking in Japan. For the modern generation, who is really about on the go and really having an optimal, you know, pure green tea without any additives or anything. So with that, you know, I drank this every summer. I was never one for sugary sodas, and I was so excited when Ito Wen was coming to United States to sort of, you know, cultivate that culture in the U.S., North America. So that is, and of course it's available now in Canada too, but you know, that's what kind of gave me the passion and the whole spirit of bringing kind of tea. And what's ironic is, since the time I've joined, of course, now, you know, health and wellness is so high on the list for everybody, and the fact of minimizing, you know, sugar in their diet. So it just seemed like you know, it's our time and continues to be our time. So that's been great. And of course, matcha is huge right now. And we certainly do matcha, and have brought a number of different brands just that we've sort of innovated in the US market. We have our Tea's Tea Organic, which is unsweetened green tea line. And then we have our traditional oyocha brand, which I just kind of showed you as well. And then we have our Matcha Love brand. And that's really, you know, matcha is a very traditional powdered green tea that started with the tea ceremony in Japan, but today has taken a life of its own, and you know, people are incorporating it into their daily lives. So it's been a lot of fun.
So let's talk about the Japanese tea ceremony. You've heard me say this before. I've said it to you many, many times. I'm convinced I was Japanese in a previous life, and blah,
I
blah,
agree
blah,
with you.
Blah 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 blah. And one of the things that fascinates me, really drew me in when it comes to Japan's connection with tea, is chado or tsado.
Yes.
You'll forgive all of my horrible Japanese pronunciation.
No, you did well.
It was my past life. It wasn't my current life. So
I think I knew you back then.
we probably did know each other. So the way of tea is, and I think that so the way of tea is this Japanese tea ceremony, and it has a very, very, very long history. And I think that one of the things that we need, all of us need so much in our lives, have always needed, but especially right now, and I think are being reminded of it. We've kind of all been clubbed over the head, you know?
Yes.
I always say that the universe will teach you a lesson over and over and over again until you get it. And if you don't get it, it's going to knock you over the head with it. We've all been knocked over the head with it. So it's this moment of taking time.
Yes.
Right. And reflecting on whatever, and, you know,
right. That contemplation, that moment of kind of interlude, it's the spirit, basically.
Exactly.
And it is so much. I can't agree with you more. You know, the 4 principles of in a new way of tea is wa ke se jaku. And basically it's harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. And I really feel that it really embodies all those four principles. And as you said, very much needed. And just to share a little experience, and, you know, I kind of parallel what I went through when I first started Etoan, actually. It was right when 9/11 happened,
right,
as we remember that day. And I remember thinking to myself after plopping to bed at 3 a.m, you know, who's going to care about, tea store? We were sort of in the midst of opening. And when I woke up the next morning, I went, wait, it's because it's tea that it was much more meaningful and meaningful. And I know at that time, shortly after the United Nations, actually, they did have a traditional Japanese tea ceremony for the purpose of sort of that healing, you know, bringing peace and tranquility to the spirit. So what we're going through now on a global level, this pandemic, I mean, even more so, it seems much more important and really significant, I think.
There's a that mindfulness and that pause that that is so fundamental to the ceremony, and those four principles that you just mentioned. The two that always are I think that I hold dear to the Japanese tea ceremony is Ichigo Ichie.
Yes.
And the second is Wabi Sabi.
Yes. So the Ichigo Ichie meaning that you have to live the moment, because that moment will not exist. It is that moment that you need to live, appreciate, enjoy every moment. So yes, I'm sure you live that, Shabnam, and it is a reminder how important it is. And of course, the Wabi Sabi, which is so ingrained in the tea ceremony, and just overall in terms of the way I think Japanese look at life, appreciation for, you know, even the imperfection and, you know, the rustic, the beauty of, you know, I remember years back, there was kind of a discussion about even a flower, for example, where, you know, maybe a Western mind may only appreciate the flower when it was just this beautiful blossom and, you know, but part of the Wabi Sabi experience in the Japanese is sort of being able to look at even a withered flower and what it represented, what it was, and the imperfection of all that. And so, yes, it's very much part of tea, and of course Zen Buddhism, which, you know, the Japanese tea ceremony really kind of originated from that as well. And when you are in a Japanese tea ceremony, part of the whole experience is just not only drinking that bowl of bright matcha, but appreciating all the beautiful aesthetics, the seasonal, the flower arrangement, the scroll on the wall, you know, the beautiful accoutrements, the teaware that is used in the tea ceremony. So yes, it's encompasses all that. The appreciation.
Exactly. I, you know, when I talk to people about the Japanese tea ceremony, if they've never seen it, they've never done it, whatever it is, I will usually say that it's got very little to do with tea. Do you know what I mean? Tea, yes, exactly. Tea is served. Tea is served.
Yeah. But it's the whole total experience. Yes. Yeah. You're so right about that.
You cannot tell me that you've experienced the Japanese tea ceremony if all of that was missed. So, you know, if I hear somebody say, well, is there a quick version of this? I'm like, you just missed the point. Go have a cup of tea and please enjoy the cup of tea. But it's so not true. Right. It is not the way of tea. It's not the Japanese tea ceremony.
Absolutely.
So, lovely lady, please, are you going to make us some tea?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have it here, and it else here. I hope I can. Well, I've got all my accoutrements. See, I have my matcha. I got my tea bowl, my chasen, and my shashaku, which is the tea scoop. So yes, I'm going to show you. I have my Etoan matcha love organic here. So
I would expect nothing less.
Well, thank you very much. So basically, you know, it is good to have this chashaku, which is a bamboo tea scoop. So traditionally in a chawan, which is a tea bowl, you would put 2 teaspoons of that. And I have our hot water here. So usually about 2 ounces. I mean, it really depends on one's preference. You know, some people like it a little bit more intense, lighter. So, and it's very important that it's not boiling water.
Right.
But with your Japanese whisk, this is a chasen, and it really is a work of art. I mean, it's when you look how it's threaded here, all one piece of bamboo. You know, I do recommend. Yes.
So I pause on that. Show us the other side of it. The turn it. Yes, exactly. So for anybody who has exactly. So for anybody who's not seen a Japanese whisk before, it's actually carved out of one single piece of bamboo. And the more special ones have more prongs, right?
Yes,
it's about the number of prongs that are actually carved out of it.
Right. And they have different qualities, of course, but, you know, I mean, as anything else, the artisans making this, there's less and less. So I would definitely be sure to get one of these. And it really is necessary to make a great cup of matcha. So you have your tea bowl, and I'm going to move this down. Can you see that?
Yeah,
oh, is that good there? Okay. So basically what's important, you hold your tea bowl and you would put your whisk in and you would whisk vigorously. Okay. And everybody says they have their mode, but it could be like an N or a S, not in a circle. And you whisk it vigorously, a few minutes. And of course you want to be sure that the matcha is dissolved. And now I had the temperature because I've been sitting here with my hot water, so it didn't quite froth. But basically, you would want a froth on the matcha. So because my temperature was a little bit lower since I'd been sitting here waiting to go on, you know, basically what you do is you whisk it so there would be a light froth, and normally that's what I do. But again, most importantly, you would so it's dissolved. Then traditionally, if you are the host and you have your guests who would be in front of you, okay, you would present the bowl to your guest, okay, and you would receive it. Now, if I were receiving this bowl, the front would be facing my way, right? So as your guest, and I'm going to kind of move my camera here. See, this is when you're a one-man show, which you've been doing too. You would turn the bowl. You don't have time. So you don't have your lips on the bowl because there's sort of a front, which is you have to respect and honor the beauty of it. And then you would sip your matcha, you know, in usually about 2.5 gulps or 3.
Yep.
So that is delicious, may I tell you?
I can hear you gulping.
And may I tell you, it is not impolite to slurp. In fact, when you finish your tea, to actually slurp at the end is almost sort of a respect to your host to say, you know, it's wonderfully enjoyed. So that is something that is important to remember when you do receive your tea. And of course, you would go back and then you would place it. And a lot of times you enjoy the bowl, admire the particular artisan who had created the bowl. And again, the ceremony is so, there's such respect for seasons that there are seasonal bowls as well. And some of the tea bowls at a little bit more wider brim facing this way versus sort of deeper might be used for summer, you know, because it's a hot beverage and all this. And a lot of times, you know, from my experience, the first time when people, they don't expect how bold and grassy it is. And so a lot of times they're a little bit alarmed, but I think anything like us, anything else, it's the first experience. And it's amazing how it has been so embraced today. People are really appreciating its umami flavor, which tea offers. And of course, with the umami, a lot of the chefs today are using matcha in their cooking and pastries and all that for that. And again, it's very high in antioxidants, vitamin C as well, and can be enjoyed in a much more modern take. And even with this matcha that I just whisked, you, instead of using a hot water, you can use like an oat milk as well, you know, which gives it a little bit more richer.
So one of the things that one of the many things that fascinates me about Japan is this ability to maintain and respect past history and tradition, and at the same time be at the forefront of great innovation.
Yes.
And I think that Ito N is a really good example of that.
Well,
because the
thank you.
products, right? Because the products that you have out there are from the beautiful matcha that you just made, traditional history, and ingrained in the past. And then at the same time, anybody who was at the fireside chat a couple of weeks ago, I listed all of the firsts for Ito N, the first bottle sencha, the first bottle oolong. I mean, on and on and on and on. And that's about innovation. So this balance and harmony that's been created at Ito N that you're a part of. That's
so true. And I must tell you, I mean, it's so rewarding to be with the company. We've had so many innovative. We continue to, and I think the fireside chat I talked about. Our recycling tea leaf program. So the tea leaves that we use for bottling, we make a kind of an eco resin, synthetic resin, and from there we make eco products, whether it's a bench or a vending machine or household goods and so forth, as well as the fact that we're very vertically integrated working with tea farmers, and we have kind of a redevelopment nurturing tea farmers in Japan as well. So yes, very much the base of what we do and our CSR. And, you talk about like the traditional matcha, which we obviously have a variety of different, ceremonial matcha, also the culinary matcha, which is huge today. And of course, the on to go. And so to give you an idea, we have our Matcha Love brand, we have our sticks on the go. So
I love those.
I know, aren't these great? So one of the fun things, and I even have a little, if you want to say, I mean, this is one of my little tumbler shaker, but to give you an idea what you can do now, what I went ahead and I just kind of dissolved a little matcha ahead of time because we're on camera here.
Yes.
But with matcha, to dissolve a little bit of the matcha, which was on the stick, you add I'm going to add a little honey first. So you can add honey or agave, whatever. If you want it sweet, you don't want it sweet. It's really up to you. So I've got my little honey here.
Right.
Okay. So with that, honey, and then you can add your almond milk or oat milk or soy milk or whatever milk suits your fancy.
2%.
Okay.
I'm still a milk drinker. I have to, sorry, I still drink milk.
That's good too. Like I said, one day could be milk, the next could be almond milk, the next could be, whatever. But, and then, you can add, of course, ice, which is, now that we're going into summer months, it's getting to be warm. So put a little ice in there. Now you can put this in like a real blender if you want. Oops, where's my ice right there? So a little ice. And so some people like putting like turmeric too, because like now turmeric's kind of big.
Very big. Turmeric's everywhere right now.
Turmeric or cinnamon or a little vanilla bean, or if you want, whatever suits your fancy. It's just, you can play with it and create. But the basic is the fact that with this matcha on the go, and that you can actually just, shake it up. That's what I do. You can add spirits too if you want, but it's so great. And you can put this like in a blender. You go on the go, you're in your car, and it's so convenient today. So the Zen monks probably wouldn't have thought of this, but this is what's so great. And in the blender, you can even put, a banana, you can even put kale if you want, fruit, fresh fruit. So, it really is such a great on the go. And the fact is with matcha is that you ingest the entire benefits of the tea leaf.
Yeah.
Because the tea leaf has, once about 20 days prior to harvesting, they will put a shade over it. Okay. And so with that, plants looking for the sun, and there's a lot of chlorophyll that goes through the leaves. So then when they harvest, they dry, and to make a tencha, which is what you need before they grind, they actually devein the tea leaf. So it has no fiber, no veins. So you have that meaty portion of that tea leaf, and that's ground into the fine powder. So with that, in whatever beverage, whether the matcha or, this great little shake, you're ingesting the entire vitality of that tea leaf. So that's the beauty, I think, why, matcha is just really taken off, and it's pretty exciting that it's been kind of introduced in so many different ways, whether it's in a chia oatmeal or in your waffles.
matcha has reached the tipping point where it's just part of, do you know what I mean? Gabriella made a matcha tiramisu for us earlier. We were in Italy.
Yes, fabulous. We're so excited.
Yeah, we were in Italy with her earlier, and she made a matcha tiramisu, and it's not something anybody even blinks an eye at anymore, and that's when you know you've reached your tipping point.
Yeah, it's so true, because I really feel that every pantry needs to have their matcha in there. You know, whether one of the things that I always do, we recommend, is putting in vinaigrettes.
Yes.
So particularly in the summer, you can put it in a nice vinaigrette and pour it over grilled vegetables or poached fish or a grilled shrimp, whatever. So yeah, it's just, you know, as you said, it's become such a mainstream item that, you know, I think it's being creative and being inventive, and there's just so many ways of applying it into your everyday life, you know, beverages, you know, make your own ice cream, for example. And I use a frozen vanilla yogurt, and I mix it, and my guests think, wow, that's pretty impressive.
She's a magician.
Yes.
So lovely, Rona. If you've been watching, you know that nobody leaves the Sofa Summit without answering one of Marcel Proust's questions.
Yes. Oh dear. I hope I can answer this question.
When and where were you happiest?
Oh, goodness. Well, you know, I'd have to say, you know, Ichigo, I mean, part of it is, it really has to be at the moment of your life, because, you know, there are so many fabulous experiences in your life, but, you know, the fact that I'm well and alive and experiencing, and I have all this great history and great people like yourself, Shabnam, I would have to say even right now. And I think, you know, this whole pandemic makes one realize how important, you know, moment of life and the people and just kind of being cognizant of your surroundings, everything. So I'm going to say right now.
Right now?
Yes.
Well, that is a good answer. That is,
thank you. It really made me kind of think, but I do think that I think so many people are kind of going through a time when they really have to appreciate, you know, the small things. And that probably has to go back a lot with the, you know, the spirit of tea.
I couldn't agree with you more. I'm going to raise my cup to you, Miss Rona.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shabnam. It's always such a pleasure to see you. And thank you so much. And happy International Tea Day, everybody.
Happy International Tea Day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I know I appreciate the time that you've given us. But more than that, my dear Rona, I toast to you and the work that you do, as well as raise my cup to the innovation and all the great things to you and Ito-en bring to the tea community.
Thank you very much. Well, Ito-en and I thank you. Cheers to everybody. And I'm going to travel the world with you for a few more hours. Okay?
All righty. Bye.
All right.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao. Bye. All right. So we are now leaving New York, and we're going to steer west again, all the way to sunny California with the James Norwood Pratt and Valerie. Valerie, come say hi.
Hello, Shabnam. So
How
good
are
to see
you?
We're good, thank you.
It's
Lovely
so
to
nice
see
to see you.
So good to see you. I'm just going to pour a cup of Darjeeling.
Good. Happy International Tea Day.
Thank you.
It's
Wonderful.
about time, isn't it? It's the
Right?
it's the international drink.
2020. What has everybody been waiting for, right?
Yeah.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah, now make that big.
Is that good, Shabnam?
It's good for me. Are you okay?
We're
Well,
fine.
I can't
All right.
see me, but
That's all
I
right.
can hardly see anyway.
You don't need to
I
see
can
it.
see you, and everybody else can see you, and you look fabulous.
Well, thank you. I hope you can see my my Chinese shirt. That's a gift from the mother of our friend Shang in Kansas City.
Wow.
His mother lives in China, and
Right.
she makes the traditional shirts for Shang, and I admired his, and he got her to make me one.
He took the shirt off his back and handed it to you, Norwood. Is that what you're telling me?
That's something like, and so this has become my formal tea wear. You see, every time that you see me now, you'll be able to admire Shang's mother's shirt.
Oh, that's lovely. So, Norwood, I don't know if I have to introduce you to anybody, because anybody who's in tea knows who you are, but I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, because you have done so much in tea over the years, and for all of us who have played in this world of what we tend to call specialty tea.
I don't hear you.
So, oh, you can't hear me. Sorry.
No, the last thing I heard, you
Can you
said
hear me now?
all of us.
Okay, so for all of us that have played in the world of specialty tea, we know you. You have done so much. You've written so many books. I would say you're one of the most quoted people when it comes to tea. And I actually quoted you earlier today to Will Battle. And the quote that I used from you is, "Pleasure is far too serious to take lightly. If you find this truth to be self-evident, you are one of those for whom the world's fine teas are intended."
And that's
there you go. So, Norwood, I'm going to let you tell everybody about you.
Well, I was born at an early age, you see, and it took me time to leave my native Southland and find my way to San Francisco. And here I fell in love with wine, and I learned to taste. And I was trained to be a writer at college, Chapel Hill. And so what did I do but write about wine? And that book sold briskly. It was the first survey of all the wines that the state of California produces. And I fell into debt to my publisher and owed her another book. And she would phone me impatiently to ask, "What are you up to?" And I would always answer, "Just drinking tea." You see, I had taken to tea in defense of my sobriety. I had to write about wine all the time, and so tea was my antidote to the wine. And finally, when she asked, "What are you up to?" and I said, "Just drinking tea," she said, "Well, for God's sake, write me a book about it." That was in 1980.
Yep.
And Shabnam, I have been in the service of tea ever since. The truth is that it took me 2 years to write that book, which was the first serious book on tea in the English language since Euchre's book had appeared 46 years previously in 1936, All About Tea was the last real survey of the teas of the world. Well, I was fortunate to be in San Francisco, where there were some of the elderly, old-fashioned purveyors of fine teas at that time. There were practically none left in the United States, and the tea trade here was not just sleepy; it was comatose.
Right.
But I could taste the difference between all the different teas in the bins of Fried Teller Fried, this old-timey shop. And I pestered the owners with so many questions, they finally turned me over to the importer from whom they bought it. And his name is Michael Spillane, the head of G.A. Paley Company, and at the time, the leading importer of fine teas in the United States. Mm-hmm. I think probably the only importer of specialty teas. Well, my book on tea, The Tea Lover's Treasury, finally appeared in 1982. At the same time, in the same hour, it went through the press as my firstborn son emerged.
Oh, you're joking. I didn't know that.
No, it's true. And so you see, a whole new life began for me at that moment. The book on tea sank like a stone. Nobody bought it. Nobody in America cared about tea. Well, I had a friend in Canada who bought one.
I have your books.
And
yeah.
It took 3 years to sell out the first printing, the first 15,000 copies.
Right.
But it went into all the right hands.
Right.
People like Alice Waters, who is starting Chez Panisse, and other influential people like that caught my interest in tea and took it to heart and did something about it. And so suddenly there began to be a little flutter of interest in tea, and I was able to find places to write about it and friends to turn on to it. And by 1990-something, why I was living, it turns out, a mere 2 blocks from where the first traditional Chinese tea house in America opened up. That was the Imperial Tea Court. And I went through their front door, which was open, before they even opened. It was somebody inside said, "We're not open," but they didn't say leave. and so I poked around and I saw teas from China that I had only read about. I had no idea that I would ever see them in this country, and much less have a chance to taste them, you see. Well, Roy Fong became my principal teacher in China tea on the spot.
Right. Okay.
The next thing I knew...
Well, you wouldn't leave his shop.
Well, I wouldn't. And because it was so close, I didn't have to. You see, I went back every day and I stayed as long as I could. And when Roy was busy behind the counter, I would be the one to talk to the customers and say, well, now, this is the very best dragon well I've ever tasted. Or now, look, Anji Bai Cha, you've never heard of Anji Bai Cha, but you'll like it. Let me explain. You see, and all those things that you had to learn. Americans like me didn't even know not to use boiling water on green tea. And we didn't have any idea how many different oolongs there were. For that matter, we didn't even realize that tea comes in 6 families. Americans thought it was all black and it was all the same. It was just an anonymous brown beverage that you got out of a tea bag, and you should look for the cheapest tea bag in the supermarket. The price was the only difference. And we, who had begun to discover specialty tea, knew there was more to it than that. Well, our tribe grew slowly at first, but fortunately, we were soon being led by another brilliant immigrant who became a close friend. I met Devon Shaw before he ever moved to Los Angeles and got married. And soon we were neighbors, you see, in California. And I was able to go back and forth to LA and be with Devon in his warehouse. In fact, I was with Devon before he had a warehouse. We tasted his first 6 chests of tea in his father-in-law's garage. And we had to promise the man that we would not scratch the hood of the Buick where we were going to set up, where we were setting up our tasting cups. You see, no, sir, we won't do that. We'll be very careful. And soon Devon was in business, and his wife Rena bought a small tea shop on the fringes of Beverly Hills, and it was called Chado. And so this became the retail outlet for the teas Devon imported, and he got to talk directly with customers. And all kinds of things happened on account of that little shop. One day you would see Sarah Jessica Parker in there. One time, I forget her name. It was some young teeny bopper princess who was interviewed there, and the writer wanted to know why she wanted the interview in the tea shop, and she said, "Well, my personal trainer insists that I drink white tea. It's the healthiest, you know." And, well, she didn't know whether it was or not, actually, but she explained that Chada was the only place in America that you could get white tea. True at the time. And of course, with the endorsement of Britney Spears, teenagers everywhere began demanding white tea, and Devon was able to sell a great deal of it. So the word got out that white tea was a kind of tea. Who knew there were other kinds? There was green, there was oolong, black, and that mysterious pu'er. So anyway, as word spread, people began wanting to know more about it, because those like ourselves who could find what tea had to tell them, really began to look for the good stuff. And that had long been the way with artists and others of an earlier generation. The great painter Georgia O'Keeffe toured her house one time in New Mexico, and in her kitchen, it's preserved just as it was. In her kitchen, she had 2 tea tins. One tin was labeled tea. And the other one said it was labeled good tea. Well, was the good tea? She could get too much good tea in New Mexico in those days, but so she kept that probably for herself and special friends.
I was going to ask whether the tin that said good tea had a lock on it as well.
Well, it was not prominently displayed. I had to look.
I'm sure. So
Miss O'Keeffe was one of us, you see, and knew, like us, to hunt down the good tea. And that was the beginning of a whole lot of different things. Eventually, we had World Tea Expo, and for the first time, we didn't get lost, we who are in the tea trade, in the fancy food shows, which had been the only place up until then that you could show your wares. And at the height of the fancy food show exhibits, we had almost 140 tea companies exhibiting. Now, when I had written that first book, there were only 8 American companies that produced that sold specialty tea. And so this was an enormous growth just in 15 years. When that first book came out, why, the total U.S. tea market, I don't know about Canada or UK, but in the U.S., tea was an orphan product. And the total market was valued at only about $500 million. Today, I'm not sure of the figure, but it's on the order of $15 or $16 billion. So you and I and our friends have made a difference, even economically. Can you believe it?
We try, that's for sure, Norwood. I think what you just said earlier, it sort of struck me that your book, and you mentioned Alice Waters, and I just want to go back to that, because I think that there are a couple of things that are going through my head right now. And for those that know me, I just had 10 conversations in my own head, and I just want you all just to catch up. But I think that there was a shift, a bit of a gastronomic revolution happening in the United States with Alice Waters and this entire tribe that she surrounded herself with. Really changed the way that Americans approached food, right? This concept of farm to table, this concept of growing things yourself and simplicity in ingredients, things that, some of the Europeans that are watching right now are going, yeah, we've always done it that way, right? And it was something that Alice Waters, and it wasn't just Alice, it was, this, as I said, this entire tribe that I call it a tribe, that she surrounded herself with, or that she was a part of, however way you want to look at it, that really exposed people to a different way, a less mass production way, slowing things down. And I think that tea was the right thing at the right time, if that makes sense. It was the right moment for tea to emerge.
Exactly. It couldn't have happened earlier. Because the tea trade had really been killed off in World War II. It was a casualty, along with so many other things of the World War. And for example, America, the U.S. had no connection with China until well after 1972, the Nixon trip.
Right. Yeah.
So
where he was served Longjing tea.
That's right. He was in Hangzhou, no less.
That's right. Yes.
Within 20 miles of where that tea had grown. Finally, we were able to have China tea for the first time. And American taste buds woke up, and of course, I don't want to sound parochial, but the awakening happened to begin with here around San Francisco. I could not have written a book on California wine anywhere except here, the Bordeaux of America, and neither could I possibly have written or come to know about tea anywhere except San Francisco at that time, because here you would find yourself living next door to friends from all around the world. We not only have Chinatown, we have Japantown, we have Koreatown, we have more Indians than we can count, and we will just stop there. We've got tea lovers from all over the world congregated here, and of course, they had their sources. So it was available here to discover. I just happened to be the first round eye who went looking for it.
I think Norwood, I think that life happens for a reason. I think that you owing a book to your publisher and drinking tea and being in California and San Francisco at a time where there was a revolution happening and how North Americans were approaching tea and food and everything, olive oil and vinegar and all of these. Right, understanding them on a deeper level than a product that they just grab off the shelf and consume. I think that all of that happens for a reason. I think that there is, this greater, whatever you want to call it, I don't care, there is something greater that drives all of us, and that's been very much, I think a bit of a
that's impossible to define, just as you say, but impossible to deny. Some kind of shift in the consciousness, some kind of new spirit arose, and what had been simply commodities, we began to understand as products. And so tea is not simply a commodity, it's a product. Every leaf had a mother bush where it grew, and that bush was the product of the sun and the soil and the people who had planted it, and so that's a product. It's not like any other tea from any other part of the world, or even any other part of that country.
Right.
Those are the distinctions that we're now able to make.
Yeah. It's also, I think it's, I don't know if you've been, had a chance to listen today. I know that you're 3 hours behind us, but it's something that I've talked about with a few people, this specialness that this product has. It's a crop. It's, you know, yes, it's a vegetable at the end of the day, but nobody writes poetry and the beautiful language that you have given to tea. Nobody talks about it in any other vegetable or fruit or any other crop and commodity the way that we talk about tea. And you, dear Norwood, have given tea this romance, and you have really somehow embodied for so many people. There are lots of people in this room right now that I see in the chat box saying yours was the first book that they read, yours was, you know, you've inspired them, et cetera, et cetera. I think that your ability to, the way that you speak about tea is, and the ability that you have to articulate what a lot of us feel about tea is quite extraordinary.
Oh, Shabnam, I blush.
Don't blush.
But I'm happy to believe what you say. When you think about it, poets have been remarkably silent on the subject of cheese.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
And I'm sure there's a romance to be discovered there also, but it doesn't offer anything like the whole in time.
Right.
Which tea gives us. It's a whole in time.
I agree.
And,
very well said, sir. If you've been watching, you know that you cannot leave the SofaSummit without answering one of Marcel Proust's questions. So the question of Marcel Proust that you will answer is, what do you most value in your friends?
The capacity for silence.
Oh, okay then. On that note,
every once in a while, we're able to meet on such a deep level that just a glance between us says it all.
You are correct.
And that's a deep place to go. And I love to be there with those I love.
That's lovely. I thank you for sharing some of your time with me today, Norwood. I thank Valerie also for sharing you with us today on this first International Tea Day. I raise my cup to you, sir, for all that you have given this tea industry, the many, many, many people you have inspired with your words and with your stories. Cheers to you and happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabnam. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay, so from there, we are going to go all the way back east, and we are going to welcome Jane Pettigrew in the UK. How are you, Jane?
I'm very well, Shabnam. It's such a treat to join you and just to see Norwood there. We spend a lot of time together whenever I'm in the States. But happy International Tea Day to you. You are on a real marathon. I really admire your stamina.
It's I'm looking at the clock. It's 8 hours. Oh dear God, 8 hours.
You're remarkable. You probably haven't had lunch. You've probably only stopped for refilling your teacup. It's a really long day for you, but well done. It's a great
It is. I am running on the adrenaline and all of the energy that you guys are giving me.
Yeah.
So when we close off, I will fall over and then actually comprehend that I
have a day off tomorrow. But it's an amazing thing, this day. And lots of people have their own special tea days, national tea days, whatever, and even your originally international tea day. But this is really special. It's really hit the map. And things happening all around the world today. At UK Tea Academy, I just wrote to all our tutors and students and friends and support staff. And we just put out a special newsletter this morning with what people think about tea. And there are some lovely, lovely, lovely comments in there. It's all about, friendship, love, community, happiness, joy. There's so much emotion in the tea world. And it's all so positive. It's exactly what we need at the moment.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's something that tea needed. As you've said, there are so many of these individual days and celebrations that happen generally throughout the year.
But brings it all together, doesn't it? It's fantastic.
That's it. The ability for everybody to unite is and really do that on one day. I'm a big believer in sort of combined energy. If everybody in the tea world does not feel the energy today, then get out of tea, because seriously,
it's really, really something. It's a great achievement. So well done, you. So.
Well, thank you. You are a big part of that. So, you're Jane Pettigrew. I mean, how do I introduce Jane Pettigrew? She's Jane. No, it's true. Jane, you are. I think that when there are certain people, there's certain names, and certain people that have very much been at the forefront or just always been a part of.
I'm so lucky.
Parts of this industry and this specialty part, that Norwood and I were just talking about is very much something that you have been a part of from the beginning. No?
Well, yes, I suppose, again, a bit like Norwood was explaining, it sort of happened by chance. I just happened to be there getting into tea at a time when there wasn't much going on in tea. But looking back, it's absolutely fascinating. I got into tea in 1983. And looking back, it seems that there was a little movement starting way back then, which has now become a huge movement. John Harney got into tea in 1983. And of course then met Norwood. The Ritz here in London started doing afternoon tea again in a big way. It had just sort of dropped off the map. The Waldorf Hotel here in London started doing tea dances again. Other tea rooms popped up around London and other parts of Britain. The French Tea Club got going. And it's only in retrospect that you realised all those little bubbles coming to the surface would eventually join up. And now we've got this amazing cascade of interest. And it all started back then in a tiny way, and I had absolutely no idea that I was going to become part of something so much bigger. I just opened a tea shop. That's for fun, and that was it. And it was fun. It changed my life.
So tell us about that. You started a tea shop when?
In 1983, we opened in the middle of the summer. I had left a very well-paid and stable job in an adult education college as a lecturer, running a language training unit, and I really didn't want to go on with that. And when I said I'm going to open a tea shop in London, everybody I knew said, you are absolutely mad. Nobody goes out to tea anymore. And I said, well, we'll see. We were going to have fun anyway. And it just hit the right time, Shabnam. It was extraordinary because it was the right place. We were in a place with very mixed demographic, facing a beautiful green common, did everything in the sort of style that every age group could enjoy. It was 1930s style with music from that period. Everything was just easy to be in. And so we had such a cross-section of the local groups of different people in society. But then it grew and we started getting Japanese people coming in and then American people coming in. And people would arrive with the magazines that we'd been written about in in articles, and they'd come sort of on a mission looking for us. But that's how really I got involved, because they would then ask me to go and talk to their groups, or, you know, there were expat groups of American women in London and Japanese people. Would you come and speak to us about the history of tea drinking in Britain? And I thought, well, yes, but I don't know anything about it. So I had to start researching, and it really started there. I got completely hooked. I had no idea what I was involved with. We were baking cakes, we were serving tea. It was just what I'd done all my life. I grew up in a tea drinking family, very typical of that period. I grew up in the 50s. And suddenly there were people asking me questions about why we had scones, what was clotted cream, how did we start drinking tea, why did we only drink black tea? And I thought, I need to find out about this. And so, you know, every time I researched, I wanted to know more. It's one of those typical situations. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know, and you want to find out. And I'm sure everybody listening has been on exactly the same journey. It's not special for me. I always say to people when I'm training, I say, you know, you really don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Run now.
This opens up the whole world to you, and you have no idea. And what is so wonderful, what I love about this work, is that people come timidly to our classes or get in touch with me online, and I'm thinking I'm opening a tea business, and can you help me? And you start teaching them, and you can see their eyes light up. And it just grabs them. And once it's grabbed you, it won't let you go. And it's very rare for people to walk away from tea once they've got involved. Whatever business they get involved in, whatever guise their journey takes, it just doesn't let you go. And that's such a strong point about it, because tea can lead you down so many different paths to suit your interests or your strengths, etc. And now, of course, there's so many tea companies doing so well that there is room for people who have lots of other skills. They don't have to be tea lovers when they get involved in a tea company. They might be an accountant or an IT specialist or a marketer or, you know, customer relations person. And once they get into the tea company, they just stick. And that's so rewarding. It's so exciting. I saw you ask someone a question earlier about, I've been dipping in during the day. I've been working in teaching, but I've been dipping in. And you asked somebody about what their most used word was. I think it was, I can't remember who it was.
I asked Joe Panter that.
Joe Panter. And I have to say, my most amazing word is amazing, because that's what we keep saying about all the things we keep finding about tea and our experiences and the people we meet. It's just so incredibly exciting.
I think it's one of, it's, you know, amazing is one of those words that it does tend to be overused. But if you actually stop and think about it, to be amazed, it's really quite extraordinary. And I would agree with you. So
it takes your breath away, and you just kind of completely lifted up by the energy and the excitement and the loveliness of everybody you meet. You know, it's very rare that you meet somebody that's not a good person in the tea world. It seems to attract the right people, kind and thoughtful and sharing and giving, wanting to give back when they have learnt for themselves. There's nothing unpleasant or unfair about it.
Yeah, you know, there have been a number of themes that have sort of that have trickled from one person to the next that have been very, very consistent. One of them is this fact that once you're in, you don't leave, because you just there's something about this industry that is addictive, and it gives so much to you. It nurtures somehow every single person that's part of it. The other is that we are all part of something greater than ourselves, and I think most of us really understand that.
I think that's true.
And then, you know, this wanting to give back. So, you know, Joyce and I were, Joyce Maina and I were talking earlier about, for me, one of my favorite things to do ever in everything that I've done in tea was teaching. And you know, the more you know, it's you know, I use the word duty. I feel that it's my duty to, you know, pass that on. And I think it's interesting, actually, that you just said that you started in education, you left education to do tea, and you've gone right back. So you see how the universe has a plan for you, right?
I never had a plan. I just went with what came along.
The universe does.
But yeah, somebody had a plan for me. And it's really been quite an incredible journey. As somebody else said earlier in the day, you know, you've got to visit places that you would never have dreamt of visiting as a tourist. And my travels have been more exciting than any holiday I've ever taken, because of course when you go to a country to work, whether it's speaking at a conference or traveling with somebody from that country to learn more about their tea, you actually get to know the country so much better than you would if you were just scraping the surface as a tourist. You get to understand how the country works, what's valuable to them, education, the part that tea plays in their lives. It's such a deep understanding that you come away with. And there are so many moments that you just treasure for the rest of your life. Quite incredible.
I had a fireside chat online with Jeff Fuchs. I'm sure you've met Jeff at some point, but so we were talking about travel, and I was talking to him about the fact that every time I travel, and I'm sure you feel the same way, it changes you.
It does. It's everything. I was in Milan with Jeff last year at the Milan Festival. We had such a lovely few days together. I mean, he is just fascinating and such a lovely person to be around. But that happens all the time. You know, you just remember all those people who have been so welcoming, so kind. Everybody says the same thing all the time. You get so well looked after. People will pick you up and drive you places and just make sure you're having a wonderful time. And then they don't ask anything in return. Of course, they get things in return because we then pass it on, hopefully. And include it in our writing or in our classes, or we mention them in passing, and it's just good for everybody. But yes, it changes you so much. I am a very different person now from when I opened my tea shop in London in 1980.
So tell me what have you learned? I mean, you teach. Tell me, what is it that you have learned most about tea? What has tea taught you?
I think it's taught me complete respect for other people. It's taught me, I'm not a particularly patient person. I've always been too fast in the way I get on with my life, but it's taught me to slow down and really, really think about the people I'm with and what life is for them, what tea means to them. I think probably Japan was the country that changed me the most because of the respect that is shown overtly to everybody you're with, the bowing, the quietness, the appreciation of beauty that we don't always see in the West, the ability to be quiet and slow and value things. I think any country that has a link to Zen Buddhism is always going to give you more than you've had in your life in the West. I really do value those times. But yes, every country I've learned something, but mainly about listening, being willing to learn, taking time, treasuring and remembering the things that I've seen and heard, and then can pass on to others to help them understand the same things.
So you've tell me how you've seen this tea industry change in the years that you've been a part of it, especially the specialty part of it that, you know, as you said, you were really at the beginning of.
Very much what Norwood was saying, that, you know, I grew up drinking black tea. We did drink loose tea. Tea bags were very slow to catch on here in Britain. And I think just as I was going off to university in the late 60s, I think tea bags were just becoming popular. But my mother used to buy loose leaf tea from the grocery shop up the road, scooped out of the chest and into a bag, so you knew exactly what it was. But that was sort of taken for granted. It was very much part of our everyday lives. So I suppose what was basically happening to the industry in the latter part of the last century was that tea was really quite ordinary. Most people were drinking tea bags by the 1990s. Probably still today, it's about 92-93% of tea that is brewed in tea bags. It is changing, but it's been a very, very, very slow journey. And I only knew about black tea when I had my tea shop. That's all we served. We had some herbals, we had some flavored teas. We didn't have any green teas. I don't think anybody in Britain, apart from maybe a few Chinese in Chinatown, were drinking green tea. And consumption was going down. There was absolutely no interest at all. And it was not until the very end of the 1990s when consumption had hit a real low, and everybody thought of tea as being really boring, a drink for old ladies, difficult to brew, and everyone had gone over to sports drinks and bottles of this and bottles of that you carried around with you. And there really was a big danger to the British tea industry. And then, of course, we started to get the health message. And that was very, very powerful. And the Tea Council at the time, before Sharon joined, this was 2 generations ago of people running the Tea Council, they ran a campaign about tea and health. And that had a very powerful impact because it filtered out, you know, people started to get that message, even if they didn't understand the science. And then the Tea Council at that time did a very, very interesting thing. And that was they ran a campaign with Kate Moss. To give tea a really young image. And that was a 2-year campaign, and it worked incredibly well because suddenly tea was associated with young, successful, slim, interesting celebrities and their mates, you know, and so photographs were appearing in young people's magazines, and it was beginning to be big news. And since then, so many other things have happened that have fed into it. The fact that China began to open up to trade, we began to be able to visit Chinese tea factories, which we had never been able to do before. The fact that the Chinese began to approach us and say, please come and visit, that really opened the whole thing up. We could go and learn and taste teas that hadn't been very accessible before. And then, of course, the biggest influence, I think, apart from the health message, has been the change in demographic in all our big cities. You know, Britain used to be not completely white, but when I grew up, it was pretty completely white. Now, London has, I don't know how many different language groups, well over 300, I imagine. And every big city in the world now has people from every country in the world. We've got Chinese, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Afghani, Iraqi, you know, you name it. Every city has that mixed demographic. And they have brought their tea drinking culture with them. And so we've also now got tea companies everywhere, in Canada, in America, everywhere, set up and run by people from those different countries. And so they serve their tea differently. They talk about tea differently. They brew different teas. They have different tea wares. And that's made the whole thing so exciting. And it's now young. It's trendy. It's something that students love to do. It used to be parents introducing tea to their kids, but now it's the other way around. Yeah. And it just made such a difference to, you know, I drink tea out of a little bowl. I hardly ever use a cup and saucer these days, which is what I grew up with. But I drink tea out of a little bowl because it feels different. It feels lovely. And I brew in little tiny teapots. So I've got my little tiny teapot here. I'm drinking a low caffeine roasted oolong at the moment because I'm off to bed shortly. It's the end of the day for me.
It is the end of the day, yes.
But, you know, all these forces, you said things happen when they're meant to happen. And everything has now coincided. And it's helping all of us to get our message across. And it's made it so much easier to attract people, to explain tea, to excite people about all the different types of tea, to make it fun for absolutely anybody. And then to say, well, you choose, you know, you can drink your tea this way or that way. You can have a cup of sauce, you can have a bowl, you can have a gaiwan, you can brew in a yixing pot. There's just so many possibilities.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it was Will Battle that I was talking to about this earlier, is that I think that one of the great things about, well, everything that we have in life is that there's a time and place for everything. And that's one of the beautiful things about tea. Yeah. I may start my day with a strong cup of black tea with milk in it, but I love a beautiful, Anji Bai Cha, or, you know, an oolong from Vietnam that I was talking about earlier in the day, or Darjeeling, or
anything.
Exactly. Yeah. So everything has its time and place, and I think that's one of the beautiful gifts that tea has. Tell me, Jane, what's the best advice you can give to somebody who wants to get into the tea business?
If they want to really get into the tea business and not just as a tea lover, they need to really learn about the 6 categories of tea and taste and taste and taste. Take good advice, go to a really good education body. We're really busy at the moment. We're teaching online now. And I've been talking to people from Japan, from Brazil, from America. So I'm pinching some of your students from over there. But it's all cross-fertilization. You know, people they find you from anywhere. And so teaching online is tough. It's hard. It needs a lot of energy, but at the moment it's all we can do. And of course we can reach out to any country in the world. I've had to learn a whole new load of technology because we're using very classroom based, but that's true for everybody during lockdown. It's been a journey, but it's beginning to be very rewarding. And I'd say get some education, taste, but taste with people who can help you, who can guide you. So that means when we're out of lockdown, going to little events. It doesn't matter if it's a couple of hours in a tea room somewhere, just like Norwood was talking about finding Imperial Tea Court in San Francisco. I mean, that is a beautiful place to go and drink tea. I've been there myself. You just learn from people who you're drinking the tea with. That's the best thing to do. But you also need to think about the business side these days. You know, it's not easy to run a tea business. You know yourself. You've built up your own business. You need good, sound financial advice. You need to plan very, very carefully. You need to think whether you're going to just work online or have a standalone shop, which of course is very expensive, and you don't have the international reach that you have online. I think tea is an ideal product for online sales, actually. And the people I know here in Britain who have had to shut down their shops and their wholesale business to catering outlets, they have doubled or trebled their retail business online, which is so encouraging. It means people are drinking good tea during this very difficult period.
Yeah, I think it's something that we've seen. I know the UK has the same numbers, or as Canada does, US does, and other tea consuming countries, I should rather say, is tea consumption is up during this pandemic, and I think that says a lot about tea. And the fact that, you know, this comfort that we all who are in tea know is it has reverberated, and people do get that, whether they're conscious of it or not. There's a reason why people are flooding into supermarkets and grabbing tea off the shelf as opposed to something else, right?
And I think I always say to people, you know, once you find good tea, there's no going back. It's like finding good wine. There's no reverting to the cheap plonk, because your taste buds just won't let you do it. So once you're on the speciality tea, the good tea trajectory, it's going to just take you places you had no idea about. And that's so wonderfully rewarding for everybody who is discovering it.
What is the biggest mistake that people make when they start a tea business?
Oh golly, I've met a few people who buy tea without really understanding what they're buying. People who buy tea with just by looking at it, not tasting it, not realizing how much they don't know. You know, you can't sell tea without absolutely understanding everything about every single tea you sell. Whether that's by reading, learning, or talking to your wholesaler, or traveling to origin, you have to know your product. And that's true in a restaurant, in a hotel, in a cafe. You have to know what you're talking about, because now consumers know a darn sight more than they used to, and they'll soon catch you out. You don't know the answers. So
you can't fake it.
Is so important.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You cannot fake it.
You can't fake it if you do get caught out.
And love tea. All right, dear Jane, as you well know, nobody leaves without answering.
I hope I'm going to be able to answer.
Everybody's been able to answer.
Yeah, they're kind.
I hope that I should be kind. Of course I'm kind. Well, I'm not going to say, do you know what you got? Which word or phrase do you overuse the most? So, no, we already know the answer to that one. So, when and where were you happiest?
Oh, well, I listened to Rona's answer about that. I think, being totally honest, it was when I opened my tea shop. I was 34 years old. I had energy coming out of every pore of my body. I'm not sure I have so much now. I absolutely loved that time. It was a complete turning point and so exciting. I was meeting and mixing with people. We had, you know, all sorts of people coming into the shop. I absolutely loved it. I wore myself out, but I did love it. And I still love my life, but that was really special. 1993.
That's a good one. Dear Jane, I raise my cup and I say Happy International Tea Day. It's about time that we got one. Cheers to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for organising, Shabnan. It's been a treat. Thank you so much. And I hope I'll see you in Denver.
You're being very optimistic that you think you're going to get onto an airplane in October, my friend. But if that happens, here's to Denver. No kidding. I say thank you, first of all, for your time. But I also, Jane, I want to say thank you to you for all of the books that you have written. 17 books is the count that I had. You correct me if I'm wrong there. But all that you have given to this world of tea. I think that there is a passion and a love that you have brought, and a way to talk about tea that has really infected a lot of people around the world.
Well,
so I raise my cup to you.
Thank you. Very special to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. you.
Happy day to everybody. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That is I hope you're all enjoying this. I do see your chat going along the side. I apologize if I'm not, some of you are asking questions, but it's really difficult to do that. So as Addie, I believe, has expressed here on the side, this is all being recorded. So if you haven't had enough of me yet, you can watch this all over again. Or actually, more importantly than that, for those of you that tuned in late or came in earlier and had to leave, whatever the case is, had to go get your kids. I know somebody had to go get their kids. Somebody named Paul. I'm going to say hello, Paul, because Paul says he's on this marathon with me from the beginning. So hello, Paul. Let's see if you stick it out to the end. So thank you all. I'm not done yet. I am going to pause, though, for 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes, please, and I shall be back. Talk amongst yourselves. And there I am. I wouldn't leave you. I'm with you until the very end. And I hope you all stay with me. I feel like a late night radio talk show host right now. So thank you all for being patient with me while I quickly got some nourishment in me and the energy to say hello to the fabulous Kevin Gascoigne. Bonjour, monsieur.
Hello. I've got a funny
How are
delay
you?
on this. 1 second. 1 second.
Oh, you need to close. If you have the YouTube stream going, close that.
Okay. Sorry. Oh yeah, here we are. There's a delay. Here we are.
Yeah? Are you good
How's
now?
that? Yes, I'm here.
You're good for me. Good. Hello, James Poxon. There are certain people, I have to say, that have been on this marathon with me for 8.5 hours now.
Spectacular.
Australia, I'm seeing, started with me this morning, went to sleep, and now are with me again. I'm still here, guys. Welcome,
Incredible
dear.
endurance.
Well, there you go. How
Quite
are
a
you?
marathon. You're very impressive, Sharon. I'm impressed. Look, you're still bubbling.
How are you doing? Happy International Tea Day, my friend.
And to you, my dear. Yes, what a great thing to celebrate with all our friends.
Right.
What a great day. So many amazing guests. I've just been dipping in and out, and every time somebody fascinating and part of the Leaf Tribe.
Wait, Leaf Tribe. I like that. It's been an amazing day for me. I hope for everybody who has joined me today as well. And I have to honestly say that I'm always overwhelmed by this amazing industry. It's, every time I think that I can't be surprised, I am yet again surprised by all of the people in it. So it's been amazing.
Yes.
So let me introduce you to, I don't know, the one person in the room that may not know who you are. Kevin Gascoigne is one of the owners of Camellia Sinensis. Camellia Sinensis is a tea company in Montreal. So for those of you keeping track on your little map, we have finally landed back in Canada.
Yep.
So Kevin is in Montreal, and I'm going to start just by, tell everybody about your company, what it is that you do, how did you start, and all that fun stuff. And I will tell you that I am enjoying a cup of the IHOW that you gave me.
Lovely, lovely. What better time? Well, Camellia Sinensis is a group of 4 tea tasters, each with a regional specialization. We have in our catalog at any one time, as you can see behind me, a lot of different teas, around 200, 250 teas, depending on the time of year. Everything is fresh from the season, bought directly from the grower. We specialize in origin-specific teas, and everything is single invoice whole leaf. So pretty specialized, but the people around here seem to love it, so it works. Around this catalogue of fineries, we have over the years, over now nearly 22 years, we have developed various different things, educational schools, a lot of publication, and a couple of books, wholesale, retail on various different platforms, including our beautiful website. And more recently, in the last few years, we started manufacturing. We have our tea studio in the south of India, in the Nilgiri Hills, which is making some spectacular, lovely leaf at the moment. So that's it, fairly small company, but with a very nice collection. I think that.
I don't know. You call yourself, you say you're a small company, but you're a small company with some pretty big impact. And I think that should not go unsaid. So it's I think you'd like well anyways that's I think that what's really interesting about what you and your partners do is that each of you specialize in a different region, and it really gives everybody who buys from you, whether it's wholesale or whether it's from your shops or online, whatever the case may be, this unique expertise, this very, very, it's like the specialized of the specialized, if you know what I mean. Like you've gone, how deep do you want to go into the matrix, so to speak, right?
How obsessed do you want to be?
Yeah, and yours is Darjeeling.
Yeah, Darjeeling, India, and black teas.
Why
Himalaya,
Darjeeling?
Darjeeling. Well, I started in Yorkshire drinking black tea since I was a bairn, very small child, which we do over there. It's no big deal. And then teenage years as a hobbyist got into single estate Darjeeling. I was lucky to come from the town of Harrogate, tailors' fame. And they had a couple of little tea shops where they sold some nice leaf there. I got into that, traveled to Darjeeling at 19 and first tasted tea in the garden. And since then, it's been the tea that most moved me, I would say. Apart from the fact that it was the one that led me in, it was also, it still is. I'll drink all different types of tea throughout the day. Today, I don't know how many teas I've tasted, a lot, over 20. But Darjeeling would have to be my desert island tea for sure.
What has surprised you most about this tea industry? Because you've been in it for a few years.
Yes, a few decades now. What has surprised me most is how similar everybody in the industry is. How we can sit when we are traveling and buying, and we have those moments where we're all enjoying the tea. We're all enjoying the tea for the same reason, and nobody's speaking, but we're all doing the same thing, and we're all understanding why we're all there in the same state of mild euphoria. And I think that is the beauty. It's the unspoken, we spend so much time talking about tea. I talk about tea for a living. As you know, you're going to sell tea, you have to talk about it. Yep. But it's the unspoken beauty of this leaf that brings us all together that is so exciting and moving and deep. So I think that is the beauty of it, when you appreciate tea without words, with people who have different languages and so on, and the leaf does the talking.
So the last time I saw you was 10.5 weeks ago.
Really? That's
I know that because I've been locked in my house pretty much since I landed back from seeing you.
Oh, of course. Yes, you came to visit. Yeah.
So I came to visit. And you are known for your tea evenings.
Oh.
I'm going to speak of the unspoken. It's not unspoken because I was allowed to take pictures. Yeah. There is evidence that it happened. So you are known for these beautiful tea evenings that you put on. I think you do it once a month, if I'm not mistaken.
I do it here in Montreal about once a month. Yes.
Right? And I know what happens in tea night stays in tea night. I get it. But I'm going to share just a little bit with.
Oh, you can share. We're all friends here. I think everybody watching is friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things that really were special for me that evening. And it was, I think, what you just touched on, and that's this unspoken that we were all experiencing. There were a lot of different teas that were being tasted, and it was there wasn't, there were some things that were talked about, where it comes from and perhaps a little bit story about it. But for the most part, there was this feeling in this room that everybody was experiencing that same thing, whatever that language is. It was an unspoken. And I think that I experienced for the first time what our friend Jeff, who's on after you, refers to as tea drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
No? Well, I was off in a world all on my own. Come on. So
nobody ever mentioned it.
No, nobody's ever mentioned that to you before.
I think because I'm permanently in that state, I don't notice. Yeah.
You don't notice. Well, you lucky devil, you. I've tasted lots of teas and traveled for tea and all the rest of that. But there was something really special, and it was, as I said, it was the first time that I really felt that tea drunk. And I'm not talking about drunk in the intoxicated alcohol drunk. We're not talking about that at all. I'm talking about being intoxicated with tea. And I think that if you haven't experienced it before, it's difficult to explain. You
have to go there. Yeah,
I think so. I think it's a bit of what Norwood was saying before about silence, right? It's just that understanding.
It's a quiet place of beauty.
It is indeed.
Yes, I think the name, intoxication and drunk are both kind of don't really describe what that is at all. But I suppose it's the best we've got.
Yeah, it's I don't like them. I'll let you know if I come up with a better one.
Yeah.
So we are all itching for 2020 teas.
Yes, I know.
So we are all obviously in this crazy new reality, which I've said this earlier today as well. The human being has an extraordinary capacity to adapt. And I find it amazing how quickly we've all sort of adapted to this new world suddenly, and have just learned to, live life the best that we can with it, with hopefully some new lessons. But a little birdie has told me that you, my friend, have gotten your hands on some First Flush 2020.
I did. Yes.
So,
well, you were talking about having been over there for so many years, year after year. So one of the benefits of that is that you have a lot of good friends, and my friends over there really took care of things for me. So I was very, very lucky. There was a small amount of production that happened just before lockdown, which in India was the 25th of March. And I managed to get hold of a very nice little collection of Darjeelings just before that happened. Exquisite, delicious, and a little pricey, but certainly worth the money.
So it was a good year for Darjeeling?
Yeah, some really nice teas. I mean, it's hard to say because after the 25th, a very small amount of tea was made before the 25th. After the 25th, they went into lockdown, at which point things went a little haywire. You have to pluck fairly vigorously during the flush to have your 4, 5, sometimes 6-day plucking rounds going. Otherwise, you lose your quality. So if you have a sort of semi-abandoned situation going on in the middle of a very important harvest, you end up with a lot of differential in the leaf. You get large leaf, small leaf, mature leaf, less mature leaf. So after the lockdown, once they allowed the pluckers to go back into the gardens and they started manufacturing, the quality was a little more dubious at that point, which is natural.
Right.
So I would say there was a very, very small quantity of great stuff. After that, the quality was down, which isn't good for the general industry at large. and the quality post lockdown wasn't super
right
either. Mm-hmm.
I think that we've experienced before the a lack of availability of Darjeeling. Certainly not the first time.
We have,
right?
yes, we're getting used to it almost. I should say that they haven't arrived yet. The next problem was then getting them out of India. So we got half of them on a plane out of India 2 days ago. So they should be arriving next week. Okay. And I've got a lot of thirsty customers and staff pestering me by the hour.
Yes.
Yeah. When are they coming?
When are they coming?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they probably all think that you're hiding it from them.
Well, I did gobble the samples fairly fast, I have to say, which I've been in trouble for. Yeah.
It's certainly don't like. Would never want to have a lack of availability of the teas that we love so much by any stretch, but I think it's demonstrating for people that fact that this is a crop, and how dependent we are on so many factors to get a good quality product.
I agree.
And how vulnerable everything is, how
and
delicate.
And I think everything that reminds the client of that, it increases the respect that they have for the product.
I agree.
Because we've lived for so many years in a world where everybody that retails us food products has spent a lot of time and energy standardizing and homogenizing and doing various different activities to make a standard product that tastes the same all the time. So this is not where we're at when we're dealing with the beautiful leaves that we now have a chance to appreciate from all the different countries.
Yeah. It definitely increases, hopefully, as you say, the respect, but also the value that we put on these things. Things that we just take for granted. It's May. Of course, there should be first flushes around already, right? It's sort of a given.
Yes.
So you visit Darjeeling every single year.
Yeah, they would. This would have been year 27.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I started when I was 5, obviously.
Yes, of course. Yes.
But yeah, so I ended up not going this time. So that was quite strange. My annual rhythm has been knocked off kilter a little bit. And I certainly missed seeing all my friends out there.
Yeah.
Who I see once a year.
Yeah.
And all the other great things that go with traveling for tea and so on. But we have a company here too, so I had to be here for that, and there was plenty to do here. We've been retailing all the way through, so this little store where I am now has been open non-stop. So as an essential food product, we've just been selling tea, and everyone's been at home, so they've been drinking more tea. And everybody's got the time to explore some fancy leaf that they don't usually have the time for. So at the very beginning, there was a little bit of hoarding going on.
Okay.
But after that, when people relaxed and they would go out for their daily walk, we became a sort of destination for the daily walk as well. So
Gabriella was on earlier today, and I was talking to her. I was talking to her before she made us matcha tiramisu. I was talking with her about how customers have shifted, what has changed, if anything, with the customers in this, this time that is that we're in right now. Because I know from the numbers and the stats, et cetera, that we've seen that tea sales in Canada are up 45%. And that's off, grocery store shelves. But you're dealing one-on-one with customers. Tell me how has this changed? How have customers changed?
Well, I should say we've only got one store open. The other two we had to close because they're in quiet parts of town where there's nothing going on and nobody walking past and nobody's going there. So we kept one store open. At the beginning, people were sort of relieved that they could get their weekly bag of tea or their bi-weekly bag of tea and so on. So that was the first reaction. So people were buying a lot. Right. They were buying large quantities just in case, because, you know, I mean, now we don't know what's going on, but at the beginning we had absolutely no idea. Yeah. Now we've got used to not knowing what's going on.
Yes.
And then as things relaxed and people got into a groove of being at home and so on, then I think tea really started to come into its own as the sharing beverage, the special moment beverage, the relaxing beverage, the calming, the one that puts us in a place of well-being. Yeah. And, you know, it's not the first time in history that tea's come in and not saved the day, but certainly made everyone feel okay about it.
Well, you know, we see this the iconic British sign all over the place: keep calm and drink tea. Exactly. Right? Yeah. That's I don't think most people know the the history of that. It was actually something that the British government put out at wartime to right. And here we are again, perhaps not in, you know, bombs dropping on us war, but certainly in this crazy world that
that's
right.
All,
yeah.
So I think you know, tea came back and, you know, looked after us again. Yeah.
Looked after us again. Yulu said I had Yulu on this morning from.
Oh yeah, I saw her. How sweet. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I don't know if she is lovely. I don't know if you caught what she said about tea shortening the distance between our hearts.
Oh, nice. That's
Isn't
nice.
that nice?
Yeah, how nice.
Yeah. So tell me, what is it that you love most about this world of tea?
Oh, well, yeah, like I was saying, those unspoken moments, that's one of the precious parts of it. It's just, I mean, if you're going to sell a product, it would be hard to find a more wholesome, generous product. I mean, it's a, you know, 5,000-year-old health tonic. It's the multivitamin of plants, which has more benefits for your health. It might not have the most of each one, but it has more generally than pretty much anything else. It's got this fantastic connection of stimulation and soothing. You know, this great combination of stimulation and soothing, and just the people have such a positive image of it. It's, you know, so it's all around good vibes, start to finish. So when I buy it, or when I'm making it in the tea factory, or when I'm selling it over the counter, because I love shopkeeping. I'm too antsy for the office, so I hang out in the shop all day. So I'm meeting people that are discovering it for the first time. I had some in today, and big eyes. Wow, it's so cool! It's great. They came in, like Norwood was just saying. They come in because they're interested in getting a health product, right? And then they leave with a more hobbyist, foodie sort of interest.
Yeah.
And that's before they discover how good it's going to make them feel when they get home. Yeah. So, you know, how could you beat that? I don't know. I couldn't beat it. Yeah.
Well, I hope that you never do. And I hope that you never leave this wonderful world of tea, my friend.
Yeah, me too.
So if you have been watching, you know that everybody has to answer one of Marcel Proust's questions before they leave.
Okay.
I've gotten to the point now where some of these questions keep coming up over and over again. So unfortunately,
well, choose a good one then.
I'm not going to choose them because there's certain ones that keep popping up, and there are a handful here that haven't been asked yet. So your question, my dear friend, what was that?
I'll have one of the ones that hasn't been asked yet.
Yes. My question to you, or rather Marcel's question to you, is what is your greatest fear?
Oh. That my Darjeeling doesn't arrive.
No. I knew you were going to say that. And I should have actually, I should have rehearsed it by
No, that's
saying,
not my
and you
greatest
can't
fear.
say that the Darjeeling's not going to arrive.
No, okay, all right. I can't say living in a world without tea because that would be cheesy. Okay, my greatest fear. I would say that's a tough one. My greatest fear. I know Jung said falling and being alone are the only two natural things that we fear, but I don't really fear either of those. I would say, I suppose losing my peeps, losing all my peeps, you know, my favorite people that I love, my family, my lovely ladies in my life and so on, my wife and my beautiful daughter. That would be the biggest fear.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
So, dear Kevin, thank you for sharing a little bit of International Tea Day with me.
Thank you.
I know
Thanks
you've
for
been
the marathon. How much longer have you got left now?
another 8.5. No, I'm kidding. What are we on now? It's 9 hours. I've got another 2 hours to go.
Oh,
I'm heading to Hawaii now.
Okay.
And after Hawaii, I will be whizzing around to Australia
Okay.
and then Mexico and
Right.
then Korea.
Okay.
So,
Well, say hi to
I'll-
Jeff. He's coming up
will.
next, I think, isn't he?
I will. Yes, he is. So before you can go, I raise my cup to you.
Yes, I raise mine to you too.
I thank you for your
Superb
time.
initiative, Shabnam. This is a great
Thank you,
thing.
Kevin.
Yeah.
And but more than that, I say thank you from all of us in this world of tea who have been enriched by you and what you and Camellia sinensis and your partners, because it cannot go unsaid that Camellia sinensis you are one part of Camellia sinensis.
Oh yeah, I'm just a little 25% of the people here. Yeah.
You have partners that are extraordinary in all that
Yes.
you do, and we need more of you. So I raise my cup to you, and tea thanks you. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right. Ciao, ciao.
See you soon.
Bye. Okay. Are we ready? And we are now leaving Canada, and we are going to steer west again, and we are going to visit a Canadian who has transplanted himself in Hawaii. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Shabnam.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I watched the last little bit you did with Kevin, and of course I was dying to, I don't know, provoke some comments and stuff like that. Two of my favorite people in the tea world in Canada, you and Kevin.
Well, you're sweet. I should have actually put you both on at the same time, but I fear that I probably wouldn't have gotten anybody else on after that. I know.
That could lead, that's the proverbial rabbit hole conversation.
Oh,
things disappear.
exactly.
And we would never be back. But,
Exactly. So you are nicely sun-kissed, I see. So life is treating you well.
Yes, yeah, where we are is quite isolated in any case. So I mean, we're very fortunate because we've got land that's remote. We can be outside. We've got gardens. We've got produce. I'm growing some tea plants near the house. So yes, it's a pretty nice place to be isolated.
We talked about this when you and I did our fireside chat a few weeks ago. It feels like months ago. Everything feels like, time is just like moving like this in some ways, right? But it was actually just a few weeks ago that you and I had our fireside chat. And I said to you that, if you're going to be locked up somewhere, I think you figured it out. You are...
Yeah, so I have to say, islands come with a bit of there's a psychology that I think one needs to adapt to very quickly on an island, because I'm used to being on the move. This has been great. And, you talk about time feeling like it's being stretched, and maybe we're actually revisiting the way time should be moving in our lives at this point.
You're right. You are absolutely right. Yeah. Yes, living on an island is an experience of itself. I lived in Bermuda for a year, and it's a very different experience living on an island than on mainland, so to speak, right?
Yes, it is, because you're literally a stone's throw from a coastline that will go around a circle and you'll end up in the same place. It's a very community focused type of living as well. You have to really be in with your community. One of the ways I do that is with tea. Anytime I meet new people, I offer them tea, especially the elders, because the idea of an offering, regardless of the plant matter, the idea of an offering and a sit down is something I think universally understood. And tea facilitates that, rather than, I don't think there's too many other things that you can prepare and have the interest and the integrity when you're preparing and explaining as a tea. So in many ways, tea has been a sort of a convener and a facilitator for me, just being on an island.
So before we go further, I haven't introduced you yet. You are Jeff. I know you. Everybody else can catch up. I don't even know what title to give you, to be quite honest with you. So if you saw my program, I called you Tea Explorer.
That's good for me.
Is that good for you?
Very good for me.
So your journey is really quite fascinating. I think that, I've asked a few people today whether tea chose them or you chose tea. And for a lot of people, or for some people, it was an accident, a happy accident that they ended up in tea. Very consistently, every single person that accidentally went in has been in for decades and decades and cannot imagine a life without it anymore. And you are, I know that you drank tea as a child and all the rest of that, but you're a photographer. You're also, you are an adventurer, you're a hiker, you're a wanderer, you're a writer, you're a lot of things. And tea has been something that I think, these are my words, obviously, that you've woven into that. How has that happened?
I'll say two things. I think tea for me, my father said something once years ago: never live your life behind a gate. You've got to step through gates. You've got to keep this almost friction. You have to keep engaging with life and living. And I think tea has facilitated and convened my own abilities and persistent desires to step out of the gate. It fortifies, it clarifies. So I say tea is for me a convener. It's also a beautiful way to start sometimes complicated conversations, business meetings, listening. A lot of the time I've spent in the Himalaya, you have tea as the front, as sort of the introduction to all. Asia certainly still uses tea as that, in that role, and I've adopted that sort of stance with it. Tea's continued to be in my life just because of I'd love to give some sort of a Zen and philosophical answer to it, but it's a physical, it works with me. I love that little bit of astringency when it hits, and you can step onto the journey of tea and you're never going to finish. I mean, my focus is pu'er, which is ever more complicated by the month because of what is pu'er. So for me, that journey is exciting. You going back to that gate, you have to keep stepping through the gate, trying things, listening. And the people I've met through tea, behind tea, that have made tea, because of tea, over tea, are people that generally have stayed in my orbit. Kevin made reference to his peeps.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to lose track of the people I've met over a good cup of tea. The people who make the tea, extraordinarily authentic, beautiful, very uncomplicated in the way they speak about tea. So I'd say that it's a convener beyond all things for me, and a physical lust.
So I talked to Kevin. I don't know when you tuned in with the Kevin chat, but I was in Montreal just before lockdown, and I did one of his tea evenings, and I experienced what you coin as tea drunk. So I want to hear it from your words, because I don't think I did a good job of explaining tea drunk, but I experienced it. And tell me what tea drunk means to you.
I'm going to refer back to a good friend of mine who I often do, Nettie Law, who studied tea for 4 years. That's his thing. And when I asked him the first time about the actual translation of it, he said, don't worry about the details, the minutiae of the way. He says it's exhilaration. That was what he used, pure and simple. For me, though, to get to the exhilaration, there's a point, a very important point when I'm getting there. I also call it a tea rage. You feel you can engage with everything, but there's, for me, a physical feeling of sweat opening up on my rib cage. And of course, the senses are a little bit more crystal clear. I won't call them psychedelic, but there is an intensification of the sensory world. I think too that the discussions when you're tea drunk tend to rage. Everybody's talking, nobody's listening, everybody's interrupting, but it's all fine. There's no arguments about who's talking.
No.
There's that exhilaration, and I think too, this is a conversation that's going to talk about linguistics, but the words ta chi, the chi and tea, this is something that's coming up more and more. And I studied Mandarin, and I think it's a very important element in the world of tea, just because they make reference to these excitability elements, these dry throat, the impressions in the mouth. So cha chi, the chi of a tea, without sounding overly pretentious about it, I think can engage the corporal body, the physical body, the blood flow, the brain activity. And, it's not just one stimulant within tea. You've got this whole body of stimulants racing through and engaging different parts of the bloodstream, the nervous system. So for me, if I had to use a word, I would say a kind of a playful exhilaration, and and again, I don't feel there's too many things that a good cup of tea can't provoke and discover and solve. So there's some sort of maybe an overly optimistic element to the tea drunk, but that physical component of the tea sweats for me is something that it's like a little Tinkerbell in the forest going, I'm coming, darling. It's coming, darling.
Coming, darling. I love that. Okay, so I did not have the tea sweats. I'm just going to say that right now. I would fully admit if I had, so perhaps I wasn't quite as tea drunk as you. But there was something, there was definitely an exhilaration, and there was definitely, this rage that you're talking about, and this, everybody was experiencing the same thing, and so much of it was going unspoken, and yet everybody, you knew that I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew. Do you know what I mean? Did you follow that? Okay.
Yes, conversations that would have previously deteriorated into an argument very quickly, for some reason, take the up step.
Yeah. A lot of unspoken was just understood. So, tell me about your love of pu'er. Because you have, you've traveled to China far and wide, and, China produces all 6 categories of tea. You could have become passionate about white teas or green teas, or what in China is called a red tea. Tell me why pu'er.
Well, just to start the story near the beginning, or a beginning, my first tea experiences, my learning Mandarin, I studied Mandarin, was all in Taiwan. So my initial exposures were to the complex and very specific world of oolong teas. And a mentor of mine had just said, okay, well now you sort of have to forget all this knowledge. Not forget about it, put it on a back burner. Now you have to go to one of the origin points. And he told me at one point, straight up, you need to go to Yunnan. Remember, of course, what you've learned, but when you go to Yunnan, the world of tea will shift. Because for him, and for many, the old deliberately cultivated zones of places throughout Myanmar, the northeast of India, and of course that wonderful swath of Yunnan where I lived for a decade, that is point zero. That's ground zero for the origins of tea. People talk about it differently. It's a very, very simplistic view of tea. Having said that, pu'er has become very complicated. Just in point of reference, depending on who you speak to, some people only know a deliberately inoculated with bacteria ripe show pu'er.
Right.
My interests started there, and of course, going to Yunnan, going to the source, being able to converse a bit in Mandarin, you talk to the farmers who speak in a very different language to the marketeers, to the science people, and certainly to the people trying to sell tea. They talk about, they don't compare their teas to other teas in terms of, they'll never compare their pu'er to, a Longjing or a Huangta. Right. They just talk about what they know. And what got me interested in pu'er was we use the word terroir now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But all the other tea I'd been exposed to was sort of in awe of the ability, the artisanal ability of men, women, to make, construct, manipulate a tea into something beautiful. In the pu'er regions where Sheng pu'er reigns supreme, not the ripe of Hong Kong and the Taiwanese buyers of the 90s and the early 2000s, but if you go to this ground zero, they're only talking about Sheng or raw pu'er. And one old gentleman said it very clearly to me, and it sums up my love of pu'er. A well-made pu'er is simple. It's a pan-fried green tea process with a big leaf material. That's it. Anything more complex than that, and he said, in his world, in his realm, it's not pu'er because it's not reflecting the terroir, the soil. And anyone who's traveled to the south of Yunnan, to these areas, you see some of the most opulent orange and red clay, heavily inundated with iron oxide,
right,
which is a huge component of why the teas taste the way they do. And so this elder again said something, and I stayed with him for a couple of weeks and drank and got silly, and well, we drank a few things. One of which was tea, but I remember his adherence to this idea that a well-made pu'er should reflect the terroir. It should have a geographic reference point, palette point. And I thought, that's beautiful. Maybe it doesn't seem to pay as much homage to those who make the tea, but in his way of viewing, a well-made tea shouldn't be over-manipulated, over-processed, over-industrialized. It should be a reflection of a climate, of the soil. And so for me, this was like the big check in the box for me. This answered and inspired me in a way that I'd not been inspired by these very complex oolongs of, Lishan and Darjeeling. These areas are beautiful, but I'm not sure I would be able to tell you what they can tell me in the taste about the geographic region. So for me, pu'er's story, and of course, my great long obsession, the Tea Horse Road, pu'er was being funneled not only onto the Tibetan plateau, but into the old capitals of China, at Chang'an, which is now Xi'an, to Beijing. Tea was being carted up from Yiwu. It was also going down south into Vietnam. So for me, pu'er has a little more of a physical dynamic of its transport, of its desirability. It didn't just get plopped onto a schooner and zipped across to the Western world. Within Asia, this big leaf varietal was an exceptional commodity. And I mean, if one was to look at the great commodities of Asia from a centuries-old point of view, you have salt, you have tea, you have resin, you have pashmina wool, and that for me appeals to a sort of an ethno-botanical obsession I have with the relationship between people and tea. Right. And it's not divided by any complex manipulation.
Right. Are you going to show us some pu'ers that you have?
Yeah, well, I've got a couple. I've always got a couple. I'm going to focus on one because I've been drinking a lot of it. Now, you'll see how light the buds are. This is, in fact, just the end buds. So this is big leaf pu'er material, what's normally turned into pu'er, off of ancient trees. But it's just the end buds. And this is not a new tradition in Yunnan. They've been doing this, but it's not something that's that common.
So can you show us that leaf again? Mm-hmm. Because if I look at that leaf from here right now, just looking at it, it looks that looks like a silver needle.
Yes. Yes.
Right. That looks like a yinzhen.
Yes.
And that's a white tea. And,
exactly. Okay. And when I was mortified when I first saw it, because years ago I'd seen it, but I bought some last autumn. I was in Nanoshan Mountain doing my normal source thing, sitting down with people, and I turned my gaze, and on this counter were 3 bags of this white, which I'd never seen. Right. When you go up to the villages, I mean, tea it's not perfectly wrapped. It's sitting in cups, it's strewn across tables, it's popping out of, people are chewing on it. Here are 3 bags like this one of white tea buds. And I said, so I was mortified because I thought, is this a sign of things to come? Right. Because a lot of these villages have a hard time getting very good teas, great raw materials to market. So I thought, well, maybe they're doing a little deviation to come up with a new way to sell their leaves. And the gentleman just said, no, we're trying all kinds of things. And I asked him, do you like it? And he says, well, they tell me it's really good. But I said, have you tried it? He says, I tried a bit of it. It says it's not for me. It doesn't have that. Okay. It doesn't have enough astringency. It doesn't have enough of that.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, well, I'll buy some. And it made me look, as I traveled, at variations in the world of pu'er, because in these worlds, it's only the raw sheng pu'ers that they're selling. They don't do a lot of ripe. They don't do a lot of deliberate fermentation. But they are starting to sort of prep and play with white and red. And of course, there's the classic Yunnan Dianhong red. But they're trying other reds, using the leaves, the materials from bushes, taidi bushes, which are small, sentai, which are medium bushes, and even the gushu and dashu, even the bigger trees. They're trying different teas, or different processes with those same leaves. So it's interesting. I mean, these are very simple villages, but they're seeing what might work. Of course, as much as I love the white, I'd rather see those buds in a good sheng cake. But
so it's I think one of the things that we've talked about with a few people today is innovation and change, and it can be a bit of a contentious discussion to have sometimes, I think, in this world of tea, because we are a very traditional industry, right? So the world of tea is it's very traditional. It's been around for 5,000 years. Very little has actually changed about it. You know, there are slight variations here and there, but for the most part, things have stayed fairly consistent in the way that tea is produced, the way that we drink it, the way that we prepare it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's interesting when things like this happen, where there's innovation happening or experimentation. I don't know what word is best to use here. Because sometimes experiments are a disaster and sometimes they're a huge success. And I always find that if you are willing to push yourself beyond your boundaries, to experiment and risk a little, those are the times when the greatest discoveries are made. Those are the times where you have these really great moments, you know? And so as much as I embrace and love the traditions of tea, and I do, I think, you know, I was just talking with Rona from Ito N earlier about the Japanese ability to balance holding on to their traditions and history, and yet at the same time being one of the most innovative and forward, you know, planning countries on the planet, and, you know, finding that balance. So I don't know, what's your thought on that?
It goes back to that potential Proust question, Marcel Proust, and that suggestion that when I was young that I never stop walking through gates, you know, that you don't close the gate. So I'm in agreement that you have to push. And, you know, it's interesting you bring up the Japanese, and they do this with a lot of their industries. They have a great and wonderful, authentic tradition in so many things. Yeah. They have a beautiful tradition called satoyama, which is basically the way Japanese used to eat. It's mountain foraging, which is a bit seasonal. So their base starts with integrity, authenticity, and a great deal of particular knowledge. And so from that, moving forward from that platform, I think that's always going to be an interesting transition. Where I do worry about trends and innovations, and I might classify myself here as a bit of a traditionalist, but I think I'd only say that, from my perspective at least, it's important before one innovates that one understands the base very well. Right. The simple material. You know, I'm shocked sometimes of people who are, you know, they're moving on with trends before they even go a little deeper into what is that base platform, you know. Right. So yes, the world of tea is going to continue to move forward. It needs to, it has to. There's a lot of interesting people out there who have a different view than we might have of how to bring tea to the masses. I have a friend who's a mixologist, and he's using top-end teas in Hong Kong at a very good bar to infuse into gins, into vodkas. And of course, for me, that's of interest. But he also studied tea.
Right.
And he studied the chemistry of tea. He knows exactly how each tea is made. So I think innovation and experimentation is great, as long as the respect for the base procedures and production is also there, because there's so much tradition in the tea world that has sort of been bypassed. There's so many interesting little intricacies on how something is made, how a fermentation can be pulled back. So as long as the innovations include some of the traditional values and people, because I think the innovations also have to be sent back to the cultivators, to the growers, to the producers, so that they're part of it. So it's not just one end of the tea spectrum, you know, the younger, you know, hip people on one end who have no appreciation of what the teas are. That's just my feeling. But I think there's a real renaissance of a return to the botanics right now. In Eastern Europe, people are using the old herbs and mosses from the old forests, the old growth forests, to infuse into their mixed drinks. Herbs are coming, I think, really on the front spotlight when you're talking about food and beverages. So I'm not one to judge the innovations. Obviously, I don't think I would ever be someone who's going to be sipping a nice cinnamon blueberry bubblegum flavored oolong on a Thursday morning. But that's just me.
But a Wednesday afternoon, maybe.
No.
So I'm a big I really loved Anthony Bourdain, who is sadly no longer with us, and it's taken me. I have to admit that I haven't been able to watch any of his programs, and there's lots of them being shown again right now in lockdown, whatever. I haven't been able to watch any of them since he passed. I don't know why. There's something that affected me about his death, but nonetheless, there was an interview that I did watch just a week ago, and he was asked about what he thinks. It's a similar question to exactly what we're talking about. What he thought about riffing on very traditional dishes. And his answer was this: he didn't have anything against it in principle, but two things. First, before you riff on an omelet, you had best know how to make the perfect omelet to begin with, right? And then number two, before you start to riff with an omelet, you had best be riffing to make it better. And if you can't make it better, if you're riffing for the sake of riffing, he's not interested. But if you're going to do it to make it better, then he would support it. And I think that's a valuable lesson in what we're talking about. Do you know what I mean? As you say, first know it before you start playing with it. And if you're going to start playing with it, do it because you're going to make it better, not for the sake of, playing with it.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. And particularly to that first point, I think that sort of hones in on what I was referring to. Is really get to know things in a deep way. There's no shame in being boring for a couple of years and only drinking 2 or 3 different kinds of teas while you explore. But there's a lot of shame when you're going to be talking out your rear end about something you know very little about and trying to move it onto that sort of assembly line. Oh, well, this would go great with maple syrup. That's great, but the whole food and flavor concept of bitterness, ku in Mandarin.
Yeah.
In traditional Chinese medicine, ku is not viewed as something negative. It's viewed, it is actually something you seek in certain foods, and it's got certain principles good for the body. So, often people will say, well, good tea should never be bitter. If you go to Asia, they'll tell you, no, this one's a little more astringent or a little more bitter. And by getting into the narrative, tangibly drinking tea, speaking, and keeping the listening pads open, because there's always great information. By engaging in that sort of thing, I think perhaps your own base of reference, our own base of reference expands. And from there, we can do interesting things. But I would very wholeheartedly agree with that comment about if you're going to riff on something, make sure you've got something devastatingly lush to begin with.
Right. Yeah. So, my dear Jeff, I could fill in an entire 11 hours just chatting with you. But you will not leave the Sofa Summit without answering one of my Proust questions. And the one I've chosen for you is, which talent would you most like to have?
I would love to be able to play an instrument.
Okay. Do you have an instrument that you would love to play?
Yeah, it's an odd thing. When I was young, I used to listen to classical music. My dad had it on all the time, and I despised it. It was the most, and Chopin just seemed like this really miserable piece of music. And you know, as I've aged only slightly, I'm a huge fan of Chopin and someone named William Basinski. He does soundtracks. He loops music. Sounds sad music, but I wish I could play. I would love to be able to play the piano. I just think there's something anthemic about it. It just raps.
It's never too late to start.
Yes. No, it's not, but I think I'm going to let other people do it better than I'll ever be able to do it, and just enjoy it.
So, my dear Jeff, I say thank you. Thank you for sharing some of International Tea Day with me. I raise my cup to you and your travels and your photographs and your stories, and not letting the amazing work of the precious people that you have been in touch with be forgotten, and spreading that to the rest of us. So for that, I thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Have a lovely rest of the day. Bye.
Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Bye Jeff. Okay, so we are now heading over. We're just going to continue west now. We're not going east anymore because it's just getting too late for the people east. And we are going to welcome David Lyons as well as Tanya Stacey. Good morning to both of you in Australia. Good morning, Tanya. How are you?
I'm really good, but I've just noticed I tried to clean up my room and everyone can see a box still sitting there.
Tanya, honey, I've been on for 9 hours and 30 minutes, and for half of that, people were watching construction people working behind me. So,
I wanted to say thank you for letting us see inside your house. Beautiful, absolutely.
We are all where we are. I can't even see the box. Only you know it's there, so don't even fuss about it. How are you, David?
I'm very well, Shabnam. Good morning from Australia to you, and morning, Tanya. How are we doing?
Morning, David. Are you as cold as I am?
Oh, it has been in Canberra this morning. Yeah.
All right.
6 degrees.
I was just going to say, all right, Australia, please define cold to a Canadian. Right? I call that a warm summer's day. So Australia has, some of Australia started with me this morning when I started at 8:30. And some of you went to sleep and are back with me again. So I'm still here. David, you've been with us. I keep seeing you in the chat box here, and I'm like, what time is it over there? David's still up. So good for you for hanging on. I'm going to start with you, Tanya, if you don't mind, David. I'm going to go with ladies first, because I can. So, Tanya, I want you to tell us about your business in Australia, because there are certain places in the world that we just don't think of as tea drinkers. And I don't know why Australia would be less than Canada is, but I tend to think that we are in a cold climate and we tend to gravitate towards a warm beverage. So tell me about tea in Australia.
Yeah. Well, tea has been here for a very long time. And tea is something I grew up with. I'm one of the multi-generational Australians. My family came out here in the very early 1800s. I'm certainly not a first Australian, that's for sure. But tea has always been part of my life. And so definitely we were influenced by the British tea. It's always been there. But we were also influenced by the Chinese tea, because the Chinese have been here for as long as, or just about as long as the Europeans and the British turned up here. So tea in Australia, I think, follows a very similar line to the UK.
Right.
As in the development of the tea bag. I grew up with the jiggling tea bag. Actually, I was going to have a box of Tetley tea here with me. which I always keep in the cupboard as my backup.
Good.
So tea in Australia, I think, is very similar. We all enjoy a brew, best at home. We have our subcultures here of the specialty tea from China. I specialize in Taiwanese tea. That's with Kappa Cha. And I think David would agree with that. That's pretty much, it's very similar to the UK. That's what I feel it is. Even though here in Melbourne, we have our coffee culture and we're very, very famous for it, there is still the tea, and your coffee baristas here have a great appreciation for tea, because a lot of them will say, oh, we start the day with a coffee, but we always go to tea later on. They just don't talk about it because they're not selling it. That's all. They walk in, they love their single estate teas. They love the Taiwanese teas. So there is it becomes a flavor explorer.
You can tell them that I say, do to tea what you did with flat whites.
Oh.
Right? I mean, it's become this, institutional beverage, which I know Australians think nobody else can make properly. Right?
Well, just there, I will. So we don't offend any people from New Zealand right now. There is often this lovely, besides the rugby union, the All Blacks and the Wallabies that we play between each other, and they keep beating us. We have arguments over who developed the pavlova, who developed the lamington, and who started the flat white.
Oh dear.
Well.
Okay, I don't want to start any wars.
So I will acknowledge New Zealand here and Australia. So I'm just going to put it out there.
Okay.
I want to be in trouble.
Point taken. I got in trouble with Pittsburgh earlier today because let's not repeat it. But I certainly don't want to offend anybody at all. So, David, I'm going to ask you because you're the founder. You started the Australian Tea Cultural Seminar, and I have two questions for you. The first is what. The second is why. Because you have a whole life before this, and I'll let you tell everybody what that is.
Okay. So, what is Oztex? Well, Oztex came about really because in Australia we needed something that we could connect to. We needed an organisation that could represent everybody, not just industry, not just enthusiasts, but something that could be a national organisation and something that everybody could be a part of. I suppose that's what Oztex is. It generates awareness of tea, and that's its aim, is to bring tea awareness to the Australian community. It also encourages local actions, so local communities that are looking to create that tea community, create that awareness in their locality, and so Oztex gets on board with that. Why? Well, after about 20 years selling tea, I decided that the industry that had been so kind to me, it was probably a good point to actually start giving something back. It's easy when we're selling tea that we get wrapped up in the sale, the marketing, but then as you pull away from it, you realise there's so much more to tea and so much more that we should be considering. I started talking to. Well, I was talking to Tanya. I was talking to other colleagues in the industry. I was also talking to enthusiasts and also people outside the tea industry, because we tend to isolate ourselves inside the tea industry, and we need to look outside, because there are great people outside of the tea industry that can bring so much into it that we don't do. And after a few community meetings around the country, some discussions, and for me personally, a very negative moment in my life, which I'm sure many of us experience, and it was just a great opportunity. Let's do something really positive, and that's how Oztex came about.
So you and I, David, we met in China last year, and I have to say that one of the things that struck me when you talked about Ostics and what you do and giving back was there was this sense of it just is, and I want to give back, and everything that you've just said, but also just this sense of honesty and sincerity from where it was coming. And I think that that is a beautiful thing that I value so much with all of the fabulous tea people that I meet around the world, even if a Canadian and an Australian have to meet in China. And you, dear Tanya, is where a Canadian and an Australian meet in Las Vegas. Because why not?
Exactly,
Right?
why not?
So your tea company, you've had for how long? Kappa Cha has been around for how long?
Kappa Cha's been around for about 8 years now. It started back where I was in corporate life. I used to be in lighting and sell lighting. I used to sell very expensive chandeliers right through to street lighting and hospital lighting and all that sort of thing, all aspects of lighting. And the corporate world, I decided it was time to move away from the corporate world. And tea seemed really good, but it was actually a trip in China because my partner, he was an electrical engineer and he'd been working in China since the early 80s. So I was over there with him on a trip. I tasted this amazing green tea that I had never, ever tasted in Australia.
Right.
In any Chinese restaurant I went to. So that's a call out to the Chinese restaurants. I know you've got good green tea, by the way. And I just had to explore it, and it just seemed like a really good option. So that's why I started Kappa Cha, and I decided to, you know, if you go into something, you got to know what you're talking about when you're going to sell something. So I decided I needed to go to origin because it was the same when I sold lighting. The best place to learn is where you go to where it's being made to the people that are producing that product.
Right.
I was just very lucky that I sold Italian lighting. So I used to go to Reganati, which is near Venice. Can I say shout out to all the Italians out there?
Oh
the
my
way
God.
you guys do business. I love your 3-hour lunches, you know. But it was really great lighting. So, but that was also, I'd spent years in Asia as well working. So I knew it was, you had to go there. So I ended up with Thomas Shu, who's been a great mentor, and Norman, his brother. Big shout out to them. They're a constant in my life. And went to the source and I went down this, they talk about a rabbit hole of tea.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Taiwan is a rabbit hole. It's like you just keep going back and you go back and you go back from there. So yeah, so that's where Kappa Cha is. But recently I have moved into wanting to take tea to a new level.
Yes.
And elevate the experience to a wider audience of tea. And I don't know if you want to talk about that now. I can talk about it later.
Go for it.
Okay. So my business partner and I, which is Kim Cooper, up in another state, up in Brisbane, and she's got a tea company as well. We were lamenting about cold brew tea is just like so cool. So how come the cafes, I've worked in cafes, you know, it's so easy to do, like it's a great profit margin. Everyone in the tea industry say, why don't more cafes do this, you know?
Right.
And so we were talking about that. We're going, oh, you know, maybe it's just too hard to get their head around it. And I think now it's like sometimes the quality of the tea they're using, because my experience now is chefs get it. There's a whole world out there besides this silo of tea that tea are loving. You know, the people out there are absolutely loving. And so we started there and we go, okay, well, if we're going to make it, perhaps we should just like enrich the experience a little bit. And we started looking at from the consumer and the experience. And I think sometimes in the tea industry, we push and we're not listening. We don't sit and watch because it's like how people use a product. It's like Nike when they took their shoes out into the people and watched how the kids used it. Right. You know, it's like lighting. People are not aware of how much it affects you and how much you use it in your life. And it's the same with tea. It's how it affects you, how it makes you feel, and how you consume it and how it can be consumed. So we thought, well, we've got to make it an experience. And so we thought, okay, well, let's see, like a good recipe, like a good chef that's putting a cake together, we'll just elevate a little bit of fruit juice, but not to overwrite the natural flavors. So that's when we started looking at some great Asian fruits like yuzu, pitaya, which is red dragon fruit, call out to South America there, and calamansi, which is a call out to the Philippines. Because every household in Australia has a kumquat tree in their backyard, but you can't buy it commercially. I'll just say that. So, and then we thought, well, this is really cool. This is really great. Now, how are we going to put this together? How are we going to sell it? So, when you look at bottlers and everything, it's got to be massive production runs. And that's when Kim and I just started thinking. At first, we were looking at carbonation. So, yes, our product has a little bit of carbonation in it, but carbonation is not great for tea. Right. And that's the other thing. And that's the other thing. We didn't want to use a tea extract. Like, where's the value? Where's the experience in that for the consumer? Where's that joy, that consuming your product, you know? So I said to Kim, I think we have to look at nitrogen. I can go on about this all the time. So we actually work, and we had to then look around where we could find this. And this is where we actually then saw an alignment between the craft brewery industry and tea. Yeah. And our brewer is a tea drinker, but never thought about using the two together. And it was through that we actually developed a product now that sits perfectly within this whole non-alcoholic brew. And we call it a tea brew because we went out to disrupt the iced tea industry. But the trouble is people have this perception of sweetness and sugariness. Yeah. And that was the other thing we wanted to disrupt. But we sit more nicely within the non-alc brews. And so that's a play on words. Yeah. Do you have one there? Oh, of course I do. Well, why aren't you showing it to us? So this is our black tea. It's an Australian black tea from Far North Queensland, from one of the original tea farms that was developed in Australia back in the 1850s, I think. And that's with yuzu. And so you got to shake it to release the nitro. Okay. Activate the nitro. We've got to get these terms, you know? Because nitro and carbonation are not a natural marriage. Okay. So you've got to force them together. And then there's that, you heard that shh. Yes, yeah. And then it's just a simple pour. It's a hard pour. Sorry. I see it. Oh, look at that. Okay. And what happened is when we were out there testing it in the market, we had people from breweries walking up to us saying, that's like a beer. Okay, so as you were doing that, I mentioned earlier that in my previous life, I owned a restaurant in Germany, and pouring beer, something, is a religion and an art. And if you poured a beer like that in Germany, there would be a riot. Yes. But that looked, because it looked like a beer. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. You got to do it on the angle for a beer. My dad's a beer drinker. Oh, yeah. Every beer is done. Yes, yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. I know, but with this one, to get the head there, because nitrogen will dissipate fairly quickly. So that's to create the head. But what's really great is that you've got this light carbonation. I see it. There. Yeah, it's cloudy. So you got, the light sparkle. And then we don't add sugar. We don't add any sweetener. There is just a touch of juice. And it's the natural flavors coming through. Yeah. So, and I mean, you saw Rona, I don't know if you saw or not, but Rona from Ito En was on earlier. And I think, a company like Ito En has proven that consumers will drink, tea, bottled tea
that is not sweetened. And Itoen is I mean, that's testament to that. They built a company on it. The Oicha is the #1 selling green tea on the planet. And it is, you know, it is unsweetened. This idea that, you know, consumers will only do things this way is not how you innovate. So good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, and you're right. And I think that was the other thing, is that you have to look at the way consumers are today. We all want to sit and enjoy a cup of tea, and it is great for our well-being and mental health and take that time to slow down. But generally speaking, people are on the go. And I think part of the reason is coffee got it with their flat whites, because it's grab and go, grab and go, grab and go. And this is part of it. It's like coming into the social scene. There's also a huge non-alcoholic market that has begun. And it's mainly in the UK. So the UK people would be well aware of it. And Western Europe.
Yeah, it's the same here. It's this it's this new generation. It's living a hashtag sober life. And it's very much the it's not millennials, not so much. It's this Gen Zers, this younger generation that's coming in that is actually going to be bigger than millennials. Boomers, we've long forgotten about you. But it's a perfect
area for tea. It's a perfect area for tea.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that tea is perfectly aligned for that. So, David, with the cultural seminar that you do, I know that you run events, and one of the events that you run is you run a competition with to make a teacup, and I love this idea. So, tell us about it.
Yeah, it's
I may borrow the idea. I will fully give you credit for it, but I love it. So sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, so the idea came about, we wanted to introduce a ritual to our seminar, which we do in different places around Australia each year. And the ritual that we came up with was welcome by tea. And the first year just used a fairly standard Chinese tasting cup. And then Kim, who's our Queensland regional ambassador, Kim Cooper, who's Tanya's business partner, came up with it. And we're
all connected. I know.
Incestuous. We really are.
The whole industry is. I know.
Oh, for sure. But Kim came up with this idea of because we're about culture and trying to engage culture in different ways. She came up with the idea of approaching the ceramics fraternity, and Kim spoke to Vicky at the Australian Ceramics Association and suggested to her that we came up with this idea of combining Oztix and the Ceramics Association and come up with a competition where Australian potters could present a cup which we could then commission and have X amount made for our annual seminar. The first year was a great success. We had a lady called Anamika from Western Australia, and she made the most beautiful cup. And when we invited her along to our seminar in Melbourne, she talked about how she received inspiration from where she lived. She lives on a beach. So the cups had blues and greens. The glaze had the froth of the sea foam, and it was just. And we all sat there in total awe of this woman, and I felt so pleased because in my head I'm thinking, this is great. This is what Oztix is about. It's about engaging different cultures to all come together, because we all talk about tea culture, but tea culture's not just about tea. It's about so many other things. It's about poetry, it's about ceramics, it's about art, it's about music. If I could just say to Jeff, who was on before, he was saying about playing the piano. Jeff, please, mate, you need to get a didgeridoo. A didgeridoo would be perfect. It goes so well. So we'll have to talk about that, Jeff, off screen.
He would totally pick that up.
Yeah, but then even last year we had a lady called Maina from Victoria, and Maina did a cup which included elements of bushfire. And as everybody around the world knows, Australia we've had a really bad summer bushfire season here. But the thing that amazed me is that the cups that she made on the outside looked so dark, and it had melted layers like sap rolling down trees. It had this really dark feel to it. But when you looked inside, and certainly when you put your tea inside, it sparkled with blues and greens, because that was new life. Because with the bushfires comes new life. And I was just awestruck by this. And these people keep coming out of the woodwork, and this is what we need. And we need to engage with the communities of art and music and pottery. This year, after months and months of fighting with the Australian government, a part of the Australian government's arts and community, we fought to explain to them that the tea culture is a form of art, and eventually we got there. We actually made it. But you know, as you are in Canada, I would say to everybody around the world, if you're in tea culture, engage with your Indigenous people.
Yeah.
Indigenous people might not have that connection to tea, but why should we keep looking back at Indigenous situations? Let's look forward and let tea be part of that. Why do we have to keep looking back? Let's move forward. Let's move on and move forward. And tea could be an enormous part of that. Our Indigenous people could really benefit from tea.
I couldn't agree with you more. I know that we did a piece actually in our quarterly SIP magazine on Indigenous wild foraging. So particularly, I'm sure you've got the same traditions in Australia that we do here. You know, we've got Indigenous people that have inherently for centuries, I mean forever, foraged in the wild for herbs and berries that they've then dried, that they then infuse in water that we call tea, right? I mean, I know, don't all start typing and emailing to me that that's not Camellia sinensis. I know it's not Camellia sinensis. But we blend these things with Camellia sinensis, and it's as you say, it's about enriching. I think that we are all enriched. I think that's the right word. We are all enriched when we widen our world and widen our scope. Quite often we sit in a bubble and we talk to ourselves and pat ourselves on the back about how great we are. And we are, for all the reasons that we're celebrating International Tea Day today, but we have a lot to learn as well, and valuable things to learn from you know, other areas, arts, as you say, where we can ourselves be enriched and learn from them, and vice versa. You know, I think that we have a lot to offer in the other direction as well, and can perhaps, you know, widen our scope a little bit that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to obviously say to you that this is how quickly time flies. I'm going to say to you both that you know, you've been on. You know that you have to answer one of Marcel Proust's questions for me. So, Tanya, I'm going to start with you. Oh, David's disappeared. Oh, is there a bad connection? Oh, my audio's suddenly gone. So, Tanya, I'm going to. Your question is, if you are to die. Not today, not tomorrow, no time soon. I'm not putting it out in the world. And you were to come back as a person or thing, what would it be?
Oh, holy dooly. What would it be?
I want that one.
Do you know, it's funny, in my 20s, it was something that, you know, in your 20s, you contemplate life and everything quite heavily. And I remember back then that I used to say I would come back as a woman. I would just love to come back as a woman. I just think we can make things the way we make it, as good as we want it to be. I love being a woman. I love being me. And I wouldn't want anything. I don't want to be anybody else. I don't want to be anything else. I just want to be me with all my faults, flaws, which I know a lot of people know. It's just me. Yeah. I just come back as a woman. I can just contribute so much, you know. I think
that's a good answer. That's a good answer. All right, Mr. Lyons, same question for you. Give it to me.
Oh, same question.
Same question
I've
for
got
you.
no problem with this one. I want to come back as my little Jack Russell Memphis, who at this moment is in the next room, laying in his bed, snoring away.
Oh dear.
He has the best life, and this dog appreciates tea so much. It's unbelievable. He drinks tea with me on a daily basis.
Are you joking?
He is. Yes.
I love it.
No. I've had two dogs in my life that have drunk tea, and this one will sit and have an afternoon tea with me. He loves a good strong Assam and no problem, but he doesn't mind a Darjeeling or a Longqing or a Taiwanese oolong. He doesn't mind. He's happy. So I'm going back as Memphis.
So that's funny because I wouldn't want to come back as a dog. I want to come back as my dog, which begs the question. I know. I say the exact same thing all the time. My dog has been very confused, I have to tell you all, for the past 10 hours. He keeps wandering around here. He's now sitting right over there, and he's just sitting there looking at me because he cannot understand why I haven't moved in 10 hours. So, but
you're doing so well.
But the question is, if you come back as your dog, who is you?
Yeah, so come back as yourself.
Yeah, it's that there. Sorry, I just pushed you down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, thanks, Shabna. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Thank you, Tanya. First of all, for spending your time with me right now, but also for being with me for so much of today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy International Tea Day to you both. I thank you, Tanya, for all the really fun and innovative things that you're doing. I love that product. I saw it on social media and I commented, send some to Canada. I want some. Oh. And no, don't do that. Shipping would be crazy. Save it for the next time we see each other somewhere in the world of tea. And to you, David, I raise my cup for continuing your life in tea and now transforming it into something that is giving back. I think that's something that we've heard a lot today. And I think that is truly special. And we are all much better off to have you both in this world of tea. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shabna.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Shabna. See you soon.
Bye, guys. All righty. So, are we ready to jet on? I said I wasn't going to go back east again, but I might have fibbed a little bit because I am now jetting just a little bit east again to visit my lovely team in Mexico. Hello.
Hi.
I've got, I'm going to start from the left. Hello, Ariana.
Hi, hello, how are you?
I'm so good.
That's great.
Hello to Cecilia in the middle.
Hi, how are you?
I'm really good. And hello to Andres.
How are you?
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good. I'm good. It's so lovely to see you all. Happy International Tea Day.
You too. Quite a busy day for you.
You know, I've hung out with some people today, had some tea, chatted a little bit. Thank you. So I'm going to start with Ariana because Ari, you're never around. We never see you. You don't travel with Andres and Cecilia. And why?
Like a ghost.
You're like a ghost. No, you're not. You are working so hard back in Mexico so that the two on my right, your left, can gallivant the world and travel. That's the truth.
Yeah, we make the happy part of the job.
Somebody has to work, right?
Yeah.
So let me introduce you to everybody who doesn't know you. Ariana, Cecilia, and Andres are the trio that are Tiante in Mexico, as well as Escuela de Tea. They are not only business partners, they're also family. And I think this is pretty extraordinary. I've said this to you before. So let me explain the relationships here. Cecilia and Andres are married. Ariana and Andres are brother and sister. And if anybody has had the great fortune to spend any time with all three of you together, which is a rare occasion, I have to say, I have had that. I've actually been able to experience that. It's the relationship that the three of you have is unbelievably amazing. And I think that it's because of that relationship that you have been able to build this amazing tea company in a country that, Mexico, tea, huh? Right?
We listen that very often.
I'm sure I'm not the first person to say that to you. So let me start with you, Ariana. You tell me, how did this start?
We started like 8 years ago. And we start with a tea shop, and then we fall in love with tea. So we start with the tea shop, and then one thing comes, take us to another one and another one. And now we have the tea shop and a tea school. So, and now all our time it's about tea and enjoying tea and teaching about tea and talking about tea.
So, Cecilia, did tea choose you or did you choose tea?
Oof, I think it's quite both, because tea arrives in your life in a time that it has to, but also you have to be open. And I think in our life, it was like the perfect time for the three of us. So I think it's kind of both ways.
It was in our destiny.
I totally believe that. I have said that to so many people today that, you know, say they've accidentally fallen into it. I don't believe in accidents. I really believe that things happen as they're meant to happen, even if you don't understand at that moment why it's happening. Andres, I know that you can't drink. I think you tell the story, right? Because you started to drink tea for a reason.
Yes, because I needed to quit drinking coffee. I used to drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah,
so
but hang on. You have to define a lot for everybody, because I know this story.
Almost 3 liters daily.
A lot.
Sometimes
3 liters of coffee.
Yeah. So, well, of course I have some heart problems, and I needed to quit for a while from coffee. So I was searching for a substitute drink, and I found tea, and then everything started there.
Yeah.
He must have been fun to live with when he was drinking 3 liters of coffee a day.
Well, but now I drink almost 3 liters of tea daily.
3 liters of tea.
Yeah.
You've traded one addiction for another.
Yeah, but
so it's a better addiction. So, okay, so it's 6:30 in Toronto. It is 5:30 in Mexico, which means it is cocktail time.
Cocktail time.
All right. So I'm going to hand this over to you, because I've asked you to talk to us about tea cocktails.
Well, so when you start in the world of tea, you think that drinking tea with alcohol is quite not a very good idea, but we start experimenting a little bit, and it's hard because you have to find like the tea that will match perfectly with all the things that you're going to mix in that cocktail. So there are three methods to have flavors and aroma from tea enough to be in a cocktail. One of them is like a tincture, where you are going to put a lot of tea leaves, a little bit of alcohol, and you're going to leave them almost like a month. You are going to shake it gently a little bit, so all the flavors are going to be there. Another way is to make an infusion of a concentrated infusion, a lot of tea, water, and then let it cool down before you put it in the cocktail. And another one is you are going to put the tea with the alcohol. In this case, I'm going to do that, and leave it like 8 hours or more. So the tea leaves are going to leave the flavors and aromas into that alcohol that you're going to put in the cocktail. So we are going to do
3 cocktails.
3 cocktails. We choose a lot of Mexican ingredients, and we hope you enjoy it and like it and try it in your homes. We're home now. We're quarantined, so
we can have fun at home.
Yeah, enjoy and relax. So
good.
Ari's going to start.
I'm going to start. I'm going to make a drink that we are going to use oolong, an aged oolong. Now I already have my infusion. I put 5 grams of oolong in 100 of milliliters of water. Then I choose tequila, that is a Mexican drink. And I have 1.5 ounces in here. I'm also going to use orange juice. And the special ingredient is guava, because in Mexico we love guava.
Yeah.
So it will have this Mexican very flavor. And then I have 1/2 of an ounce of syrup.
Okay.
And I will put a small piece of ginger and 2 leaves of basil. So I will put everything in a container. I'm not using a
typical shaker,
but this one will work. And I will put everything here. I will put the tea. I will put the tequila, the orange juice, the guava, syrup. Then I will put a piece of ginger, basil. Then I will.
Sorry, what was the last thing you put in?
Basil.
Basil. Okay. Yeah, basil. Yeah.
Basil. And then I will put ice.
Okay.
I will put 3 cubes of ice. Here now in Mexico, it's very warm.
Yeah.
So I will put like 4 or 5. Because it's supposed to be raining season, but it's not raining yet. And then I will close my container. I will shake it, but to mix everything. Then I have a small glass here.
Yep.
I put a slice of lemon. Smells very good. If you like tequila, it smells very, very nice.
Can I ask you what kind of tequila you used?
Yes, I use an aged tequila. It's a Mexican brand.
Did you use a white tequila?
It's white, and it's a very strange thing because usually aged tequila is brown.
It's brown, yeah.
But this one it's aged one, but it's white.
Okay, so while you're doing that, I'm not that I'm a big tequila expert or anything by any stretch of the imagination, but for anybody who is here today, forget about the tequila you had when you were a teenager, okay? Forget about tequila shots with lime and salt, okay? Every single person, you are not an adult until you have had an awful, awful, awful hangover from a night of tequila shots with salt and lemon, right?
Yeah.
And for a lot of us, and I will include myself in that category, that was it. I never touched tequila again. The thought of it just brought back an awful, awful night for me. So, however, that is not true good tequila. Sipping tequila is what you're using, and it is absolutely delicious and pairs really nicely with tea. And I love that you chose an oolong. So yeah, that's my shtick on tequila.
It's an aged tequila and an aged oolong.
Actually, this kind of tequila is like very sweet and soft. So many times people, well, you realize that it's tequila, but they don't imagine that it's tequila because it's very, very soft.
Yeah, you don't feel it in your throat because sometimes when you drink tequila, when it's not a very good one, you feel like here, but this one is like very, very good one. So you have to try it.
Nice.
You have to come to Mexico.
I'm reaching for my cocktail.
Yes. And we decide to use very good alcohol and very good teas this time. Because sometimes people think that if you are going to mix a lot of things, then you can use ingredients that people will not realize what they're drinking. But actually, we do. So that's why we decide to use these ingredients.
Very nice. I love the combination. And I love that you use basil. Because
they're fresh and like refreshing. So it's for this time of the year, you feel very fresh with this drink.
I really hope that people experiment with some herbs that are not traditional. I keep talking about, experimenting, and some of the greatest discoveries are things that are not usual. We usually go to mint, for example, and lemongrass and, lemon balm when it comes to cocktails. But basil, rosemary are delicious in cocktails. Cheers.
Cheers.
We don't have yet.
I don't know where my cocktail is.
I will wait to
we will send it to you. Now I am going to do another one, but with a different method.
Okay.
First, I put in another kind of jar. I use cilantro.
Another good one.
Yeah, you have to chop it a little bit. I'm going to drink it myself, so I'm using my hands.
Okay.
Then 1.5 ounces of syrup.
Okay.
1.5 ounces of white tequila.
Okay.
Half lemon juice. Well, the juice of half lemon.
Yep.
And 3 grams of sencha.
Sencha.
Yes.
And I put this, I shake it a little bit, and I put it in the fridge. I did that yesterday.
And
now, boom, next day,
yes.
I have this, and it's very easy because I don't have a lot of things. It's like fast track drinks.
Yes.
And now I'm going to put some ice cubes also. All the mix that I had in the fridge. And here I have 1 ounce of green apple juice, natural.
Green apple juice.
And then I'm going to shake it. I've never done this before. And then is the hardest part, to make them look beautiful. And then I just put it in.
What a beautiful color.
Yeah, it's because
and it smells very good. This combination, really, the cilantro with the sencha and the apple juice give it a little bit of acid feeling. It's very good. Then I finish with a little bit of sparkling water.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And then this. Ta-da!
Perfecto. Thank you very much. That is beautiful. I love that. So to me, and I'm imagining what you've done, because so what I'm doing right now is I'm imagining the flavors and the combination, and it makes sense to me, right? Because the grassiness and that vegetal seaweed sweetness that a Japanese green tea has, and you chose a Japanese green tea, not a Chinese one for that, it marries really well with citrus. So if I use green tea to cook with, citrus is a really, really good combination with that, which you did with the lemon. And then cilantro to me has a bit of a lemony spiciness to it as well. So a really nice balance. Good job. Thank you.
Cheers to everybody.
Cheers to everybody.
Happy International Tea Day.
Yeah. Then the last one.
And that one.
For the last one, we are going to use mezcal. That is also a very Mexican kind of liquor. For this one, we will use a little bit of chili. It could be, for sure, you can find that the US and in Canada some tajin. You can use a little bit of tajin.
Stop. So
I will put this.
I am a lover of tajin, which you all well know. In my house, tajin is actually called crack. I'm not kidding you. My family, everybody knows that if I say I'm running low on crack, they know exactly what I'm talking about, because I'm in love with it. So for those of you that don't know, tajin, and you can get it in Canada, you can get it in the US. It is it's dehydrated lime with salt and chili. And there's nothing that it's not good on. I would eat my own hand if I put tajin on it.
We will use the tajin to put it in the glass.
Yeah.
In the edge of the glass.
Okay.
And then we will use 1 spoon of smashed strawberries. 1 spoon of smashed tamarind.
Oh, nice.
Half spoon of brown sugar. Then half spoon of hibiscus, hibiscus syrup. One ounce of orange juice. And for this, we are going to use just 3 ounces of black tea. In this case, we use a Sri Lankan black tea.
Beautiful.
Lumbini extra special, actually. And of course, we need to add 3 ounces of mezcal.
He knows how 3 ounces look like.
Yes, I know.
I know these glasses, so I know that they are 3 ounces.
It looks like you've done that before.
Yes.
Then we add the ice. For this one, you can add a lot of ice if you want. Actually, I will add a lot. And the same.
No.
Shake it.
Yep. another nice color.
Yeah, it's going to be really sweet because of the strawberry.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that all these ingredients, you can find them almost all over the world.
Yeah, yes. Now it's more easy to find.
So they are Mexican ingredients, but you can find them.
And if you don't find mezcal, you can use tequila.
But I think you can find mezcal almost everywhere.
I love that you have used tequila, especially an aged tequila, as well as mezcal, because I think for a lot of us, when we do cocktails, we tend to gravitate towards the easy ones, the ones that we know. And vodka is a very, very easy one, because vodka itself doesn't actually have a lot of flavor, right?
Yes.
Which is why it's such a great flavor carrier. So it serves its purpose. But what you've done is, because tequila, aged tequila, as well as mezcal, has its own flavor, you've had to think about how is that flavor going to combine and work with.
Exactly.
Right?
And you know, it's there is nothing wrong if you try, and if it doesn't come okay in the first time, then you can switch some ingredients, and it's okay. Actually, that's the funny part of this. It's not like the very traditional part of tea that we can find very frequently. And now actually there are some very good places that sell good cocktails using tea as an important ingredient of them.
Yeah, it's definitely expanded. There's no question about that.
Yes.
So you can't leave without answering one of my Proust questions, and that means 3 your way.
Yes.
3. I get to choose them. Ari,
Okay.
what is your greatest extravagance?
The great extravagance, like experience, or
Your great.
Something that you have, or you bought, or done, that is very extravagant.
Trying to thinking maybe that.
You have a lot.
He has a lot of extravagances?
Sometimes
I don't think so.
The creative thing, I love to create things in, like, I think my extravagance part is like, I like to create things like, I study architecture, so I like to make like small drawings and things sometimes like people doesn't think. I always think to create small things. I think it's mine.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a very good one.
The way like people sometimes think. Also, it's not extravagance, but a strange thing that Ceci always said that in math, I never think in the way that people find the results.
But
Ceci
she can have it.
Ceci always said like, how do you get to the final number, but in a very like strange way? So
doesn't matter how you got there, you got there.
Yeah. And Ceci is the one that at the beginning when we start like having like we were sisters in law, like she said like, you get the number, but I don't understand the way that
how you get
there.
Which means you would not make a good teacher.
Yes.
Cecilia, my love,
Okay.
which living person do you most admire?
Oof. A lot of living persons, but I think my parents probably, because there are different aspects. So my parents' marriage and the way that they are, for me, they are an example. And, you know, also my family, if I think about Andres, Ari, my kids, and all the extended family, I admire the people that are around me. I think I'm very lucky, if you can say it.
That's a good one. And Andres, when and where were you the happiest?
Well, that's a hard one.
Careful, because your wife is standing next to you, so you best have the correct answer as just a bit of advice.
maybe after listening in this moment.
That was your happiest moment?
Yeah, it's really nice to live like the moment in you are, you know, all of them, all of us, we have like very good remembers of good moments, but I think that they are in the past. You can remember them, and also the future, it's just in the front. You never know if it is coming. Yeah. So I think that for me, it has been like really hard to make the effort for being really happy in the moment that I am.
Enjoying the moment.
Enjoying these moments.
Ichigo Ichie.
Yes, exactly.
Ichigo Ichie. I thank all three of you. I raise my cup and I
thank you very much.
I thank you. You enjoy those beautiful cocktails.
Yes,
we will. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Thank you for sharing some of your time with me. And thank you for bringing the energy and all of the great things that you do in expanding and sharing this beautiful world of tea into your country and showing people the beauty of tea where perhaps it's not expected. I am very fortunate to have you in my life. Cheers and happy International Tea Day.
Thank you for inviting us and having us here with everybody.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
All right. So before I bring on my next guest, I am going to roll for you what is our thanks that we created. And I want to take a moment to thank every single person that's been here. But before I get to all of that, we put a call out to everybody over the past few months to contribute and help us to say thanks to all the hands that are responsible for bringing us our tea. It was something that struck me personally in a pretty strong way the very, very first time I visited a country that was producing tea. For me, tea was something that I enjoyed, that I loved, that was part of my life. But until I'd actually been and experienced and saw, I was filled with a whole new appreciation. And at the end of the day, this is what International Tea Day is about. It's about honoring that. So I am going to share with you, this time I will remember to actually share my screen so you can all see it instead of watching me see it. I'm going to share with you our thanks that so many of you helped contribute to in creating and submitting videos to make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of tea more than ever right now. Cheers.
Here's to tea. Best wishes for International Tea Day, 21st of May. And a big thank you to all the producers and all the people who work so hard to produce this wonderful beverage for us. Cheers.
Cheers to our friends up north.
Cheers for Twinings Canada, celebrating International Tea Day 2020.
Tea is our life. Happy sipping from Tea Squared.
Happy International Tea Day.
Everybody here at Tivana wishes everybody a happy International Tea Day. And we'd like to thank especially all of those companies in supply chain that allow us every day to get up every morning and enjoy this wonderful cup of tea. Thanks very much.
On this International Tea Day, I reflect on all the hands that make this cup of tea possible. And I say, thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
All right. Well, without further ado, I will say welcome to my next guest, Professor Yu.
Hey,
Hi,
good
Fred.
good to see you, Sharon.
How are you?
Okay, that's great. Seems like you are going for this about 10 hours?
10 and a half hours.
10 and a half hours. Wow, that's I have to give you a lot of credit for being able to continue for 10 and a half hours. Must be a very entertaining and also with a lot of participation. I think it appears to be quite a successful event.
Well, I thank you, Fred, so much. I've had fun. I hope everybody that's been with me has had fun. There's been loads of people here that have been with me truly all day long. So hat off to all of you. Chapeau, hoot up. Unfortunately, I don't know how to say it in every language that is here, but let me just get the list for you, Fred, of all of the people that have, all of the countries that have been with us today. And I hope I have the full list here somewhere. So we've had just watching and with us throughout the day, UK, Latvia, Brazil, Argentina, Canada, Mauritius, US, Ecuador, Vietnam, Belgium, Spain, Australia, Malaysia, India, Scandinavia, Kenya, Italy, Mexico, Portugal, Germany, Uruguay, Nepal, Indonesia, New Zealand, Japan, France, Trinidad, Tobago, Colombia, and the Ukraine. And I apologize if I've forgotten anybody, except now we've got Korea on the line as well.
Yeah, there's quite an impressive list of countries, and also so many people joining you. And I sense this is a small start, but it has such a significant implications. And we may look back in 10 years' time and see this step as a giant step forward. And I truly give you a lot of credit for you to initiate this important event, especially during this very difficult period, to getting everybody excited about tea and tea drinking, and also appreciate the people who are behind it.
Well, I thank you, Fred, truly. Let me introduce you to everybody, because you and I met last year in Korea. And yeah. I spoke earlier about my experience with Sharon, who is here as well. She's watching on the side, and she says hello. This moment that we had in the Buzang tea fields, and for me, I mean, I visited lots of tea places around the world, and truly love being in tea country. But I had a moment when I stood in the Buzang tea fields where I had this moment of clarity and recognition that I wasn't standing in a picture. I wasn't looking at a picture. Let me rephrase that. I wasn't looking at a picture. I was standing in the picture that I have known, and we've all known for such a long time. And I've always felt very, very privileged and humbled by being able to be a part of this magical world of tea. But it kind of struck big for me there. So let me introduce you, Fred, to everybody else, or everybody else to you. You are the Vice Chair of the Korean Tea Society. but you are also Professor Yu. You are the professor at Kookmin University. Now, I know from having met you that your actual resume is a mile long, and I could probably spend another 10.5 hours just talking, and I'm being serious, about all of the things that you do and have done. And for all of you listening, Fred is fascinating because the more time you spend with Fred, the more things you learn about him, because Fred is not the person who comes and says, hello, this is who I am, and these are all the things that I do. He's just Professor Yu or Fred, and you get to learn these things as you start to talk about him. You're pretty incredible. So tell everybody else about, first of all, the Korean Tea Society, and also the Myungwon Cultural Foundation, because they're both pretty significant.
Yeah, actually, thanks for such a nice introduction. That is very nice of you, and I really enjoyed the time we spent as part of the Korean Tea Festival last August, visiting many interesting tea fields that are not that well known to the world community. So we had a great experience visiting Bosong Tea Field as well as Harong Tea Field. And hopefully we look forward to having many of you. It appears we get so many people around the world watching this event to come to Korea and share a cup of tea with me or with people in Korea. They are willing to meet all of the tea community in the world. And the Korean Tea Society is the oldest tea society of academic professors and professions and scientists, researchers. We publish the 4 journals a year, and it is a registered publication. And we actually have various international editors. I'm very happy to say Dr. Sharon Hall from UK is a very distinguished editor, recently joined. I'm very happy to say. We also have Dr. Mewan from Sri Lanka. We have Dr. Baro from India, from all different countries, Japan and China, definitely. And so we are also building an international community of researchers. And so that is has been a very, very important factor in development of Korean tea plant agriculture, as well as the industry. And I also belong as an advisor to various tea committees, institutions, not only Korea, but in various parts of the world. But Myungwon Cultural Foundation is the oldest, has about history about 60 years. It is the longest Korean tea culture society. It was first established in 1960s by Myungwon, the pioneer of Korean tea and tea culture and tea ceremony. Basically, the emphasis compared to other countries, I think what makes Korea very unique is tea is not just a drink that you consume, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening, but it has a lot of cultural and philosophical and teaching behind it. So Myungwon wanted to bring tea ceremony and tea culture to in everyday life, so that when people prepare and serve tea, it is not just drinking a tea like a cup of coffee, right, but has a representation of etiquette, respect for other people, communication, conversation, and also in aspects of taking time for yourself, which is much needed. I think there's a lot of discussion of tea and meditation, especially these days. A lot of people are staying in lockdown, staying at home. So all those cultural and philosophical aspects, and she wanted to bring that as part of the everyday life. And it has been very important in leading Korean tea culture movements. And the foundation is sponsoring KT Festival every August, as well as Korean tea package design, bring a lot of young designers around the world come to design the tea packages. Also, we are doing Korea tea blending.
Right.
Basically, we are just using primarily the natural Korean ingredients to come up with the unique blend for Korean tea. So there are various aspects that we are launching and we are doing as part of the Myeongwon Cultural Foundation. I hope I answer your question.
So, sorry, my connection went a little haywire there. That was my fault. I apologize. I think that what's one of the things that's really interesting that people I'm not quite sure fully aware of is that tea culture in Korea, we think of course, tea culture in Korea, and it's always been there, but that hasn't always been the case, right? It was there, and then it waned, and it was brought back again. Am I right, or am I very wrong in saying that?
Well, basically, we could think about tea culture. I mean, clearly, we had the 2,000 years of tea culture history. From very, very ancient period where tea was brought by Queen of Gaya Kingdom as part of the marriage to the King of Gaya. And basically, I could sense as part of the wedding tradition, especially even in China, people bring tea seeds because once you plant tea seeds, you cannot move the tea plant from one place to another place. So it has been a gift during the engagement or the wedding. So that started for 2,000 years ago, and as it was an important part of royal culture, royal court culture, as well as the scholars drinking tea in the outdoors. We have about 3,000 poems that were written by the scholars. And the period I think you're mentioning is a Joseon dynasty. And because tea has a lot of association with the Buddhism.
Yeah.
And Joseon dynasty had the adopted Confucianism. And so as of the changes in that religion, there was a little bit of less interest in tea drinking as much as the Goryeo Kingdom, which was the way I describe it was the renaissance of Korean tea culture, because a lot of Buddhism practice became a national practice. We could find various historical records of tea being used all different places. So we are actually reviving, and actually that's the role of Myeongwon, the pioneer of Korean tea, and as well as the Myeongwon tea culture. And so actually we are quite active, not only in tea culture, but also tea education.
Yeah.
We consider tea education as an important aspect of teaching youngsters like elementary school, middle school, to learn the traditional culture. Because these days with the internet, World Wide Web, YouTube, SNS, the world is becoming just one place. So there's no traditional culture being carried on as much as we did. So being able to use tea and tea drinking and tea ceremony, it helps us to kind of carry on some of the traditional values, the manners, So it is a very important part of Korean education system.
Mm. I have to say that one of my favorite things, besides obviously the Busan tea fields, was seeing the exactly what you're describing. When all the school children came at the festival. So. The tea festival that you were just referring to. And it was different age groups that went up one by one, and they were performing the Korean tea ceremony, so to speak. And it started with, the little ones that had to be, brought up, held with the hands of the adults, that were just pouring water and, obviously not doing actual tea. But it was such a beautiful thing because, we've talked today with a lot of different people about maintaining traditions and not losing traditions and carrying these things forward, and seeing these little children and then watching all these different age groups. I took loads of pictures and video as that was happening. And I came back and at my next board meeting, my board of directors, I showed those videos and I showed those pictures and said, this is what we need to start doing. We have got to start teaching tea and appreciation and respect and all of these things of tea to kids from a young age. And we don't do that. We market tea in this part of the world to adults. And all of those traditions and respect, it's not ingrained. It's sort of brought on later. So it was one of my favorite things when, one of the many favorite things. I have great memories of visiting you, Fred.
Yeah, actually, I miss the great time that we really had for
we had a good time.
5-6 days, and also I think you and along with others being exposed to great deal of Korean tea and tea fields, because KT Festival is the place where Bosong and Hadong and all the important tea regions, the companies come to the expo to showcase their new products and also allow anybody to taste their tea.
Yeah.
And Korean tea, I'm not sure how many people actually try Korean tea, but it is one of the most natural, as you have been to the tea regions.
Yeah.
And very sublime, very smooth and long-lasting flavor. Not as bitter as some other teas, not as grassy as some other tea, and it has a slightly kind of sweetness at the end. So it is just a very unique tea, and hopefully we'll have chance to bring to the world the uniqueness of Korean tea. And I was at various tea fields last week because in Korea we are allowed to travel.
Yeah.
And what is very unique about Korean tea field is combination. The tea fields are actually not that far from the ocean. So we got the ocean wind from south hitting the mountain valleys of tea fields, creating a very misty and foggy conditions. Actually, they provide the natural sunshade. We don't need an artificial sun covers. So the natural sunshade, they makes tea very smooth, very smooth. And actually, you taste it, regularly while you are staying here. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity to be able to travel to the world.
We will.
Once this pandemic is over, and have this type of forum in much more closer proximity, and actually it'll be very fascinating to be able to meet everybody who are on this.
Right? In one room.
Yeah. And and we stop by your kitchen or a living room, and
yes, in my
outdoor. I think
well, you missed
fascinating experience. Yeah.
You missed my construction workers that were constantly walking all day long behind me. So you teach a class at the university. I don't know if you still do it, so correct me. Korean tea ceremony and world tea culture. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I teach. I'm a chief professor of global competency domain in College of General Education. So I teach a variety of courses, and this semester I teach Korean tea ceremony, world tea culture.
Yeah.
Both to English. We have a lot of foreign students. We have about 2,500 foreign students in our university, as well as regular Korean students. That's about 200 students. And also I teach Korean society and culture. So I'm covering many different grounds. Sometimes I teach also the business class. And what makes it is one of the most popular class in the university. Typically, people have to register within like few seconds to be able to get in.
So that's what I was just going to get to, is that I know this, that word on the street is that your class is very hard to get into. And I think that is amazing, considering the age group that we're talking about. You don't normally think of, the university age students wanting to learn about tea.
Yeah, actually, I think this class in 15 weeks not only allows you to know how to do tea ceremony, allows you to know the philosophy behind achieving true harmony of you, your guest, you with the nature, the Buddhism, the Taoism, and Confucianism, as well as exposure to tea cupping. We basically, in this class, teacup about 10 different types of teas: Chinese tea, English tea, Japanese tea, Korean tea as well. And every single country, we actually use their teaware. For example, Korean tea ceremony, clearly Korean tea says teaware. Mm-hmm. Chinese tea culture class, Chinese tea says. Okay. English culture, English tea says. Japanese, we use actually matcha powder. So in one semester, you gain access to the entire world. And the reason I think that is so important is people travel, people interact around the world, like what we are doing, and having some sensitivity to other culture, be able to relate to other culture. Mm-hmm. It is so important. And that is also what I'm trying to instill in my class. And the class is called kind of legendary course. The reason for that is people know that the class exists.
Yes.
But it's difficult to get in. So people know it's there, but they cannot get in. So it's called a legendary class. Yeah. So
the legendary class of Professor Yo. So if I were to take 15 weeks off of work and come to Korea to take your class, I don't have a chance in hell of getting in, right?
Well, clearly we have to make a special exception for however I can.
Yes. So this is being recorded, and I have right now 94 witnesses watching.
Yeah, however I can, but clearly with the permission from the university, etc. But clearly, I think I will be able to provide you
pull some strings.
Much more dedicated, much more hands-on experience, and also I think you may not fully even need it.
Oh, we all learn.
Knowing your experience.
No, we all have something to learn. So, Fred, I don't know if you caught any of what we've been doing today, but Marcel Proust has 38 questions that he wrote in a questionnaire. And every single person who has visited my SofaSummit today has had to answer one of Marcel Proust's questions, just one, not all 38. And your question for us this evening, for me evening, for you tomorrow morning, is tell me what your idea of perfect happiness is.
Yeah, I think perfect happiness. Actually, I thought about a lot of this thing because I just recently wrote an article about the recent pandemic, and we are seeing some of the issues. People just staying inside, and I refer back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's a physical and all those 5 levels of, and at the end is self-actualization.
Right.
It's not the respect from other people. It's not the wealth. Self-actualization means is doing what you like to do without constraints.
Right.
If you are pursuing respect and wealth, clearly there are some constraints, and people may like it. I mean, that's okay. But people being able to do what they like to do, I think there's a pure happiness. If you are given that opportunity to what you like to do all the time,
right?
To me, it's the pure happiness. Tea drinking, tea cupping, having conversation or playing music, regardless what that is, being able to do to me, is a pure happiness. And I'm very happy because I'm doing what I like to do.
Well, Fred, I'm doing what I like to do most in the whole wide world. And that is A, talk about tea all day. B, spend the entire day with some of my favorite tea people. And C, celebrate this beautiful beverage. So I say thank you, Fred, for spending a little bit of your time with me. I really, really appreciate it. I raise my cup to you. I also want to thank you for all of the work that you contribute to this world of tea that we all operate in. I think that if there's one thing that we've learned today is that every single person who has given a piece or all of their life to this world of tea has enriched it, has brought to it, and has done it because they want to give back to what is out there. So I raise my cup to you, sir. Thank you very, very much, and happy International Tea Day.
Okay.
Cheers.
Okay. Thank you, Shabnam. And if I can just say one more thing, is
please.
For anybody who's interested in learning more about Korean tea, I wrote the first book about the Korean tea, the Book of Korean Tea.
Yep.
It is not published anymore. However, it is available through Kindle. So feel free to access. And if anybody is coming to Korea and somehow be able to reach me, I think it'll be just great time together. I look forward to that opportunity. And thank you, Shabnam, for the opportunity. And I will see you again.
I count on it. I'm the eternal optimist. We will get on airplanes again, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Fred.
Bye.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end. We have reached the end of our International Tea Day celebration. And because I've been drinking tea all day, I deserve this. And it's not because I don't think that it's a cup of tea that will be able to raise this as well, but I just really want to drink at this point. So can the judgment. I raise my glass. I raise this glass to each and every single one of you. I think I'm going to start in a minute now because it's all hitting me. I have been incredibly fortunate and incredibly lucky. Sorry, I didn't expect this. I have been so incredibly fortunate and so incredibly lucky to have accidentally chosen tea or to have tea accidentally chosen me. Whatever it is what it is. And here I am, able to not only meet some of the most incredible people that you can possibly imagine around the world. And I mean that from the major brands, the Tetleys and the Unilevers and the Twinings, the Bigelows, the Stashes. I shouldn't even started naming names because now I'm going to forget and get in trouble for it. Tailors, etc. Not only have I had the great privilege of learning this part of the industry, but also the specialty industry and understanding that at the end of the day, there is no divide between us in this industry. We are all working for one single purpose, and that is sharing this incredible leaf, this crop, this vegetable, as we called it earlier, this vegetable that inspires tears in a grown woman. This vegetable, this leaf that means so much, that contributes to the livelihood of tens of millions of people around the globe, that are responsible for 8.6 billion cups of tea that you and I are able to enjoy every single day. So to that, I thank the United Nations for honoring the beverage, the only beverage to have a day dedicated to itself. And that in and of itself means so much. So thank you for spending your day with me and your morning and your evening and everything in between. For those of you that came and went, those of you that started, those of you that stayed for 11 hours, dear God, you crazy people. I raise this glass to you and say cheers. Happy International Tea Day. Happy first Sofa Summit. I say it's the first because you know that I've already planned the next one in my head. So cheers to all of you, and thank you so much for everything that you do for this world of tea. Cheers. I'm going to now say goodbye. Adieu, auf Wiedersehen, adieu to you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Good night.